And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, Day 17. We are really reaching the end at this point in time. We have 4 more days of competition. That includes today, and today is a big day. It starts Group A's final bonus points day. The final chance to get bonus points, the final chance potentially to reach themselves into the top 7. It's not going to be easy, but this tournament hasn't been easy. It's been a grind. Everybody has been playing to their full potential, and well, if they haven't reached their full potential, they need to reach it today because, like I said, Group A with Influence, Rage, X Factor, VIP, Vicious, they're going to have to go all out. They want their shot at glory, their shot at money, their shot at PMGC, their shot at just making a good performance during the PMSL America's Fall Season. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections, double joined by Seven and Enigma. Seven, welcome back, man. It's going to be a great day. How you feeling?
It's going to be a great day. Yesterday was full on Brazil. I'm ready to see a lot more of that. Just Brazil, Brazil, Brazil.
That's it, man. Brazil, dudes, they're just tearing it up. North America can't get it together. Hopefully they do, though. We got X Factor trying to go big. Enigma, how's everything going, brother?
It's going all right. You know, obviously I'm a fan of seeing AGG move up yesterday.
That's it,
was able to get them in that top 8, but you know, we're looking at that top 7. So 8th place isn't going to be changing much because like you said at the start just now, we're looking at PMGC, not just the prize pool and stuff like that. And the goal for most of these teams has got to be that top 7.
Has to be top 7, and for Alpha7 it's first place, right? They already sit in first place. They've got a great lead. The battle between themselves and Team Liquid is really no longer there. Maybe Team Liquid pulls off a miracle run and reclaim first place. They're not too terribly far away, I guess, comparative to what Team Liquid can do and what they have done in the past. But for Alpha7, they're just on fire. Yesterday, Alpha7 was able to get back-to-back wins on Erangel and Miramar. The biggest stat, though, is 4 out of the 6 games they podium, top 3 finish. They scored like 70-something points. They just were on fire. The only team to really get close to them is Twisted Minds, which shout out to them, but Alpha7, they're in full form.
They are in full form, and something that I'll have to second that Hot Jukes was able to say yesterday is this team is literally playing perfect. In a way, perfect PUBG Mobile. I was looking back at how they were able to just control so much area of the first Erangel that they ended up winning. Man, they had like an insane split, and they were able to regroup at the same time. 37 eliminations. This is the thing that we've known about this team. They can frag out. We know that they can get those elims, but it's just that consistency you were talking about. 4 out of the 6 games? Top 3?
Yep.
Yeah, you can't beat that.
4 out of the 6 games, top 3. 2 of those 4 games were number 1. The winner chicken dinner, Alpha7. They are currently 2nd place when it comes to overall eliminations for week number 4. Granted, there's only been 1 day of competition so far, but there has been a team that's been hot on their heels, Enigma, and that is Twisted Minds. We got to talk about Queso, who's leading the stats currently and could very well take over the entirety of this season in terms of eliminations. Just I believe 8 or should be 9 away from catching up to Kogo, but either way, from yesterday, Queso on fire. This man is incredible.
Yeah, Queso was already in that top 5 rankings for the MVPs for the tournament and stuff like that, and then showing up yesterday, dropping 19 on the board, really just setting his squad up for that success. And we saw, you know, with that highlight reel just now, it was basically just them versus Alpha7 going neck and neck against each other. This squad right now has been able to really kind of turn up the heat when it comes to their overall consistency and gameplay compared to maybe some of these other squads like Team Queso, like Loops. Twisted Minds has just been on one lately.
They've been incredible. They really have. 19 eliminations in 1 day is insane. Twisted Minds had a total of 49 eliminations yesterday. The closest was Alpha7 at 37 eliminations. I mean, come on. 7, we're talking about a tremendous performance. Twisted Minds are truly coming into full form. They're looking strong going into PMGC.
They are, and the major thing out of all that, it was not federal. Remember how much we were talking about him, the performance he was able to put up last week?
Yes.
For Queso to be able to step up. And not only him, I think Radabo ended up with 13 eliminations. Right. Federal ended up with almost 2,000 damage. So you can see the whole collective team. I've been kind of pounding on this throughout this whole PMSL. You can't just have one. You can't have two. You need the whole team being able to pick up the slack when somebody is slacking, because everybody needs to be able to frag out.
That's it. I'm glad you mentioned Rattleboy. He's currently number 5 when it comes to week 4 eliminations. Assist-wise, though, Federal was still in that conversation. He was number 2, just behind that of Queso. Queso literally dominates the elimination, damage, and assist leaderboard. He was just incredible yesterday, without question. And the fact is, they have the best chance to catch up to Alpha7. They're going to have to do it on their double points. They don't have it today, but they at least have it coming up on that final day alongside Alpha7. So, hey, final day is going to be interesting, especially if they stay deadlocked at number 1 and number 2. But taking a look at the standings, Enigma, Team Liquid, they move back up to 3rd place, but it's not anywhere close to being secure. Influence Rage hot on their heels. What else do we see developing on day number 2 of the final week?
Well, at least for this final week, we got to take the note of Team Queso. We talked about it yesterday. They dropped 8 total points. I think he said they only had 1 placement under their belt out of all 6 games played. Obviously, we saw some signs of life from Loops. Furia had their moments and stuff like that. But the interesting part about this leaderboard is we're seeing a lot of these sort of point gaps that develop where it's those 50, 60 point margins. Even when we're looking at Team Liquid at Twisted Minds, that's roughly a 40, 50 point gap between the two, and those numbers, you don't really make those up in a day. With there only being 4 remaining days of play left for this fall split, it's really going to come down to these teams' bonus points days and who's really able to perform at the end of this tournament.
Yeah, seriously, and for Influence Rage, they do drop down a little bit. They've got a great lead, though, especially if we're talking top 7 to qualify 7 over that of Furia. So, over 100 points. So they're relatively safe to qualify for PMGC. But with them being in Group A, with this being their final bonus points day, how many points do you think they should shoot for? Obviously, as much as they can, but what's a realistic number to have them safely within top 5 and safely go into PMGC?
Realistic number for me for this team would be a solid 44. They've been able to put up 48. They've been able to put up 32. And then the highest they've been able to put up was last week with 63. So 40, you know what? Give me an 80 point. You finish off the day along the lines of somewhere in the 900 mark.
Sure.
I feel like that would be a really solid day for that team.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, 900 would be great, especially given the fact that Alpha7 just reached that yesterday. They were the first team to do so. They go for 1,000 today. They're for sure going to reach it, though. I mean, with the rate that they're going at, with how well that they're playing. But Influence Rage, 90 points today, 80 points. I think that's going to be a good spot to put them in. For Team Queso and Loops, though, Enigma, 4 points separate them. Furia is on the up and up, and you've been talking about AGG, right? Getting better and better, and a large reason for that is because of 7. He's been performing very well. How do we feel 5 through 8?
I mean, it's really going to come down to their bonus points. We're talking at least for that 5 through 8 placements. That's both Group B and C. That's going to be tomorrow and the day after. Really going to have that microscope on them of who's going to be able to actually perform, because you know, if you're looking at Influence Rage, you're just hoping to get as many points as possible. You're the team that starts the week off with your bonus points. But, you know, when these matches start with bonus points, this is when we really start seeing that leaderboard start to shake up a lot in terms of movement and play and stuff like that, like we've seen in the last 3 weeks. So I'm hoping for AGG, they're able to keep their placement consistent and at least keep moving themselves up the leaderboard, because these point gaps, these 50, 60, even 70 point leads these teams have, you're not going to make that up in one day. It's going to take the whole rest of the tournament.
That's it. Well, let's get serious now about Group A. You've got the Vicious, X Factor, and VIP. That's going to round out Group A, competing for their final bonus points of the tournament. Now, when we look at these rosters, what's realistic, right, 7? What's realistic for Vicious, X Factor, VIP? What are the goals they're shooting for?
For the Vicious, I feel like, man, for this team, is going to be something along the lines of maybe 35 points. I feel like that's very realistic for that team. Considering that we don't even... Actually, you know what? Let me take into consideration that PB is not here. I'm going to bring that down by 5 more points. So I'm going to say 30 points. Because that team just has been a big hit and miss for my liking. And I really don't think that they're going to be able to push up now for some other teams like X Factor, like VIP Esports. I mean, VIP, they were able to put up some good performances yesterday at the start of the day. So they could end up hurting some of the other teams that are trying to get those points, that are trying to fight for that top 5.
So as we're loading into map number 1 on Erangel, let's bring up PMGC points and talk about also what X Factor is going for today, because bonus points, they do count towards PMGC points. And for X Factor, their goal is either top 7, which is very far away, but also their other goal, which is far away, Enigma, is to catch up to Inco. How realistic is it that X Factor can utilize and maximize their bonus points day to catch up to Inco in PMGC points?
I'm finding it very unlikely. We're talking 130 point spread if they were to overtake Inco Gaming and being that North America representative. And X Factor, yeah, maybe if we're talking week 1 X Factor, if they're able to put up those numbers and stuff like that. But unfortunately, this squad, we even see the stats right now. Yeah, we have a few more eliminations than them. Overall, the damage per game is relatively similar, but X Factor, I mean, 150 points. Today's got to be the day where you make that from essentially that 120, 130 point difference in PMGC points to 20. And I'm not sure that X Factor is going to be able to drop a 100-point total today. And unfortunately, in my mind, today's the only day you're able to make a point gap. And if you're not able to do it today, we got to discredit you out of the tournament.
That's going to be the big part. Yeah, that's going to be the big part, right? I'm sure that they could maybe drop 100 points if they wanted to. They've been able to drop 51 points in week 1, like Enigma was talking about. We need to see that team again if they even want to be able to clutch up. Sure. But I think before I even say it, let's just roll something that Juancho was able to say yesterday.
So here, the thing here is the PMGC points, right? You guys are maintaining with this, especially with these points, a good difference between you and X Factor. You were asked earlier how you're feeling about that, and your answer has always been, since the beginning of the tournament, they're bad. We're not worried. But it got close. It got really close. And if you guys don't step it up, and they do, it can get ugly. Are you still with that confidence about it?
Not worried still. The closest they got was like 80 points something. I mean, that's a pretty considerable gap. So not worried.
I think it was close.
Oh, I guess they're not worried, 7. It seems as if Juancho's cool, calm, and collected, but a little bit later on in that interview, by the way, Sarpatch ended up fact-checking him and saying, look, it was a lot more points than you thought it was. And so Juancho's seems he's kind of struggling to keep up with what's taking place around him, but granted, it's been 17 days of hard competition.
Yeah, I mean, and then Juancho said, we're doing bad, so we're not going to be checking the score. And we know X Factor's doing bad too, so we definitely have nothing to worry about. And that's the main thing for me. I feel like for X Factor, we had some promising weeks, especially in week 1. And then I just saw a big decline out of that team. I feel like their bonus points was just the biggest outlier. They couldn't get into the final zones. And whenever they did get into fights, it just, the frags were there, but it just wasn't enough.
Wasn't enough. Well, let's see if it's enough today, right? The final chance for Group A to get their bonus points. Influence, Rage, X Factor, VIP, and the Vicious. Who's going to be the heaviest hitting team today? It might be someone outside of Group A. Maybe Alpha7, Team Liquid, Twisted Minds. Once again, let's find out. Let's head in to game number 1. 7 Enigma, take it away.
Oh, I can't wait to see which team is going to end up on top. And I don't mean on top in first place for the overall leaderboard, because I feel like it's pretty safe at the moment with the way Alpha7 is playing Enigma, that team is going to stay at number 1.
You and Jukes, you guys must share a brain or something, 7, because he was saying yesterday, yeah, they've locked it in. They're going to be the fall champions. And I didn't want to give Jukes the credit just yet. And I don't want to give you the credit either of saying, yeah, Alpha7, they've got that much of a point lead, and that's mostly because how well Twisted Minds played yesterday, right? Just how many points they're able to really accumulate. And the scary thing, 7, we didn't really get to talk about it much when it came to that overall and stuff like that, but both of those squads in first and second place with their point leads they already have over the rest of the teams below them, it's really going to be kind of that neck and neck race fight between them. But the crazy thing is that for bonus points, they're both playing on the same day at the very last station of the tournament. So both these teams, they're not going to know exactly how that leaderboard is going to shape out for either of them in that first to second place ranking until essentially after all games of the tournament have been played.
Yeah, and I'm an absolute nerd when it comes to patterns and data. And this thing, I'm glad you mentioned that they're both tend to share that bonus points, because even in their bonus points, Alpha7, at least in week 1 and in week 2, they were able to outpoint them and able to just edge them out, which is interesting, right? But with the thing is that with the way that Twisted Minds has been playing, something that I kind of just mentioned, and that is, it's not just Federal, it's not just Gisao, right? Rado Boys being able to put up good performances. The whole team overall is starting to put up great performances. I feel like that could be a bit of a push. I mean, I'm pretty sure you have been in this situation, Enigma, and I'm gonna start throwing you on the bus early on, baby. It's final week. We gotta do it. I'm pretty sure you have been in those situations where you just get in a rhythm and everything just starts falling in place. It feels like you just go full on ultra instinct.
Yeah, that's where you start talking about that flow state. People really start dialing in. Maybe people aren't talking as much, but you can read your teammates' thoughts almost. It's kind of that weird psychological position these teams get in. And the scary part about it is we've seen Alpha7 in that state. Team Liquid is obviously in that state for the first 2 weeks of the tournament. A lot of these teams, they've had their moments of brilliance, but Alpha7, man, we were pulling up the stats on the overall team eliminations. Yeah, Revo is near the top, but all 4 players were in that top 20 ranking of eliminations compared to every other team below them, where it's only having 2, maybe 3 players having those elimination rounds themselves. and then the IGL maybe falling significantly by 20 or 30 eliminations. So this squad really showing why they're the world champions, why they're here now with such a huge point lead. Because I mean, that right side, we're talking they're the only team still in 900 points. And today could very well be the day that if they perform like they did yesterday, 7, they could break the 1,000-point mark.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it does end up happening. And I think with this first game that we're going to be having in our hands, I feel like the game is also saying, you know what, let's give them a chance.
Yeah.
Let's have them break some history here in the PMSL. Let's see if they can be the first team to just cross over that 1,000 mark here today, because they're not going to have to really rotate much. They're already within the circle. The circle is going to be towards the north. So it'll be interesting to see what this team can do when they are already in the circle. They're not going to have to play the edge that we're so used to seeing, right? I do got to give some props, though. I got to give some props to Team Liquid yesterday. I feel like they had a bit of a bounce back from week number 3 by being able to get those 47 points, being able to finish off in that win. Some of the games that I saw, though, and I got to give them props on, is they are starting to rotate a lot faster out of Military Island when we go into Erangel. I feel like before they would take their sweet time. They were feeling much more confident in being able to get towards the middle of the zone. But a big change that I saw from yesterday is they seem a little bit more proactive on just moving a lot faster. I think within first 3 minutes, or for today, for at least for this match, they didn't get to land in military base because of the way the playing path was working out. But at least for yesterday, within 3 minutes, they were already starting to drive out of military base. And I feel like that is a big change. It's good to see them being able to adjust right now.
Yeah, but the scary thing is with those big changes, you know, that first match, they dropped a big old goose egg. Just happened from them running into X Factor and then getting picked apart. And we did see, you know, relatively the first, I guess, all 3 Erangels, that first zone was essentially the same, and they switched it up every time, but still keeping true to that. We want to rotate early. We want to get in across the bridge faster and start finding our spots in, because Hotjukes is making note of it a lot, of just this team, when they're on the edge, they struggle to work into the zone compared to Alpha7. Maybe it's just they like to play stuff maybe too textbook, and other teams are able to recognize that, or they're just not hitting the shots when they need to the most. But this team, Team Liquid, is still definitely a force to be reckoned with when it comes to if they get the zones. But for this, you know, match, like you said, they weren't able to drop Millie. The zone is pulling up towards shooting range. This is that question mark of, are you going to be able to work into this? Can you find yourself into this late game, or will you fall short like yesterday?
Yeah, and that's something that I've really been kind of pushing for as well in regards to this team. I want to see them have a good match when they're forced to play edge. I think maybe we got a chance to see one in week 1, which is a bit of a liar, right? Because everybody's kind of still feeling themselves. They're trying to see how some of the teams are going to be react. But now, after so many games, after we have seen so many scenarios with the same teams, I really want this team to just be challenged in that kind of scenario, especially because it's a team that, I mean, if I'm looking at the leaderboard and if I'm being realistic here, more than likely, unless they end up just absolutely sucking for the next couple of days, they won't end up going to league stage. But you know what? Let's put a pause on that, because Twisted Minds, the team that was able to get the most points yesterday, they are currently being able to start off hot here today, as they're being able to get some eliminations, confirm it against VIP, and the team that I was going to start praising a little bit because it is their bonus points. And maybe they could end up surprising some people with VIP. Yeah, that's not going to end up happening, especially when you have Twisted Minds just hunting you down.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I just feel sorry for him, because it seemed like VIP was trying to cross that bridge. Twisted Minds just having their squad together more than yours, and having, you know, Cunha so far away, your squad mates really just ISO'd out in these 1v3 situations, shows why Twisted Minds performed so well yesterday, and they're not having it just as a one-hit wonder on the day. They're starting today off strong, having 3, maybe even getting the last elimination. But now 2 squads that are desperately needing points, neither of their bonus points. 9Z's trying to take the fight to Latin Kings.
9Z's like, okay, it's not our bonus point, but you know what? We kind of want an early fight. We've seen this team being able to do great things in the past. I mean, team full of veterans. Pedrinho trying to get that angles into Texas, is going to be already in the building with them, seeing if he can maybe end up pushing a fight. Ooh. He's going to end up missing that shot, though, and Latin Kings is just going to be able to take full advantage of it and confirm. But they do currently have 2 players down. Latin Kings, 9Z actually needs to figure out what they want to do here. Do they want to end up pushing this, or do you just want to play it patient? What would you end up doing in this situation, Enigma?
I mean, you had to cross with your team at one point, just playing back. Aragod not able to make that cross. Luckily, they do get the nade knock onto, I believe, one of the players that was already naded. No, actually, Latin Kings having 2 players knocked. I would have liked to see, though, 9Z just 4-man pushing this, or at least having Pedrino, a 3rd player, up on the building. But now a lot of these teams, this game 7, they're not waiting for the action to start later on in the zones. They're taking the initiative early, and Team Liquid finding what seems to be an initial elimination on, I believe, Inco Gaming on this bridge side. And these teams are taking a lot of these fights, 7. Unfortunately, with that zone shift, they're not going to be in it. They got to start moving still.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing too on that zone shift? Just look how much control before that even next circle change. How much control Alpha7 had, the split that they have, the confidence that they're currently playing with, and the way that they're able to regroup. It sounds like I'm kind of glazing for this team, but it's just they're just playing so good, man, in regards to just being able to hold spots, being able to do certain things. I'm hoping that they continue on this form just throughout this whole tournament and kind of go into this type of form into PMGC League stage. One team that we're talking about that we kind of got a chance to see there towards the north was X Factor. They were making a rotation. But right now, Team Liquid, we're wondering what was going to happen with this team. Are they going to be able to find a way inside the circle? They're currently a little bit far away. Luckily for them, they didn't end up losing anybody with that fight on Inco, and I might have spoken too soon because they might end up blowing up this vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, it's still smoking. It's got a bit of HP left, but they were able to reach the dip just to the east. And Inco, I believe they were the squad that lost a player to Team Liquid pulling up, and that's kind of a bit of a question mark in my mind because I believe Inco Gaming drops at this school POI, so them not rotating across the bridge, playing this bridge camp, and then losing a player early on is definitely not the way you want these sort of camps to go on rotations. And Team Liquid, you know, we expect them when it comes to some of these setups, they're able to react to it in a terrific way, I guess you could say. So them getting 1 elimination is great, and it actually looks like
they're
Team Liquid, they're still waiting for Inco, seeing if they're going to maybe overextend here. I think one of them is actually to the south, so if Vitali's not careful, Team Liquid could potentially just full send auto him. Actually, it's going to be inactive, just really poking the bear here. I'm not sure if this is really the team you want to be messing with, 7.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know about this play right here. I had Juancho talking smack earlier to X Factor. I wanted a replay of that. We got a chance to do it. Shout out to Goalie for clutching that up. But for me, I mean, something that Inco needs to worry about as well right now is just that it's 3 players there from Team Liquid. Oh, you should be able to swap. Oh no! I was gonna be saying easy knock right there. There you go. That's gonna be an easy knock. And this is what I'm talking about in regards to Team Liquid and some of the decision making, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to them not being inside the circle, like, why even try to set yourself up? You had Cardozan already in the circle. He was able to scout for you, and you guys decide to just wait it out right here. More than likely end up losing that player. Yes, he's gonna end up getting eliminated right there. Chief sent back to the lobby. And now you just put yourself in a situation that you shouldn't really be in. You would have been, you pretty much would have had a free gel out of card with the rotation that you would have done from this fight. But instead, they decide to stick a little bit too long, and I feel like it's going to end up hurting them long at the end of the game. I don't even think they're going to be able to make it there, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, they lost Chief. I think it was just the player that was knocked on that rock kind of just didn't even know where he was getting shot from. I think Nenabete just so far away, it was hard for him to kind of pinpoint where he was getting shot. But this scary part is where Mythic's at currently. And the rest of his teammates already rotated, kind of left him hung out to dry, trying to maybe pick off inactive. And for Inco Gaming, you know, it's nice seeing the elimination, but with the positioning they had and stuff like that, I really would have figured they'd have a lot better position, maybe in the spot of where the Vicious are at or Loops. But instead, they decided to wait so long and kind of force themselves onto the edge to now they have to start rotating into these circle shifts. And for the most part, these squads, we saw that zone shift still 7. Twisted Minds, Alpha7, the 2 top dogs in the lobby, both have pretty nice spots in this circle.
They're going to have really nice spots, and that's going to be scary for a lot of the teams. The Vicious, currently we see them driving around. It is their bonus point. There are a team that's in 9th place that they're trying to close that gap there to the top 7. It's going to have to take just an insane amount of performance here today for that team to just fully take advantage of this bonus points and even try to make themselves a little bit closer. And then for the rest of the week, just continue to be consistent. I feel like that's the major one. Just being able to be consistent, as we see Ayala from Team Liquid ends up getting knocked. They're full Inference Rage. And this is the thing, man. This is the thing that I hope Team Liquid, you go back and you look at this fight, especially the earlier fight with Inco. Enigma, could it possibly been, since they did end up eliminating that Inco player, right?
Yeah.
They saw it was the Inco team, and they were like, you know what? Let's switch up our strat, because they already had Cardozan inside the circle. They were like, let's try to hold off this team. Let's see if maybe we can just edge some more eliminations, and then it end up backfiring.
I mean, I think they should have just gone for that wipe on Inco. You know, that team's right at the bottom of the leaderboard. You're looking for those eliminations, at least matching the pace early on of whether it's Twisted Minds or Alpha7 in those elimination brackets. But really just second guessing maybe the team having different ideas, like you said, having one player already in the circle. But two teams that are desperately needing points, at least AGG for the most part, having to make this bridge cross around this Georgepol area. And I kind of feel sorry because Alpha7 was camping this bridge at one point with Mafioso holding that spread, and then NRG comes in and holds you to it. And, you know, the zone is right next to him on the edge. But, man, AGG, I gave him a lot of hope, a lot of credit. And, unfortunately, this game is looking a little rough for him.
So it's only game one. You know what? Let's stay on that hope. Let's stay on that hope because yesterday they were able to have some good matches. They even ended up with a win as well, which I thought was quite nice, even if it was in Sandhawk. And sometimes people tend to say, it's Sandhawk. Don't pay attention to it. Still, the win's a win. VIP Esports ends up getting eliminated. And but this is going to be super tough for AGG to even get out of. And you were talking about Alpha7 being able to kind of hold the circle earlier. Alpha7 decided to go straight towards the middle of the circle. They were like, Team Liquid is not going to take this center. We'll be the Team Liquid right now. We'll take the center. And that's the thing about Alpha7 and the thing why Hot Jukes and myself are so hyped out on the way they're playing right now, because they're just so good at readjusting, man. They can play edge, they can play middle. It does not matter. As now we have Alpha7 Esports following Team Liquid and looking to just disintegrate them. There goes one player. They're going to let the other one go by. Actually, he's going to hop out. Oh, there you go. Team Liquid being able to get two players. And at least that's going to be some elimination points there, which gets taken away by Furia.
I mean, you really hate to see that. Nino just gets absolutely demolished on the 1v1 jump out in the vehicle, and then you don't realize that, hey, that's not the same team as the squad in the compound. That's a whole different duo. So Furia just kind of saying, thank you, Team Liquid, for those two elimination points. We're on the edge of zone. We don't have to worry about you in the lobby. And that's the 7th place team. We're seeing that 60-point gap between them and Team Queso, but every point matters. And if you're wanting to close that gap, I think the idea a lot of these teams have, 7, is at the end of each day, they're looking to at least close gaps by 20 points at a minimum. They're needing to start closing it, maybe even more than that. You talked about those bonus point numbers these teams need. And I was saying X Factor, you got to get 50 today in bonus points. That means 100-point total game. Some of these other squads maybe have different ideas or numbers in their mind, but man, these engagements these teams are having to take are so do or die, especially with so little left in the game. And Inco Gaming being one of those squads being eliminated here in the South George Grade 7. And the question mark is going to be, can X Factor really have pop-up performances today on their bonus points to close it? Or is Inco going to get away with that PMGC slot? But Loops now, they're taking the fight with the rest of AGG. Now, I think it was just 2 solos here. Vitin winning it out, having 5 eliminations for the squad. And AGG, unfortunately, 7, you wanted me to give them hope, and they're not going to have it this game.
Just this game.
Just this game.
Just this game. Tomorrow is going to be their bonus point. Maybe they're testing out different stuff. Like, okay, this circle kind of caught us off guard. We'll be able to do better in the next one. But you were talking about Inco getting eliminated there. We got a chance to see it too, due to the hands of Team Queso. If I'm X Factor, dude, if I know that Inco got eliminated right now, I gotta see how bad you want to be able to qualify to PMC, because top 7, it's just too far for this team. Inconsistency being there has been there. I need to start seeing some eliminations out of this team. Luckily for this team, if they do end up fighting anybody, it's going to be NA versus NA and RG at the north. But they have so much room to work with, especially with some of the other teams that we're seeing right now on the screen, just having to fight for some ground with the circle. And I mean, the area that we're just currently working with, Influence Rage, a team that is currently within those bonus points, trying to see if they could maybe eliminate some players from Twisted Minds. Instead, Twisted Minds ends up eliminating some of them. And right now, Furia is going to get drive by, and Furia's going to be able to react quite well to that, as they're going to be able to just get Diego, going to force Little Boy to just hop out of this vehicle, and Furia needs to be careful not to get a little bit too... Okay. There you go, Furia. Great play. This is what I'm talking about. This is the stuff I want to see from Alpha7. I mean, not from Alpha7, from X Factor. I want to see them to be a little bit more aggressive, but just not too aggressive, because one of the Furia players did end up getting knocked. And now we have the Vicious Enigma trying to take the fight to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds having one player already knocked, Obscure trying to give that support fire, already having 3 out of 5 eliminations for the squad. Gazal having to be the one focused out with nades, luckily not getting knocked, but the Vicious, they were able to hold this compound early on in that zone 2 or 3 range. Now they're able to start actually moving up the mountain to start pressuring these teams, and unfortunately for them, They're going against that second place squad that's already been feeling themselves in this Aaron Gill match. So if we're the Vicious, obviously we would like seeing that leaderboard change up kind of happen, but this is against one of those teams where it's really do or die. You cannot give the first knock. And with Gazao, I mean, what was it, 19 eliminations yesterday alone on the day. It's not something, but if you take him out first, 7, that's a nice start to it. Obscure and Federal now having to pull up, trying to give the support fire, and the Vicious, they're making their move.
Oh, and the Vicious is feeling aggressive as they're going to be just hunting down Twisted Minds here, and it's going to end up backfiring because Federal's had that angle. He's going to end up knocking one of the players there and just going to make the Vicious slow down a little bit more. So that's the thing, right? You can be as aggressive as you want to be, especially after you get a knock. But when you have a team like Twisted Minds, when Twisted Minds was able to do what they were able to do yesterday, and that's just not just one player. It's not Federal, it's not Gisao, it's not Obscure, it's not Rudderboy. Everybody's being able to put up good performances here. They need to be careful as the Vicious now trying to get a little bit closer. Now, Twisted Minds is the one that's going to get a little bit too aggressive. Federal almost getting to just knock one of those players is going to end up backfiring, though, as the Vicious. Now they have the advantage. Now, this is the time where they need to go aggressive here and just end up wiping Obscure. And Obscure just trying to stay alive a little bit longer, but it's going to be easier said than done as the Vicious just too powerful right there. Too many numbers and ends up eliminating Twisted Minds in 10th place with 5 elims.
Yeah, but it wasn't just the end of it. Furia, they were that trio on that roadside, that dip, that Influence Rage got wiped by. They actually opted to rotate around and take the fight up the hillside. And I was worried for the Vicious. They were having to worry about the zone, but now they have to worry about another squad coming up, not giving them the reset. We see a Gusta getting a thirst on Rez. I believe a nade knock as well on another player. So the Vicious, they had such a strong fight against Twisted Minds, but everyone's forgetting, hey, there's more than just one other team in the lobby. This is not a 4v4 game, and looks like David is also going to be taken out. I think it's just 2 players. Oh, man. Furia, though, they have 5 eliminations already, 7. Even though they've lost our 2s and early on that pull-up from Influence Rage, they've still got their next spot in zone here.
I mean, they definitely have the next spot, especially with not having to really worry about what the Vicious is going to be doing, right? I think the Vicious currently only has just 1 player left. That's going to be a big worry just off your shoulders. Now, okay, that angle is going to be a little bit more secure. They're going to have a lot of more room to work with. And for the Furia, what do you think would be the number for them to hit to at least kind of hope that they stay within that top 7 today? I would say, honestly, realistically, is not their bonus point. I would say I want to see at least a 50-point day for the Furia.
Yeah, I think they got to catch up to that 780 mark, just right around Loops' total points. Yeah, Loops will get some points, some eliminations, at least their number will go up. But as long as you make that just a little bit smaller each day, you're trying to secure yourself a safer position for your PMGC qualification, because there's the 220 on the line. You'll get more prize money if you move up in the placements, but the main thing everyone's eyeing is that PMGC qualification, because you want to be the team to represent your region. And now the team that we're having the question mark 7, they held this north side trying to get their qualification of PMGC over Inco, is going to be X Factor. They're still going to be 4 up. They've got 1 elimination on FSS, but they still got to work in here, and it seems like a lot of teams are still 4-man strong.
Yeah, and right now for X Factor, I feel like their biggest nemesis so far in this one. And no, it's not going to be NRG. I've been seeing Alpha7 just knock them over and over again. Now we're going to be looking at Furia there, trying to pick up one of the players. 2 of the players that are currently down, I think it might have been Team Queso with the rotation they've been doing. Team Queso, I mean, they had an absolutely awful day yesterday. I think you were telling me, and I got a chance to see it too. Only 8 points for that team. The inconsistency has been absolutely insane. So maybe due to their inconsistency, could today just be a pop-off day?
I mean, hopefully it will be. They already got that elimination on the Juancho earlier on Inco. They're trying to make the move on Furia now, but Milos giving the first initial knock. The rest of the team, they're actually completely spread out on the bridge, so getting a little too over-eager, I think, on their positioning. While that's going on, though, they're turning their sights to X Factor Slam onto the Loop solo. This is going to be the compound on the north side of the road. We'll be having some players getting knocked, but man, Furia, they forgot about Team Queso. Another pickoff elimination onto this team, and both these squads, actually Team Queso's got 6 eliminations under their belt. There's still a 3-man here, so this could be a potential for a lot of these squads, 7, to really start racking up some eliminations in this late game.
Yeah, and you were talking about that big split that Team Queso had. I think they might have heard you. I think they definitely were listening to you, because now they're starting to regroup, and guess what? Earlier, it was Alpha7 versus X Factor. I was talking about how Alpha7 just kept kicking off players, just knocking them down there for X Factor. Now it's going to be another NA team that they're going to have to worry about, and it's not going to be any other than NRG. NRG was already able to eliminate Mafioso.
Oh.
McGrillen's gonna get knocked here. Things are looking up for NRG as they're gonna just have the numbers on their advantage. It just comes down to that execution, and this is a team that sometimes you can be up against Alpha7, but Alpha7 sometimes can find a way to just clutch it up, especially if you have other teams like IG helping them out.
It's never just a 4v4. Alpha7, they're already sticking the reset onto their player that's knocked. I believe that's McGrill. And NRG, though, they have yet to start any of their notions. And now here we go. The smokes, they start fading. IG's doing a pressure to both squads now. And looks like it's actually just going to be an Alpha7 solo player up trying to get the reset. NRG's down to a 2-man. Make that 3, one of them being 1 HP. And unfortunately, you know, if IG was to play this right, I think they just look for this third party they send out of the compound when these two teams fight 7, because you know both these squads are going to be taking casualties.
I think IG just ended up helping Alpha7 in just such a massive way. They only had 1 player alive. You saw the NRG players just thinking about that push, and as soon as that knock came earlier on, they decided to slow it down, which is their smart play there for NRG. Yeah. But look how close Fate is going to be here within this. Players from Alpha7, but they need to be careful. They need to be able to hit up those shots. Revo misses some shots right there. He's gonna have to go back. Carrillo's very low right now. Revo's gonna end up getting knocked in. Here we go. They were able to use those smokes perfectly as NRG is just gonna overtake Alpha7 and sends them to the lobby. And Alpha7 actually ends up getting 0 eliminations for the whole match. We're gonna be switching over to another team. NA, let's go, baby. Maybe it was the flower shirts. Maybe I shouldn't have been wearing them the whole time. As X Factor is now going to be looking over to some of the other teams like IG, like NRG, and they still have all 4 alive. Currently 1 is knocked, but it could be looking like a great game here for X Factor.
Yeah, but the problem is with X Factor, as soon as they get 1 player knocked, it just seems to be that chain of events of multiple of them getting knocked and eliminated. We see Caprice holding that off angle, trying to make sure Cold Goat doesn't completely wrap around him. And we can't forget the fact that Team Queso is a 3-man. If X Factor was to really force this fight, they should theoretically have the uphill advantage, to say the least. But it's all about that mental game. Do you remember that elimination feed saying, hey, you know, this has to be Team Queso? Do we think they're eliminated? A bunch of different things are running through these players' minds. And unfortunately for X Factor, they haven't really been able to piece those thought processes together compared to those week 1 performances like we've seen in the last 2 weeks. So hopefully X Factor, I'm wanting to see them make this aggressive push. They want this hillside, because if they're able to clear out Team Queso here 7, I feel they have a strong spot to win this match.
100%. I feel like Team Queso is definitely the biggest threat right now to them possibly getting a win here in this scenario. But right now, the way Team Queso has been able to collect themselves, and on top of that, the scary one right there, you need to take care of that one. You need to take care of Cold Goat, because that man is scary. Okay, there you go. Now their chances just went up by a lot more as we're going to be switching over to another fight as NRG just making it a full-on red zone here towards IG, and IG is just returning the favor. They're starting to send out those nades. Spec is going to end up getting knocked. Casper's going to end up getting knocked as well. And there you go. One of the nades finally ends up connecting for NRG. But, oh, man, what looks so promising there with so many nades flying for NRG is starting to turn around as they're making a push. Can 24K clutch this up? He's going to make sure that player, Hayuya, backs up. And this could be a toss-up here. At 24K, going to be able to sneak up on him. Oh, yes, he had me. I thought he was going to be able to get it. The other teams aren't going to be able to get it. Oh, there you go. IG, a team that I was not expecting to even be here in a top 3 position, especially with this map, especially with everything going on. Being able to just knock off NRG. And if I'm X Factor, I'm feeling good right now. They were able to take care of Team Queso, and they didn't end up losing any players. And on top of that, is FS currently popping off with 4 eliminations.
Yeah, 7 total on the squad. I would have liked to see them maybe get a little bit aggressive on that intense gaming knock they got, but X Factor choosing to play this sort of late game circle out. It's a 4v4 straight up situation, and I was kind of worried because NRG was getting a few nade knocks, I believe having 2 down on intense game at one point, but that smoke cross was a little bit too much. No vehicles in play, just had to run on foot. But with the zone shift 7, intense game has to move out from the compound. They have to either storm the hill here or just play in the open in front of X Factor. So in my mind, it's still going to be the question of, can X Factor execute this to perfection and get another win under their belt?
And then for IG, it's going to be like, can we maybe end up getting some of those lucky shots? Can we end up hitting our shots there on one of the players up top? Ends up getting one of the knocks, because guess what? They still have one of the vehicles, and they're going to probably end up using that vehicle to just bait him out a little bit more. He's going to be full sending it here. Okay, that great push there by Guapo, as he's going to be right up onto X Factor. Can he use this opportunity? He's going to be going up against the P90, and that's going to be a tough one as Baton just knocks him out and confirms him right away. Now, what looked to be tough is looking even tougher as now is only going to be just Hayuya. X Factor right now, 8 eliminations. They're looking to just take this win and make that gap on the PMGC points closer and closer to Inco Gaming. Baton is going to be pushing up here with the shotgun, and this should be an easy wrap-up. Just don't make sure you don't send it one by one as Hayuya just going to turn it around. He's going to be able to knock one. He's going to pre-fire another one. That's going to be at least one elimination to their tally. And what is Baton doing? He banned him!
Oh no, you can't do that. That's a double points team. 7 doing that to a squad. We can't be doing that, please. Not today. Not with the pan.
The disrespect. Look at the smile there on their face, making that because yeah.
He's like, yeah, just get it over with. Get it over with. I mean, Taylor, the pan. Come on, baby. You don't see that every day.
No, you don't, but I'm happy we did, and I'm also happy we see NA7. We didn't get the flower shirt today, but it doesn't matter. North America still makes it happen. You had just enough flour. Just enough flour on that collar, man.
Actually, yeah, it does have some flowers on it.
Yes, it does. And that's why we got it.
Can't really see it.
Hey, right? I love it. Hey, good stuff. X Factor. Got to make the miracle run today to catch up to Inco when it comes to PMGC points. And I think a winner chicken dinner with 10 eliminations. Enigma, that's a great start.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, that squad able to keep essentially all 4 players alive to the end. That's not something we really see from NA when we get our wins and stuff like that. It's usually kind of comes down to that 1v1 dynamic. We're throwing the question mark up of, you know, are we able to clutch this situation? But thankfully for X Factor, especially on their bonus points day, they're able to start off strong with that win.
Well, starting off strong, Twisted Minds managed to rack up at least 5 eliminations, which is a lot better than some of the rosters out there. Alpha7, for example, they do get some placement points, but only 0. Big goose egg when it comes to elims. And for Team Liquid, the struggles continue on. So for Twisted Minds, the big winner when it came to the top 3 rosters. But if you go down a little bit, there is 2 teams that have been neck and neck, 7. That's Furia and that's Loops, and they both finish in 7th and 6th place respectively with 7 eliminations. Both of those teams have been in a race to top 7 or to solidify their top 7 position for quite some time now.
Yeah, the thing for Furia, right, is it's not currently their bonus point, and that's the main big takeaway for me, is that tomorrow is going to be their bonus points. But if they're able to be consistent, as long as Loops Esports ends up just, you know what, let them keep getting eliminated just one right before Furia ends up, because they're just going to end up closing that gap. And at the end of the day, that's all that Furia needs to do. They just need to get a little bit closer to Loops Esports. They need to keep that gap as close as possible, because you don't know what's going to end up happening there towards the top 7, or which team honestly might end up popping up on one of their bonus days. I know AGG, I know Enigma's been hyping them up. I kind of enjoyed what I saw out of them yesterday. Tomorrow's going to be their big bonus point day too. So just create yourself a big cushion. And I got to give credit to NRG here with the way that they were able to just take care of Alpha7. They ended up using those smokes wonderful just to cover themselves from IG, and ends up eliminating them. And for Alpha7 to end up with zero elements for the way that the circle was just playing in their favor, that was actually a big surprise for me.
Well, it's a big surprise to see North America as a whole being aggressive, wolf-packing together. We don't see that too often. One of the criticisms we've had about NA rosters, and really NRG, is that they break up too much, Enigma, right?
Yeah.
They're always breaking up. One player's going here, one player's going there. They're focused on too many engagements at the same time. This time, they were able to solidify, okay, we go at Alpha7. Now we move on towards Team K. So now we move on to Intense Game. Like they were focused, right, as a team. And this is the pan at the end, man. Look, get it in, baby. Get it in. I'm happy with that. But seriously, 40 points for X Factor, 11 for NRG. Intense Game, shout out to you. You come back in. You were so close to getting your second winner chicken dinner. But Enigma, this is the best I've seen NA play in quite some time. Again, wolfpacking together, staying together, so critical at this level.
Yeah, first, second, third place. I'm not sure if we've even really seen that at all in the tournament. Unfortunately, we've had, you know, those 90-something games. So this being the first time is a little disappointing for me to kind of think of, but it's still really nice to see. You know, our big criticism is just the placement of our teams. We get those squad wipes usually early on, but for NRG, they're able to piece it together. They go from Alpha7, they turn their sights to Intense Game. X Factor, you know, was able to take that fight on the north against Loops, turn their sights to Team Queso. All these teams came in with a plan, and thankfully for them, they were able to execute it compared to their previous weeks.
Inco, though, did not come in with a plan. They're a team that is skating by based off of PMGC, and that could be why they've had such a bad fall season. I didn't consider that 7, but maybe they just kind of skated by, said, well, we're already going to PMGC. Why do we care about the fall season? Let's just rest on our laurels and rest on our previous points, right? So now for X Factor, they're like, no, that's not going to be the case. We have to get 100 plus today. They've already solidified 40. If Inco continues to skate by, X Factor can make a miracle run and pass them up.
As much fun as I was poking of X Factor at the beginning of the day, I do want that race to be closer. I want it to be closer than those 56 points that Sour Patch was able to kind of fact check yesterday when he was talking to Juancho. And for Inco, I mean, we know what you guys were able to do yesterday. Let's try to mimic that, right? And for that team, remember, they had the early fight against Team Liquid too. Hopefully, they'll be able to narrow it down here. But for X Factor, they need to continue to do those kind of rotations. I feel like that was the main thing that we obviously sometimes wouldn't get a chance to see it for X Factor, but they just a beautiful rotation towards the north of shooting range and just had so much room to work with.
Well, nothing will change on the top 8. Everything will stay the same. There are some points getting closer and further away, but we'll have to wait later on throughout the other 5 games to see if we have any movement. And for the second page, no movement as well. And for the Vicious, this is a big day for them to break back onto the top page, to potentially get closer to top 7. They were just points away from breaking onto the top page, and on their double points day, you would have already expected them to be there, but they fall flat in game number 1. 9th place, 4 eliminations. It's just not going to be enough, so they've got a lot more work ahead of them. For VIP, again, game number 1 just not going for them, but they're also really far down when it comes to the standings. It's not going to be the biggest impact, so now all eyes has to be on Influence Rage and X Factor after that game number 1. But for X Factor, good on them. They're like 80-something points away, I think, now from catching up potentially over towards Inco, who have continued to skate by. And at this point, I hate to say it, as much as a fan I am of Juancho, I want to see X Factor be there. If not X Factor, then NRG, because they have proved themselves over and over again during the fall season, and Inco has fallen flat time in and time again. Well, that's game 1 done. We got 5 more games to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Miramar coming your way.
A 1,000 years ago, vampires, werewolves, and humans coexisted under the Dracula's tyranny. An alliance rose against him. On the brink of defeat, the Dracula went berserk, attacking all. Humans and werewolves sealed him in a castle, securing a fragile peace. Now, this peace is about to shatter.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, Day 17. Hey, it is North America Day. Three out of the 4 North America teams finish up in top 3 after game number 1. And X Factor is looking to make the miracle run throughout their PMGC points to catch up to Inco to secure a spot at PMGC. They're still far away, but they've had the best start possible. 10 eliminations, a winner chicken dinner, putting them that much closer to catching up to Inco, who refuses to step up, and they haven't throughout all of the fall season. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Seven and Enigma. We're just seconds away from hopping into game number 2 onto Miramar. And for Seven, you've got the pan out, and rightly so, man, because we saw an epic pan elimination earlier.
Yeah, I had to. All right, I had to bring it out. I'm currently just dusting it off. Like, I'm sure the last player from X Factor was like, you know what? Let's make a highlight. Let's try to make a highlight here. And boy, I'm happy for it. I'm telling you, Enigma, I'm with you. That should count for 2 points, not just 1. That's a great play.
Well, Jukes and I were talking yesterday. We were seeing Alpha7 maybe go for that melee, glider throw. I'm like, nah, we got to see more melees. We got to see more BMs. And, you're saying Team Queso was listening to the comms just now in the stream. I think, X Factor is thinking, Enigma's onto something. We got to go for those. And if you're in the 1v4 spot, might as well make it a little lively for the viewers. And we all enjoy it to see a pan finish at the end.
Yeah, we definitely do, mate, because you don't see them too often, right? Because they're just risky to do. Plus, it's also BM, but I'm here for it, especially as a spectator. Naturally, that's what I am. By the way, just a little stat update. NRG has 2 players now up in the top 10, and I believe they did already, but either way, they solidified it even more as Fate is now number 4 on the elimination leader list, and then Casper is number 7, a combined total, I believe, of 25 eliminations between the two. They're tearing it up. NRG is playing very, very well. We'll see if they can finish up towards the top. Still, though, it's Guizao who's holding on tight to the overall eliminations, and they continue to do so. And I tell you what, they are looking great. Going into Miramar yesterday, this was Alpha7's big game. They're second in a row with 12 eliminations. Let's see if they can do it once again, or can we get back-to-back X Factor wins? It's entirely possible if they continue to play as a team. Let's move into game number 2. Seven Enigma, take it away.
I know everybody in NA is going to be like, yeah, let's go back-to-back X Factor wins. Please, Inco, keep throwing, because they're going to be able to close that gap. And honestly, after that first game, the amount of points that Inco Gaming was able to expand on their lead from X Factor, it's just closed up in just 1 game. And that's what can happen when you take advantage of those bonus points, Enigma.
Yeah, we've always loved bonus points. That whole idea of one day could be that sort of game changer, turn your head on a swivel and really bring yourself back into it. Because, like I said, the total number was 120 something points they had to get. They closed a third of that after 1 game, and 10 eliminations. We've seen more out of some of those top first place finishing squads, seeing maybe 15, 16 eliminations. And X Factor, especially after seeing that game 1 performance, they're definitely a squad where they could possibly get more than 10 eliminations if they're in that top 3 position. Again, the big key factor is going to be in their games today, 7. Obviously, they have that win today. They got those 10 placement points. If you're having maybe one of those more poorer performances, you got to at least find maybe 1 or 2 placement points and then getting a few eliminations under your belt. Because if you're wanting to catch Inco, you cannot have any 0-point games today, maybe even 4-point games today. It's got to be something up there near that 6 to 8 range if it's not one of your strong days or one of your strong maps maybe. But obviously, with X Factor, it's not going to be just today's performance. Afterwards, if they were to finish strong this bonus points day, they still got to beat it out against Inco.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think minimum 7th place and minimum in regards to eliminations, give me a solid 5.
Yeah.
All right? I'm not asking for much, X Factor. You guys can definitely do that. I've seen you do that, and you've been able to exit way before 7th place. I remember when we were casting, I forgot which week it was. It might have been week 2.
Yeah.
We were casting together, and I just kept saying this, yo, please, hear me out. And I think I even said this about NRG too. Just secure me a top 5 and all your players are alive. And then they would do that, and then they would just start performing so well because these players are able to frag out. I have to say it again, man. The way that X Factor was able to play the edge and the way that they were able to rotate in the last aerial, I'm hoping they realize that, and I'm hoping they're willing to take a little bit of risk in regards to some of those rotations too, and not focus so much towards the middle, because playing that edge worked out wonders for them. And on top of that, they took care of Team Queso. at the end.
Yeah, but the big difference I got to make note of is if we're looking at X Factor compared to Inco, because that's going to be the whole idea with these PMGC points and stuff like that. Inco Gaming, they take so long to make the rotations. They wait so long to just even get in from the blue zone in that zone 4, even 5 range. Like we see, if we compare them to X Factor, yeah, they play the edge, but they're still giving themselves room to work with trying to get into the zone. While the squad, Inco Gaming, I think it's just more they don't really have a game plan when it comes to coming into some of these circle shifts. Alpha7, of course, is one of those edge teams. Maybe they're afraid of fighting a lot of these squads, but luckily for X Factor, they're not afraid to take gunfights with anyone. That's why in the first week, X Factor is able to push out, Alpha7 out of that Severny, or I believe it's Lipovka drop on that east side by Shelter. So it's just this squad. There's really just a night and day difference we're seeing between X Factor and Inco already. It's just a matter of if X Factor can finish off strong in this tournament to try to steal away that PMGC slot.
Yeah, I think that's the main one, man. This team has just shown great stuff. I mean, I got to give it to Half-Life 2 because that player has just been an absolute tear for the whole team. We have seen some great stuff out of FS at times, but just not very consistent. Out of Baton as well.
Yeah.
But Half-Life, I feel like he has just been so consistent for what I usually like to look in a player, and especially a fragging player. And I'm hoping that it continues on like that. I'm hoping that this team can find their form because of that. And the thing is, I kind of want, and I'm 100% with what Reflections was saying earlier too.
Yeah.
I kind of want Inco to be a little bit surprised.
Yeah.
A little bit shocked too. Because they have played super chill. I feel like this is not the Inco that I was expecting coming into PMSL Americas.
Yeah,
I'm a little bit of a letdown of the way that they've been performing, and I kind of want X Factor to just challenge them.
Yeah, I think it's kind of just making Inco realize, oh my goodness, like we actually could just throw this. And that whole idea of having such a huge lead, having this carefree attitude, I hate seeing that as a previous competitive player. I don't like that idea of a team coming in here. We're talking 120 games of practice if you were wanting to look at it that way, instead of looking for that top placement. 120 games of practice against some of the best teams in the world. And you're having this carefree attitude. You're saying, oh, we don't really care because we're just going to make it to PMGC. We're wanting you to perform well at PMGC. We're talking, we are one of the dominant regions. Obviously, Brazil is the main forefront of that, but we go against Brazil in these PMSL Americas tournaments. We're the team that's going against them, trying to have that iron sharpen iron statement I like saying over and over, because we're needing to improve. And NA, unfortunately, for having this carefree attitude, if we're really falling short, and obviously they have 2 Brazilian players from the old roster that came over. They paired up with Juancho and Inactive from the previous Titan Gaming squad. Those players, they've made a name for himself in NA, but the problem is you don't want to be just NA7. You don't want to be just Americas. You want to make it to that PMGC stage and have everyone in the world looking at you.
Oh, that's for sure, 100%. I think after that first game, too, something that we kind of need to just notate for the viewers, that gap for the PMGC points has come down to 88 points. Oof. And the thing for X Factor, I mean, if I was to add up all the bonus points, and we got a chance to see that during the leaderboards too, X Factor has been able to get way more bonus points than Inco Gaming. So if for some reason they do the unlikely thing that we were kind of talking about, seeing like 100 point, that would be a massive push for this team, because they could make it just not even going into tomorrow. They could just close up that gap in a big way. And whenever Inco does have their bonus points, I mean, if history repeats itself and they show us what they've been showing us just throughout the past 3 weeks on their bonus points, they're not going to end up scoring any more than 30 points, which is going to leave it very close for Sunday. And boy, then it'll be a nail biter. And then I'll make sure I definitely don't wear any flower shirts, because I don't want to jinx anybody.
Yeah, and that whole thing where we were discussing, the leaderboard, like point spreads, we're talking, 30, 40 between maybe that 6th, 7th spot. We're talking that 100-point gap between maybe, 14th and 15th place. Inco Gaming, X Factor, yeah, they've got big point spreads when it comes to making it towards that top 7 ranking. But this final week is you're really going to start determining, okay, what leaderboard am I wanting to look at? Am I wanting to look at those PMGC points leaderboard, or am I wanting to look at this overall leaderboard in Americas? And obviously, Alpha7, Twisted Minds, they're focused on this tournament. They're focused on just these points and stuff like that. We see them coming in every game, showing the best of the best, why they're at the 1st and 2nd place on the leaderboard. But for X Factor, for especially Inco Gaming, They've had a lot more lackluster performances in those week 2 and 3 days. Obviously, like you said, X Factor has been performing a lot better on those bonus points, but you still got to be able to finish the tournament strong. And I really just hope, it's kind of that screw you kind of idea with the X Factor of they come in strong, they get maybe that 100-point day today because they've already gotten 40. They've already reached almost halfway after one game. If they're able to come in and really start saying, Inco, you're not going to get this for free. And I know none of the viewers want Inco Gaming to get this for free. We want to see them have their run for their money in this performance. Let's make it an actual tournament for NA and see who's going to be the best representative for our region.
And I'm all for it. And with that new circle that we have, let's see what kind of rotation this team's going to end up doing, because, boy, it is going to be a tough one. And some of the players, I think they're committed to it. I think they're going to try to just find their will and finesse themselves into that circle. And I was hoping, and I know sometimes you don't really get a chance to see this, and I know it would have been a tough one. I was hoping they would just go unorthodox. They would just either sweep towards the north and go to Hacienda del Patron, do something crazy. But hey, going in between all those teams is something crazy as well. Just not the crazy that I wanted to see. Team Queso, a team that had an awful performance yesterday. I mean, they turned it up a little bit in that last match. We got a chance to see some great stuff too. We got a chance to see them recognizing too whenever they were a little bit too split and regrouping. Cold Goat has just been such a standout for me in this tournament. I'm hoping he continues on. And I mean, it will be a team that continues on with their current PMGC points, at least for LATAM. They are miles ahead. So I think that's a team that's definitely going to be making it to PMGC league stage. As you can see, Twisted Minds, that's a team that's trying to secure that spot. That's a team that's trying to challenge Alpha7, and they're going to be challenging Team Queso, and they are going to be able to at least get one knocked. They're going to be trading right there, as now there is still going to be one more player. It's going to be none other than Obscure. Obscure is going to get knocked, but that's going to give him a chance for Twisted Minds to try to push up this fight. There's only just 2 players left alive for that team.
Yeah, but it's not just them. Alpha7 starting to rain down from the mountain. And the scary thing for Team Queso was they went 1-for-1 on trades against Twisted Minds. All of those fights were 2v1s on that ridgeline, but still losing a player in the engagement. So Twisted Minds, I'd like to see this sort of aggression come out from the squad. Now maybe realizing, hey, we're not able to make this cross to the warehouse because of Alpha7. And this is the problem. You take this early engagement, you're questioning sending it to the center of zone on that circle shift. And this is the reason why you start seeing teams like Alpha7 saying, hey, we're already set up here. What do you guys think you're doing fighting so early? And that's why Alpha7, they've already picked up 1 elimination, not even a knock of their own, on to Team Queso.
If we know Alpha7, they're going to be looking to be a little bit more aggressive, getting involved into more fights. Even if they do have that high ground, they're going to be looking to just annoy some of the other teams, because 0 eliminations for that team is so unlikely, even if they were able to secure that 5th place in that last Erangel. They're just looking to be like, okay, hey, we're first place for a reason, people. All right. You're about to see why we're currently in first place. And for Twisted Minds and Team Queso, not what you want to see. For Team Queso, though, at least they were able to pick up that extra player that was knocked. That means that they're currently going to have 3. And for Twisted Minds, with those 2 right there, this is just going to be an absolute standout for quite a minute. As you can see, Alpha7, you were mentioning it earlier, Enigma, they're looking to get those angles. Let's see what this next circle is going to be doing, as X Factor was able to find a way in. And I swear, if we get X Factor versus NA versus NRG again, NA versus NA, which we might.
I mean, well, they're actually going to be able to both have spots, I think, they'll kind of be able to hold hands next to each other. But this idea with this Twisted Minds and Team Queso compound, I could picture maybe even Latin Kings kind of pulling up, making a third-party potential happen. But look at the crazy control again. Back-to-back Game 7. Alpha7 holding a huge split. Obviously, I know you're not a fan of Mafioso being that off-angle player. He's typically the one that gets caught out in some of these situations.
Oh, I like it. No. Don't get me wrong.
You like it?
I love it. I love it. Man. I just don't love how he overextends sometimes. I feel like it's the confidence and just it depends on where the state of his mind is, because I've actually gotten a chance to hang out with that player and I know what goes through his brain at times. And I feel like he just tries to do a bit too much at times. But whenever he's able to actually just hold an angle, not overextend, not do things that it's not really necessary in a certain situation, it works out wonders for him. And I think that's just something he needs to work on. But yeah, I like the role that he's able to play for that team.
Maybe it's that first place curse. I don't know. We talked about that second place curse. You know, he gets the taste of that first place finish. He's like, yeah, man, I've got this. I've got this. And then he pulls up and gets, put down by an M4
Well,
or something.
I think everybody goes through it, right? Everybody just goes through, like, you know what? You get that, you got that ego. You're like, oh, I want to see if maybe I can do a little bit more for my team. Let me see if I can get this angle, and then all of a sudden you end up getting a headshot and knock.
It's like when we're playing and, you know, we've got music playing in the background and it's about to hit that beat drop and you're like, yeah, I'm going to like sync this up, and then you just get absolutely destroyed. But now we were wondering what was going to kind of happen in this sort of compound 7. It looks like Team Queso is finally taking the initiative, trying to clear out the duo of Twisted Minds. And actually looks like Alpha7, they gave up their split on the hillside. So this is still looking like a free fight for Team Queso. Milo's trying to be the spearhead for it. Rataboy holding the smoke angle. I believe an S12K in hand, and he gets the one freebie instantly. Going for the third. Colgo not able to find it. Twisted Minds runs upstairs, goes out, trying to get the support, and they go through the middle, getting another. The 3v2's falling apart. Colgo, the star player, 7, having to find his stride here for the team, but it's Gazao, it's Rataboy, the top 2 performers of this squad against you. Can you take the fights to him? And that's the trouble. This is the angles with the shotgun 7. You've got to find your mark on both of them, but if you take too long, a third party's going to happen. Inco Gaming's coming in for the party.
Well, looked to be like possibly an easy push there for Team Queso. Turned out to be not the case, as they were just sending one player. Inco Gaming is going to actually end up eliminating Team Queso. Colgo there gets eliminated by a grenade, and now it's going to be Twisted Minds. They've been able to defend this really well against Team Queso. Are they going to be able to do it again? I love the use of those Molotovs. Is going to stop them down. Is going to allow them to just reload those shotguns that they're currently using to defend this compound. And Alpha7 was actually trying to get into the action once again, as they were able to take on some shots. You can see the split that right now Inco Gaming has. Vitaly's just not going to be able to get to his team in time. And here we go. Can Inco Gaming, can they connect with any of this ones? They're not going to realize that the player was right there. And they do it again. Twisted Minds decides to hold that corner that nobody expects them to hold. And they get the knock. And now what looked like to be an easy push there, but Inco is looking a lot tougher.
Rataboy pulling the rat plays back to back. IRL, by the way, he's got to be 6 foot something 7. This dude's an absolute unit. But in game, he loves playing these sneaky angles. He likes playing behind the haystacks or the rooms in Miramar. So Inco Gaming losing a player off, and you're wondering if it was going to be Alpha7 maybe looking for shots. It's actually going to be Latin Kings moving forward. But man, this is a 2-man army right now. Unfortunately, though, Inco does find one on Gazao, making it a 1v2 in the pre-fire. Unfortunate timing. I thought that was going to go Twisted Minds' way, but Inco Gaming only losing one player, picking up 3 eliminations.
That is PUBG Mobile timing, if I have ever seen any PUBG Mobile timing. I don't know what that was. Boy, I know that the player from Twisted Minds is just going to be scratching his head saying, oh man, I can't believe he actually hit that pre-fire. But overall, great push there by Inco. I'm actually surprised that they didn't end up waiting for the other 2 players to push up. I thought it was going to be very unlikely for them to even get close to them. Alpha7 just kind of allowed them to get there as well, but Inco currently surviving. Remember, we have that battle. We talked about it a lot earlier in regards to Inco versus X Factor for those PMGC points, and now we're going to have another battle that at one point it was first place versus second place. That's not the case anymore. It's currently first place versus third place between Alpha7 and Team Liquid, and this is a fight that I can't wait to see, as Carrillo is going to start it off, being able to get that off angle, being able to just knock Mythic and eliminate him right away. And now Alpha7, not only do they have the high ground advantage, they have the numbers in regards to players alive.
Yeah, they understand as well on the thirst that, hey, this is Team Liquid next to us. They're actually one of those squads we can see on the battle tracker on the right. They're only 2 points ahead of influence rate. So this could be the match that they start switching up the points, but we're going to have to turn our sights back to the south side 7. AGG falling to the likes of the Vicious, one of our bonus point squads. And yeah, they only have 1 elimination of their name, but their team's a little bit spread out. Taking the 1-7, but he's been the star player in the squad, having to find the 1v4, and he's got 2 of them. Bruno's in, having to watch his teammates get thirsted. This is not the play you're wanting. This is not how you want to be sitting on the mountain. You have to be with the squad here, 7, and AGG abusing that factor.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that the Vicious decided to send those players so much closer to AGG, considering that they had this great off angle with Burdozin. But who knows, man, for AGG, that's a great way for them to be able to just kind of defend them. They stopped the Vicious. And this is a good one, too. You were mentioning, I mean, this is teams that currently in 8th place and 9th place. They're trying to catch up each other with the Vicious. And it ends up backfiring. Let's see if this nade could possibly end up hitting. No, it's going to fall a little bit short. And Regis just trying to crawl up to his teammates. Sorry, Regis. That ain't gonna happen. It's just,
Yeah,
it's just
you're done.
too much of a
You're
climb.
done. Yeah, you're gone.
Yeah, you're done.
The zone ain't even going to take you out. It's just going to be you bleeding out. But the crazy thing is that's going to be a 6-point difference, I think, between those two squads. Caster math coming into play. But the big key takeaway is going to be the zone shift. Man, 7, imagine if Twisted Minds or Team Queso were able to hold this compound. They would have been dead center like where Inco currently sits at. And you're wondering that NA on NA violence, we might see another top 3 with 3 NA teams. It's a matter of if they're able to make it into the final circle, because now we're seeing at 9Z, this is going to be on the north side, taking the initiative to influence Rage of all, and they're gone, 7. They're done.
Influence Rage gets eliminated. It kind of allows Team Liquid to possibly end up passing them on the leaderboards. They did end up passing them as well. Look at that. They were currently in the 4th, and now Team Liquid is just pinned. Team Liquid is pinned between Furia. On top of that, you got Alpha7. Remember earlier, Alpha7 Carrillo was able to eliminate Mythic. But going back to what you were saying in regards to Inco, I think this is why Inco decided to just fully make that push. And why some of the other teams that we saw fighting earlier too, right? Twisted Minds, Team Queso, why they were just so adamant on trying to control that compound, because of the implications. If they do end up getting circled, man, they're sitting so pretty right now. They don't have to worry about anything. And Alpha7 trying to be a little bit more aggressive here. They want to see if they could possibly end up getting knocked on Team Liquid, and Rebel ends up sending the perfect grenade, and he does end up getting the knock. And I feel like that is just going to be a warning shot, because for them, they don't want to push right now where Team Liquid is.
Yeah, the troubling part is I would have loved to have seen Alpha7 push onto that, but it looks like Loops was just hitting a little bit of a drive-by on him, actually losing a player early on. But Team Liquid, they haven't been able to get their other player up, and it actually looks like Chief getting knocked as well. So just going to be all up, and if I'm Alpha7, this has got to be the moment. You move forward, you try to clear out both of these teams, even if you don't get all the eliminations, because they've been taking the shots. They're the ones getting the eliminations on these squads. They should understand completely how weak both those squads are. And actually looks like Loops got wiped out early, but this north side, it's not stopping just yet. 7 NRGs starting to wrap around. Furia drives in forward. Both these squads having elims under their belt, but they got to worry about their sides. It's never just one team, and they're having to deal with all the thick of it.
Yeah, and that's the main reason why I thought Alpha7 wasn't going to end up pushing, because look how easy the nades are just going to start raining on this team. Alpha7 didn't want to put themselves in this kind of position. More nades are going to be coming over to Team Liquid, and there you go. Furia ends up eliminating that team, and Furia right now, a team that's trying to secure that top 7 even more. 6 eliminations, trying to take fights with anybody. Team Liquid, we took care of them. NRG, you want some? Bring it.
Yeah, the crazy thing too is Kayaki, he was able to essentially hold off all of the NRG players, just holding that off angle on the north. Yeah, Augustus, he was knocked from the Team Liquid nades, but he picks up 3 to his name, having 4 total. 4 out of 6 for the squad. So Furia right now making all the right moves, and the question mark now is going to be NRG. Can you match the pace Furia's on? Can you match their aggressiveness, their team play, that synergy they're putting out? Or are you going to maybe split up too much? Are we going to be looking at maybe too many different teams? The zone's closing. We have our spot in zone, but we know just how dire it is when someone gets knocked.
And all I know is if I'm one of these players, I absolutely hate the terrain here, especially if you're trying to push up, because you don't know what's going to be on the other side of one of those little ridges, or one of those little mountains of just sand in Miramar. And Furia is just having to find that out the hard way. They're having to back up a little bit more here. They're starting to take a fight with NRG, and it's going to be getting closer and closer as we do see NRG closing the gap within this team. Furious getting ready, though. They do have all the players up, but they need to be careful because Alpha7 is trying to get those angles on them, and Alpha7 more than likely will be looking to pound on this fight as Carrillo ends up getting knocked. Furious going to keep on getting knocked there behind them. Alpha7 just making that push, and if I'm NRG, I'm having to be careful a little bit more as Kayovsky ends up getting run over, and now NRG has the help of Alpha7. But if I'm not mistaken, they're currently, they still have all 4 players. All right, this is going to be an interesting one. On top of that, you still have X Factor alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of which team chooses to move forward and take the fight with NRG. It looks like X Factor is finally starting to turn their sights toward him, but it's just kind of a sorry situation for Furia. They had to peek over the ridge to fight against Spec and 24K, who were so close to him, but as soon as you peek over, Alpha7 just raining down the shots on you, not allowing you to get away with it. And that's one of those situations, 7, where I feel you have to make the decision of you either choose to full send the fight with vehicles, or you maybe just go center into the zone, because if you're in the sandwich like that, we saw the blender team Liquid is in, and then Furia was that next squad. It's really that do or die spot of these decision makings. And now it looks like NRG, they're making the initiative to X Factor. They're all grouped up. Can they find the knocks though? Can they find the wipe here for those extra few points?
Oof. Remember earlier I told you Alpha7 is going to be looking to get some eliminations after getting that big old donut earlier. They're going to be looking to annoy some teams. Well, boy, they're doing that, and they're doing that perfect. Complete 10 out of 10 right now. They have 6 eliminations, and with this spot that they're currently sitting at, they're just looking to annoy even more fights and see if they can possibly end up stealing some of those eliminations. X Factor, they're going to end up losing one player's baton, ends up getting eliminated. NRG's now going to start pushing up closer, and more players from X Factor having to lay down there, because not only is it the pressure from NRG, on top of that, you have Alpha7 just trying to find cheeky angles on you. Fate driving around. He might end up pulling up here on the X Factor players. He gets caught, though, and he's going to end up getting knocked. It's going to come down to all the other players from NRG to see if they could possibly end up picking up their teammate. And on top of that, eliminating X Factor. And Alpha7 is just helping them out in a big way.
Yeah, I think that was a huge misplay from Fate, but McGrellin just giving a bone to NRG. Now they're able to fully save the squad, making it a 1v4 situation. Actually, looks like one of the players on NRG is knocked, but should be the do or die straights. No eliminations for X Factor after such a huge win. Spec, maybe he's able to find him through the bush. Might get knocked with the nade. Not going to be the case. And the real kind of component, I think, with that fight 7 was Fate took an immediate off angle with this vehicle. He likes being the solo player, able to do his own thing, picking up 2 knocks for his squad to be able to open it up. Now, he's one of those players where he likes to drive a little bit too much, giving the knock. But luckily for NRG, Alpha7 decided not to push him.
And on top of that, NRG currently gets to keep all their 4 players alive. I love this circle. Look just how much terrain Alpha7 is taking control of. They're not going to have to worry that much about the circle. Inco, they're still going to be chilling. You know what Inco's saying? X Factor? Oh, you eliminated them? Thank you very much. Let's see if we can maybe start creating an even bigger gap and regain some of those points that we lost in that first match. On top of that, you have so many teams towards the southeast. Man, that's going to be a tough push. You have IG, you have 1 player from the Vicious, 2 players from AGG, and on top of that, 1 last player standing from Latin Kings.
Yeah, a lot of teams taking the casualties. I like seeing, the Vicious making it into these top 8s. Every placement's going to be doubled with it being their bonus points. But AGG, man, they're a duo. They could make it into the compound potentially. They got to worry about intense game. But the real focus is going to be how NRG chooses to play this. They got to inch closer to Alpha7, but if you're getting an opening knock on McGrellin, you're able to take the fight close up. And Revo, this is the player where you want him in this position. You want him to take this 1v1 against Spec, possibly. But can NRG come through it? That he slams the vehicle in, and Revo gets 1. Another player knocked on NRG, and he finds him through the smoke. What was a 3v1 situation? Turns to 1v1, and NRG's just wiped 7. They're off the map.
Oh my goodness, NRG had the right idea there. The execution was almost on point too, but Alpha7 is going to be able to eliminate that team. Now they have up to 10 eliminations, and on top of that, they're going to have all their 4 players alive. Meanwhile, you have Poppy Sour throwing up some nades, and the Vicious just being able to catch them and send them back to the lobby. There you go. Those Stranglers being able to get taken care of. It's going to be AGG taking care of that last player from the Latin Kings. And Inco Gaming, I mean, I feel like at this point is when you start getting a little bit hurt by losing that player earlier on to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, but the big thing is intense game. We're talking our 15th place team, back-to-back games where they're looking like they're in a good spot to potentially be in that top 3 placement. Last game, they finished 2nd like we saw. Unfortunately, I don't believe he was able to get that elimination on X Factor, but this game around, they're 3 strong, holding that east side. It's just a matter of if intense game can apply enough pressure to kind of give themselves breathing room towards Alpha7, but this is stage 7-7. The next one's going to be stage 8, and then after that, we're going to nothingness. So these squads are going to have to really start working with nothing here, and zone shift comes through. Inco Gaming, they'll have to hold out AGG, and Alpha7 is going to be able to completely fan out on this north side. This is looking great for them.
It is going to be looking great for him, but it is also going to be looking scary too, because you just have so many players still left alive there from IG towards the east. On top of that, Inco, I mean, I know Inco has to worry about AGG behind them too, but they could end up finding some good angles on Alpha7. If it even provides it, I'll have to actually wait and see the terrain that they're currently working with. But this is the big thing for Alpha7 here too. I wouldn't be surprised if at one point they see that fight ensue between AGG and Inco Gaming, and as soon as it starts happening, they hop on those buggies and just absolutely send it. That's a team that they're willing to take those type of risks, as they currently have Mafioso trying to get those off angles, trying to be that anchor for the squad, but he needs to be careful. Remember what I told you earlier, Enigma? He just needs to make sure he doesn't do too much. And it's actually going to be McGrelling. It's not going to be Mafioso.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the likes of AGG, they're pushing out. I believe Melgar has 0 smoke, so he's going to have to make this dire cross in front of Alpha7. They're 7, though. He was able to make it across. Can he find the nades on Inco, finding a bit of damage, I think, onto Juancho, but I think for not just yet. AGG, they were able to make this cross just yet. This is kind of that timing game. You're waiting for the zone to close a bit more, force people out on that background play, like Intense Game, like Alpha7 to maybe fight, but you're able to find just one nade here, 7. All it takes is one for you to open up this fight, this building. I believe it's had at least 10 or 15 casualties, but Vitali going for the nade on the feet. Gets him half HP. 7 now forced to take this fight. Melgar trying to give the support, and Inco Gaming, got to be careful the pre-fires. We saw it with Twisted Minds. They gave it to you, but inactive. Finds Melgar. 1v3 spot. Can 7 come in clutch? The molly at his feet. Not going to spread just yet to him, but 5 elims. You're looking for a little bit more here. You're wanting to close that gap ever so slightly more. And if I'm Inco Gaming, you got to push this. You got to group up, and that's exactly what they're doing. Juancho Vitali spearheading it, not giving it to him just yet in the 1v1. And with the zone closing, this is going into nothingness. You're going to have to start moving down the building here, 7. You're needing to clear this player out.
And that's exactly what 7 knows that it's going to end up happening. As you see, Alpha7 also taking fights. And here we go. 7 is going to end up getting caught there by Inco Gaming. Now we're going to be switching it over to Alpha7 and IG. This fight has been going on. IG earlier on was able to knock one of those players. It's going to force them to get out. What a beautiful Molotov that was thrown there by Alpha7. And earlier on, something that we didn't get a chance to see too because of that fight going on between Inco and AGG, but I was able to mention it, is that Alpha7 used whatever distraction Inco Gaming had to just close the gap even more, to allow themselves to be within the center of that circle. And you can see right now the aggression from Rebel, as he doesn't want to wait for the zone to push him out. He's going to take it into his own hands, but a little bit too aggressive there, as Vitali is able to stop him and tell him to sit down. Now Alpha7, what it looked like to be a lot of numbers, they still have the numbers advantage too. McGrellin's going to be able to spot the player, and McGrellin's going to end up getting knocked there by Vitali. It's not looking good here for Alpha7. Vitali trying to clutch it up for this team. He's going to be able to find one more player. Oh, there you go. Alpha7 being able to clutch up that win in the first Miramar. Exactly what they were able to do yesterday in the first Miramar as well. But that one was a lot sketchier there with the aggression that they were showing at the end, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking for all those elimination points, right? Get that lead over Twisted Minds. But, man, I mean, Vitali, you got to give him credit. He got 2, almost 3 of those players on Alpha7 at the end. But ultimately, the dominant squad, that first-place team, they're going to walk away with it.
Dude, that is a great game, isn't it? I mean, Alpha7 continues to just dominate and not be stopped. That's their 3rd winner chicken dinner in the span of 2 days, and that's their 5th now top 3 performance, which is just, it's stellar. It really is. It was all North America throughout game number 1, but we still got a North American team in 2nd place with Inco, and they had a great run from the start to the finish. But talking about the start, as we go all the way back to the very beginning, I want to talk about a skirmish that took place between 3 rosters, or really 4, right? You got Alpha7, Team Queso, Twisted Minds, and Inco eventually joining into the mix. We go back to that moment, 7, and there was a point where Twisted Minds passed, let's just take it to the point where Twisted Minds, they're too deep, they're holding down this house, right? I am so impressed with how much of a fight they were able to put up, not only against Team Queso, but also Inco as well.
Yeah, I think it had to do with Rattle Boy just being an absolute sneaky rat there in that corner. Every single time it happened with Team Queso, the player just walked in. Usually in the moment, they're not really thinking about checking that corner. Rattle Boy, first knock. And then again, versus Inco. Inco tries to push up. Guess what? Rattle Boy's going to be in that corner. At least secures them another elimination. But overall, man, it's good to see that Inco Gaming it's up responding to X Factor, because that was the big question mark. Are they going to be able to start putting up performances, or is X Factor just going to end up closing up that gap massively? Well, guess what? We got an answer. It is going to be a back and forth today.
And X Factor, they don't get any eliminations, but they get 1 placement point, but that's Pels in comparison to Inco's 2nd place and 8 eliminations. We're now looking at Team Liquid versus Furia. Enigma, talk to me about Furia. At some points, they were taking it to loops, they were taking it to 9Z, and ultimately Team Liquid.
Well, the whole key component with Furia is they weren't the team that was in the middle of all those engagements you just mentioned. As soon as they're the one in between NRG and Alpha7, they absolutely crumble over both squads. And this fight afterwards, immediately with NRG and X Factor, it came down essentially to that key 1v1 on the edge, but ultimately not the case. And when those fights go down like that, it's going to ultimately allow Alpha7, even though they don't get a knock onto NRG, they set themselves up perfectly to just gatekeep you and allow themselves that whole northern control we saw in the rest of that game.
Furia had a great game. They ultimately finished off in 9th place, but 6 eliminations, they were tearing it up. And then here we go for Alpha7 versus Inco. We get down towards the tail end, and at some point it seemed like 7. I thought Inco was going to win this.
I got so scared, man. I started sweating. I got scared, and then I was super hyped too for Vitaly. I was like, okay, Vitaly might end up clutching this up. Luckily for them, you know what? Alpha7 still had Carrillo. Alpha7 still had Mafioso too. Carrillo ends up coming in with that massive nade. And I mean, Alpha7 just doing Alpha7 things. They had just so much control of the map from the get-go, and they weren't looking to be passive. And boy, 15 eliminations is going to be looking good for that team.
Yeah, great for them. Gosh, I can't wait to see their total tally at this point in time. They lead in eliminations, they lead in placement points, and they continue to garner more of a lead over 2nd place, which is Twisted Minds, who had a great game, but they finished off a little bit too early just because they got into that skirmish against Team Queso. Inco, Alpha7 was also there right off the rip, which we don't see too many fights happen so early on when it comes to Miramar. But for Alpha7, great job from them. And then Inco, you got to give them credits. The fact that they're able to keep X Factor at bay. You know, X Factor starting off the day, Enigma, with 40 points. That's scary for Inco. You know, now they start thinking, oh, PMGC points, we have a lead, but that lead can quickly be gone after 6 games.
Yeah, that sobering experience when you realize that was 40 knocked off of 120, making it just 80 points X Factor needed. But that game, they had that positioning next to NRG. I really expected X Factor to have a lot better performance going into that game, but the key takeaway, Alpha7, baby, they're getting ever so closer to that 1,000-point mark.
Yo, hold on, because we just had a question that production asked, how many games until Alpha7 hits 1K? And I'm thinking, okay, they're going to need at least all 6, but 976? Okay, they're pretty close. They're a lot closer, 7, than I was even expecting after that last game. I mean, when they started the day, what were they at? They started the day with 948. They're already at 976. They've nearly got 30 points on the day. Alpha7's tearing it up.
And that's after having the first game with 0 elimination.
Right.
That's absolutely ridiculous for this team. All right, let's take some guesses here. I'm gonna say 3 more games.
Yeah.
I don't think they need all the 4 games. I think, and I'm being generous here too. I'm saying maybe in the next 2, because we also have Sandhawk.
Yep.
And that team, I mean, with the way that they just played that Miramar, and they can be even more aggressive, and then if they set themselves up in a great position, yeah, it's three games for me.
I think they need all of them still. I think they need to go to game number 6. But Erengel's a strong map for Alpha7 Enigma, so they can get it done in 3. I could see that as well.
I'm saying 2. Give it twice.
2?
I got 2.
I don't know.
The next 2, come on. Erengel and Sandhawk, they get the eliminations. Game 1, we're going to forget about that. We're going to think about how their last performance was and how that's going to push them forward into these next 2. So my money's 2. We got, 4 and 3. So pretty evened out for all 3 of us. I like what we're seeing here on the desk, but man, this bottom 8, Taylor, I still am not seeing a lot of movement. The Vicious, especially, the bonus points day is not going their way.
No, it's not. They started at 639. They're now at 655. Not a big increase whatsoever. Vicious has had a good bonus points day in the past, and I would love to see them replicated here, but they're just simply not. VIP, again, is kind of out of the running. Be great to see them in the top 3 position, but I don't see them getting there. But either way, for Influence Rage, also, they've been pretty quiet today, 7-2, and they're a team that needs to solidify their top 5. I don't see them dropping out of it, but, I mean, if they want some extra money, right, they've got to step it up in these next 4.
That's right. And I mean, especially for a lot of these teams, that money can definitely come in handy. For Influence Rage, we saw them being ahead of Team Liquid at one point. That's not the case anymore. I'm with you. I think they definitely need to step it up. Luckily, it's just 2 games. You know what? 2 games. I'll give them a break. I'll give them until Sandhawk.
All right. Well,
what is their bonus
see
point
what they
there,
do. What's that? You know, we'll see what they do, man. Sandhawk is always a fun map, but for Influence Rage, hopefully it's going to be theirs. But question for you out in the chat, Alpha7, how many games do they need today to reach 1,000 points? They're currently at 976. 7 is saying 3. Nick was saying 2, which is, I think that's nutty, but maybe you agree with them. Me, I'm saying they get it done by game number 6. What do you think? We have 4 more games left for today. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be hopping back into Erangel, map number 3. But as we do go into break, Sarpatch had a chance to sit down after the first winner chicken dinner for game number 1 with X Factor's Baton. Let's hear what Baton had to say.
Winner chicken dinner for North America. X Factor starting the day the way you have to start the day today. Especially with that last kill with the pan. That's disrespectful, bro.
I don't care.
I love it. Bro, very important match for you guys, or match day for you guys. The tournament for the North American teams is pretty much right here. You and Inco. Seeing who's going to make it to the PMGC with the PMGC points. How are you not more nervous, and how are you so calm about it?
It is a big gap between us and Inco, but it is just our first match. We still have like 5 more matches today, and we still can go in front of them.
I mean, it was a good match for North America, all in all, except for Inco. 3 NA teams right there at the end. You guys battle it out against IG with a pan kill. That's just wrong. Let's go with ENG.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, Day 17. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. We've seen two great games, and really great games. The energy level has been really high. We've got 4 more to go, and a lot of questions still to be answered. For example, when will Alpha7 reach 1,000 points? Will Influence Rage step up in the next 4 games to get as many bonus points as they can to solidify their spot within the top 5? They've been trying to catch back up to Team Liquid for quite some time, and even on their bonus points, they haven't been able to do it. But make no mistake, they're one good game away from catching up to Team Liquid. They need to be firing on all cylinders. TL, they're still trying to figure it out, but they've been holding on tight to their position. That's off the back of the first couple of weeks of competition. Let's bring in our casters, 7 and Enigma. X Factor had a great game number 1, right? They looked wonderful. Game 2 really didn't go their way, and things go from bad to worse as Inco. They get a second place with a lot of eliminations, therefore kind of nullifying that 40-point game number 1 X Factor was able to achieve. For VIP and Vicious, well, they've yet to be seen, but 7, again, going back to Influence Rage, 2 games down, and where have they been?
I thought about it over the break. I was saying, wait until Sandhawk. And then I remember that they're on their bonus point, dude. Right. Yeah, do not wait until Sandhawk. You got no time to wait. This is the time where you actually need to go and get those points. So for this team, I need to see a top 3 minimum, please. Top 3 with like 7 ilms.
7, you say 7, but that's a lot. You know why? Because they've only managed to get 5 across 2 games, and they haven't got any placement points yet. So they would need to more than double what they've currently got, period. Bottom line at all today, which is not a crazy ass. Let's be real. So, Influence Rage is a wonderful team. I believe in them. They've got a great roster, but today they need to make the most of it. This is the final week. You should be in your final form and not dropping the ball. So let's pick it up and let's start playing ball if you're Influence Rage. Let's see what you can do on map number 3. 7 Enigma, let's find out.
And for Influence Rage, it comes down to, are you just satisfied with the top 5? Or would you want to say that you ended up being second place of the PMSL America's Fall Split 2024? I don't know. The second one, Enigma, sounds a lot nicer to me.
It always sounds nicer. Everything's always greener on the other side of the rainbow, I guess you could say. That river crossing, I guess you could say. And with Erangel, they had to make that cross, and they ultimately got eliminated for it in that first match. But, man, Influence Rage. Taylor's saying they only have 5 so far in the day. We saw it yesterday, Jukes and I, where they were able to pick up a lot of eliminations, even if they were going out before that top 8 finish. So this squad, especially on their bonus points, they're wanting to finish off strong. And I'm really happy that you kind of brought it back and was like, yeah, we can't really wait for Sandhawk. We gotta go. We gotta bring it in map 3. We can't be waiting until match 4.
I had a brain fart, man. I totally forgot that it was their bonus points. I was like, oh, they're playing so chill that they don't really, you know what? We'll wait. We'll wait until Sandhawk. But then I was like, yeah, bonus points? You cannot wait. Yeah. Especially if you want to be trying to push for that second place with the gap that currently Twisted Minds is creating to you. And then Team Liquid, at the back and forth that we've been seeing at Team Liquid. This team, at the end of the day, they definitely have to end up being above Team Liquid, because we know Team Liquid, regardless of what day they have, unless they they end up having a week 3 bonus day, which was just 17 points, they're more than likely going to be looking to push at least 60 bonus points for Team Liquid. But we'll have to wait and see, because this team been a bit of a hit and miss. I still stick to it, Enigma. I want to see that team win a game, or at least put up a good performance when they are challenged by this circle. And the thing with this circle is that, you know what, they'll probably end up rotating a little bit faster to try to get towards the middle, which is the place that they love.
Yeah, but the scary thing is Influence Rage is looking at their performance on the day saying, hey, we're not feeling too hot about this. They might rotate just at the same time as Team Liquid across the bridge. So both those squads will have to keep our eye on. But a team that has just been farming eliminations early on, it seems Twisted Minds picking off a solo of 9Z. Looks like maybe contesting a vehicle off drop, not being able to get to it in time. And this is kind of that dynamic with these early drops. It's who's able to really land better, land closer to the door, get the vehicles, maybe even get the weapons that are on the ground. And Twisted Minds, it just seems like they're always outplaying these squads in the lobby next to them.
They are, and Twisted Minds already being able to get 1 elimination point. I mean, Twisted Minds is that team that's currently in second place. They want to be able to close that gap. You mentioned it earlier at the start of the day too. The thing for that team is that they had the bonus points, the same day as Alpha7, and as I was mentioning, Alpha7 usually ends up outpointing them during those bonus points. So we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with that. Honestly, I'm just happy that we're getting this quality of games here in the PMSL America's Fall Split. It's not just first place, second place. I feel like there is a lot more teams here showing up and putting up those good performances. And for Twisted Minds, I mean, the way that they've been able to do it with Gizao, with on top of that Federal, we went through the struggles with that team when they were switching players back and forth. They weren't quite sure which roster they were going to end up playing with. Federal came in from alone and they kept switching him out, and then they decided, you know what, let's let that boy cook. Let's see what he can do, and boy, has he been cooking.
Yeah, thankfully it's been getting better and better, it seems, after each week, and that's why we're not going to discredit them just yet in terms of, Alpha7's been outperforming them in the last 3 weeks of bonus point days, but this team, they've been able to match them. Yesterday is a big key takeaway of that squad. They were able to match the pace of Alpha7. Today, they've been able to get a lot of eliminations under their belt. Obviously, Alpha7 got that win in the last match, but it's still one of those things of there's a lot of PUBG Mobile left to play. Unfortunately, not as many games as maybe other teams would have liked, but this point lead that Alpha7 has, we can see it on the right, just sitting around that 90-point mark. It's definitely something that's doable still. It's just if you're able to have a better performance than that team above you over these next few days.
I will say, man, coming into this week, I had a little bit of a PTSD with Alpha7. I was like, okay, I've seen them be first place. Yeah, dude. I seen them be first place. I know they won PNWC, but it's one of those things where you just need to see it multiple times, not just one time. And now I'm starting to be a little bit more calm because of the way they're playing. I'm like, okay, the way they're playing, I don't see that stopping anytime soon. And they're actually continuing to improve in regards to end games on how they're finishing off games. And they also got a chicken dinner today. I don't see this team conceding that first place, but I was a little bit scared coming into this week.
Well, we saw it last split, there was Alpha7 and Team Liquid, and I think it was either you or I or Jukes and I discussing the idea of if you're the one chasing, it's a lot better than you trying to hold on to that position, because as soon as if you're this first place team like Alpha7, let's say we're going into that final day of bonus points, maybe a 50-point difference or so, theoretically, of course, here, guys. If you're going on that 50 points game and Twisted Minds finishes the game first on the first match of the day and they close that gap by 30, you're shaking in your boots. You're wondering, oh my goodness, like this team's already on it. We got to match it. Maybe you start changing the way you play, which is not something we ever like to see coming into bonus points days. We've been so hypercritical of these squads, and that'll be the real test for these teams of, this is week 4. We're talking top 2s, potentially going to be a runaway potentially between these two squads. But it's both of you on the same bonus points day. You got to worry about double points, every single elimination, placement point. That's times 2. Can you match the pace of them, or will you let it slip through your fingertips? And obviously Alpha7's the second curse over and over and over again before the World Cup, like you were mentioning. But now, since they've got that taste of it, I'm hoping that they don't let it go that easily, Seven.
Yeah, and I don't think that's going to be the case. And you were talking about teams switching up their playing style or maybe doing things a little bit different depending on which week it was. And we always tend to find ourselves in this situation on the final week. And that is a team that has nothing, not even close to a top 5 situation or a top 7 situation, starting to put up good performances. And I got to give him some props in a way.
Okay.
Intense game. The past 2 games, man, where has this been? A team that has been able to secure so far today 2 top 3 finishes, backing it up with Ilums. You are currently in 15th place, man. I think this is when some of those players start kind of scratching their heads, be like, man, what if we would have been able to do this in the past? And I'm really hoping that for at least intense game, if they do end up staying together, whatever happens with that team, they learn from this lesson, because they have shown what they are here at PMSL Americas. We know they can put up performances, but whatever they were doing there in the first 3 weeks, nothing was working out. But so far today, it's looking good for them.
Yeah, and I mean, PMSL NA qualifiers, they're one of those teams that qualified through that bracket. They performed extremely well as a squad, but when you get to the big stage, when you get on that stage with everyone else, the cameras in your face, the lights, you see that leaderboard up there right above you that the talent's talking about, and you're saying, man, this team's really running away with it. Intense game. hopefully, this is a learning experience for them, of course. This is most of those players' first LAN event. So, it's not like we were going to discredit this team too much, but we all had the idea, there's a possibility that they could really struggle against these more vested players. And it seems like that's the case so far in this tournament. So I'm hopeful that, with the start of these 2 games today, like you were mentioning, they were able to at least find their stride in the last coming week. And hopefully maybe, come back next year. They look for that sort of NA qualifier again, and they come back to the stage to really prove that, hey, we're used to this environment now. We've got the gun skill. We got the team synergy built up more, but team synergy, 7, it's really only going to get you so far in some of these zones, because if the zone's going all the way up, like what do you even do now?
Hop on that vehicle like Team Liquid just did and fully send it. And I hope that nobody ends up popping one of those tires in that buggy that the player from Team Liquid, that Chief, is currently on, because if it does, that vehicle is going to spin, and then you're just a sitting duck there looking at the other people saying, okay, so how do I not get knocked in this situation? But with Intense Game, I'm so glad we're at least giving them their flowers here at the moment with the performances that they've been able to put up, because everybody's here for a reason. These players, obviously, they in a perfect world, everybody would be able to perform really, really well, but that's just not the case. But for this team to be able to perform well today, it's good to see that. They've been having fun. I've been watching some of their live streams on TikTok as well from the players. They look like they're having fun, and that's what it all comes down to, right? Having fun, playing PUBG Mobile Esports, and on top of that, trying to move up on that leaderboard so you can get paid more. And for IG, I mean, they're far away from that 14th place, but boy, you know what? Try to go up a little more. See if you can get more of that prize pool. Now, with the circle that we were just working with here, I was looking at, they were so far to the left that I just realized where they were. NRG and X Factor are just so far to the west that it's going to be a tough rotation whenever they do end up trying to breach into this circle.
Yeah, 3 games in a row, they kind of fight each other, and I really do feel bad for NRG. It seems like any of these Erangel playing paths where they land on either Primorsk or, the other side of the map towards Stalber, it always goes to the other side. And this hardship, they decided to land in Primorsk off drop. And of course, the zone goes all the way to Stalber. And they're like, man, of course, we just don't get first pickings of, zone spots. We don't get to hold a spread. We got to start clearing stuff now. And you're noting it on the map and stuff like that. X Factor's rotating behind him. Furia is already ahead of him. And with Latin Kings positioned on the north, there's 4 or 5 squads already kind of taken that side where you're going to be rotating in from. This is kind of that question mark. How are you going to be able to recognize if squads are already taking positions? Are you able to really move in and secure yourself a spot? Because you're making note of it, 7. All these teams are sending it in. We have no idea what spots these teams are choosing to play. Obviously, we see VIP holding a bit of a split here. And this is the struggle. If you're not able to pinpoint how these setups are placed, you could be walking into a whole ambush.
Yeah, you're going to be going in blind. We have seen teams doing that before, and in the matter of seconds, milliseconds, they just end up getting wiped. I close my eyes, I open them, they're like, wait, what happened there? Okay, let me rewind that real quick, because it can't happen. It is how fast it can happen too. Here we go, we got the circle. You know what? NRG was actually able to push up. They decided to extend a little bit more there towards the north, and they actually had a lot of room to work with. I thought maybe TK was going to play a little bit more of the edge, but guess what? TK, great rotation in regards to what you guys were able to do. Team Queso going to be looking good. Alpha7 as well. And now X Factor is the one that's going to be having a tough one, as they might end up fighting that team that they're currently hunting down on the PMGC leaderboard. None other than Inco Gaming. Furia currently towards the top. I mean, so many teams now having to rotate, and I will be lying if I said this is actually one of my favorite circles, I guess, in area, just because of the mayhem that it can create sometimes. My favorite one is when we get the bridge ones.
Oh, yeah. Well, anything with water is always a sight to see, because you see people really start hunkering down with vehicles. We're seeing the full sends come into play, and you're making note of Inco Gaming and stuff like that. They were holding a spread on the bridge. They actually sent it all the way to the 1 stories just outside of Yasnaya. So X Factor not able to sniff them out just yet. These teams, though, a lot of squads. We can see it on the overhead view here. Shout out to the observers, getting 5 or 6 teams already in Yasnaya. Twisted Minds losing Gazao, of all players, having a second player knocked. Intense Game, they were already occupying the 7. They're scrambling like cockroaches looking for these players. And, I mean, they're feeling it, 7. This is their day.
It's IG, man. Every single time, a team that's towards the bottom on the final week, they're like, you know what? We're going to make your guys' life a little bit more. We're not a pushover team. We're here for a reason. And that's exactly what they're currently doing. They're intense game, eliminated 2 players there from Twisted Minds. And remember, Twisted Minds, we've been talking about, this is the only team that I feel like with the way that they've been performing that can actually possibly catch up Alpha7. There you go. Luckily for IG, 7 from AGG being able to knock one of the players then from 10's game, and everybody needs to watch out because this fight, especially in just Naya, so many angles that you need to worry about. I think IG is going to be able to pick up this player, and they're still going to have to worry whether it's from Twisted Minds, whatever team it might be. I think we might end up getting some crazy fights soon, but for right now, I mean, towards the north, everybody's chilling. It's just a lot of their squads here trying to figure out, okay, who's going to push, and do we have any opportunities to possibly third party?
I mean, the third parties, it's never going to be just 3 teams fighting 7, by the way. I'm looking at it. We're seeing Alpha7.
4
Twisted Mind. No, it's got to be, I think, 5 or 6 now. We've got Alpha7. We've got Twisted Minds, Intense Game, Team Liquid, All Glory Gaming, Team Queso just to the south off screen. The Vicious as well calling this place home. I believe 9Z sent it just to the east as well. So we're talking 5, 6 teams out of 15 all occupying the city here, and we're only talking stage 3. This could very well, 7, hard shift towards the lake, very well hard shift to the field to the south, or even the mountain towards Furia on the north. We can see this overhead view, and I mean, it is just a complete cluster. But one team I like seeing those 7 right now, it's going to be the likes of NRG. They made that rotation earlier, and it's all for naught. It's all for naught. We're getting a city finish.
Which team? NRG?
NRG,
Psych! Yeah. That circle's not going to go anywhere near you. We're going to make it even more difficult for X Factor. Things are going to end up working out as they're going to be able to just already be within the circle. And they are going to be very close, not only just to Inco Gaming, but also to Team Queso. And we wanted to see 2 teams fighting in just 9. Oh, there you go. Big Milo actually being able to find Capri as Capri ends up getting eliminated. And it's going to make it a little bit harder for his team as they end up having just 3. You were talking about 4 teams, 5 teams. It's going to end up being all the teams here in just Naya.
Yeah, I mean, X Factor, I really thought they'd be able to keep all 4 players up on that rotation. Team Queso, Sol, I believe it was Poppy Potro, moved back immediately, not wanting to get caught out in that apartment building. But unfortunately, X Factor, they do lose 1 player, but this positioning, they're on the edge of Yasnaya. They're not very deep inside of the city, so they are able to start making moves if they need to. But a lot of these teams, it's either you take the city 7 or you work towards that field to the south. But I mean, if you're giving knocks over to Team K, so they already have gotten one of you. If they are set up, they're going to look for the push, and actually looks like they're doing just that. Poppy Pocho taking no time wasted here, 7, to get the initiative going.
That is exactly what they're going to be doing as Team Queso now trying to find those angles here. FS is going to be able to find those shots, and he's going to be looking to eliminate that player as Team Queso trying to find different angles. You can see, I think that, yeah, that is Cold Gold currently in a completely different building, seeing if he could possibly end up knocking anybody. And now, did I see that right?
Yep.
Is that Inco Gaming in a way helping out X Factor? They ended up knocking one of the players there, Poppy Potro, from that fight. And Team Queso, they were looking to be aggressive. This is the problem, though. When you try to be aggressive in this situation, you got to make sure you know exactly where everybody else is at, because of the buildings, because of how easy it is to get knocked. Alpha7, look at that. Alpha7 finding some angles too on Team Queso. And right now, Colgo's just trying to shoot at anything and hope that he can help out his teammates, as X Factor is going to be looking to eliminate Big Milo, the last player standing on list in this building for Team Queso.
Yeah, this is just everything going wrong for Team K. So they already had 3 eliminations to their name, but they go to push this, and Furia immediately wraps behind them, taking the building. Cold Goat's not able to cross. And then, like you said, we have the likes of Inco Gaming and Alpha7 looking for the push. But if Milo comes in, I think he got 2. What the heck just happened? X Factor getting wiped out. The window angles. I have no idea how they just got eliminated, 7.
Milo got 2. And then on top of that, Alpha7 somehow was able to find an angle there. What? This is why I told you, man, I love just Naya. Just absolute mayhem. Players hate it. I absolutely love it, as now Big Milo and Colgate were looking to get some shots there on Inco. And on top of that, we have this fight going on. Loops Esports, remember, NRG, a team that we were hoping that the circle will end up blessing them. Boy, it didn't end up blessing them. It kind of forced them to fight here on the wheat fields, and now Influence Rage, a team that I need them to pick it up. I know I said Sandhawk. I was lying, Diego. I need it right now. You need to be able to hit those shots and get those knocks, and that's exactly what he's going to be able to do. And on top of that, he's now going to have to worry about Loops Esports because Loops Esports has 2 players left alive. Let's see what this next circle is going to be. And I'm telling you, just please keep just circling down. Yes, that's what I want right there.
No. You're a madman. 7, come on, give some mercy to Influence Rage. But the scary thing is for Loops, you know, they took that fight with NRG, but as soon as you see the zone shift, you got to just cut your losses. We're trying to just get a solo in here for placement. 3 eliminations for that squad, but Influence Rage, I'm liking their positioning. They chose not to get too over eager going for that third party to pick up a few eliminations under their belt. Actually, excuse me, just 1, but man, I mean, that sort of death race that Jason Statham sort of caused by having to just send it in is not going to be it for some of these teams. And Influence Rage, it looks like they actually lost the player on the rotation down to just a duo. And this is where we get to that moment, 7, where we start seeing the SEAL Team 6s come out. How can you clear these buildings one by one? Because we know definitely for sure now it's going to be ending on one of these buildings. How are you able to make the most of it?
Yeah, it's pretty much clear one building and hope that the walls from the other buildings don't end up just magically shooting at you because somebody's going to be just holding an angle. We saw it happen earlier between the fight of X Factor and Team Queso. Walls and people from different angles just started shooting at everybody. And for Influence Rich, I mean, at least they were able to make it within the circle. And as I said that, the Vicious says, no, 7. Stop it. I'll help you curse them. I'll end up knocking that player is going to be none other than Florizen. And Florizen is going to have a tough push there because so many players are currently surrounding them. We're going to be switching it over here to Alpha7 versus Latin Kings. And Latin Kings was able to knock one of their players. Can they end up picking up McGrillen? As Alpha7 cannot afford to lose any of their players here in this situation. There you go. Alpha7 switching it up a notch, looking for those players from Latin Kings. Revo being aggressive and hitting those shots, and that's all in row. Alpha7 being able to stop Latin Kings from causing any harm. They're going to be able to pick up that player.
Yeah, made light work of Latin Kings, not losing a single member as a squad. And this is big for these city finishes. You want to have all 4 players alive, and especially if you're having Revo hitting that one-on-one angle on the outside wall. If he's feeling it like that with the shotgun, man, I mean, 6 eliminations as a team, that's definitely a squad you're going to be worried about if you realize where they're at on the map. But with it being stage 5, we're going to see a few more zone shifts. One thing I do like to see, hopefully David can get picked up, is the Vicious actually getting a little bit aggressive on Influence Rage, realizing it's just the solo left here, maybe trying to clear out. And they have a bit of a spread. We could see it on the map there in the top right, 7, a little bit kind of fanned out, trying to get the most of the eliminations. But the problem is there's no one in the field left. This whole south side that I was kind of envisioning, yeah, you could farm people driving in. They've already made it into the city. Everyone's just a matter of how you can clear out these buildings now. And yeah, you talk about those sight lines, the windows. I mean, you might as well just start proning at this point.
Yeah, I think they were hoping some people would take the safe bet and not just fully send it in like we saw Loops, like we saw Influence Rage, but they did. They wanted to find a way inside of this just Naya. By the way, we're talking about 2 games, 3 games for Alpha7, 4 games for Alpha7 to hit 1,000 points. What if I told you they could possibly end up doing it this round? If they end up getting 16 eliminations, and on top of that, actually not even, if they end up getting 14 eliminations, and on top of that a win, they could end up just hitting that perfect mark of 1,000 points. And with the way that they're playing right now, I think you might end up being right, Enigma. We have Furia Esports right now looking to fight Inco Gaming. Inco Gaming being able to knock one of the players. Arturas and more nades is going to be coming in there from Juancho, getting those knocks, and is now going to be 2 knocked there from Furia. They're going to have to back off a little bit more and hope that Inco Gaming just forgets about them, but that's not going to be the case. Inco wants to make sure X Factor doesn't get any closer to them in the PMGC points.
Yeah, it's all about these confirmations. You want to make sure not just for those PMGC points, but just in general, you're able to get the thirst, but Nenabete getting caught out. Kowalski hitting a beautiful nade out, but it's down to just him almost getting blown up in the vehicle. But Inco Gaming 7, they were down as a 3-man taking this fight, but the nade usage, they all were stacked first floor, timing their nades together, finding these knocks on the Furia. And look at this, Furia had to rotate away. Inco Gaming able to hold this, and obviously we see Alpha7 now maybe being a team that Inco has to worry about later. But if they were to turn their sights, Inco Gaming, towards Loops, that's just a solo. Some of these teams took so many losses that they're trying to just play for the placement here.
Talk about losses. Poppy Sour, his team was able to help Twisted Minds get 2 players eliminated earlier, and they're looking to just make it a little bit harder here for Alpha7, as well as Poppy Sour currently has them on their side. And this team, man, they're just trying to surprise people right now. They're trying to put up a good show for their fan base. Alpha7 looking to be that aggressive team, looking to be the first place team to ever close the 1,000 point mark at a PMSL Americas. It didn't happen in spring. It's definitely going to end up happening here in the fall. IG, a lot of utility use here, and that's something that might end up hurting them, as Alpha7 now looking for this play. Look at this play that Alpha7 is doing, a 2-2 split. They're going to be able to just keep an eye on what Loops Esports is doing. On top of that, Inco, and they're just going to slow it down. I mean, they're currently within the circle. They don't have to really push anything if it's not needed.
Yeah, this is the difference between Alpha7 and maybe Intense Game. Alpha7 immediately looking for more ground to take, but if you're not paying attention, Revo getting caught in the back by the Intense Gaming member. Looks like actually Intense Game just really flipped the switch today, finding knocks here and there, or wherever the case may be in Yasnaya. It's like Team Liquid as well finding it. But the key thing here, though, I still want to make note of, Seven, is some of these teams are choosing kind of just to wait to see how the zone plays out, while others are starting to make their moves. And AGG, they were on this eastern side. They had to take their fights with, I believe, VIP, and now they're starting to take the initiative. But man, it's all over the place, Seven. Inco Gaming, they're trying to push Alpha7, but they're taking casualties.
I think Alpha7 tried to do a little bit too much right there with that 2-2 split. Rebel's going to be knocked. McGorellan's going to be knocked as well. And Rebel is going to end up getting eliminated. We saw Team Liquid being eliminated earlier on, too. There goes the last player standing from Loops. It's going to be none other than Carrillo and Mafioso left standing here for Alpha7. We've seen those 2 players clutch up, but let's see what the Circle is going to be doing, because the Circle has been quite unorthodox today with some of the circles that has been given as the Vicious. I mean, the Vicious right now, they're going to be looking good, and they are going to be getting the Circle as well. And all those teams to the east were wondering what they were doing, what they will end up doing. Well, guess what? They're going to have to end up fighting, and that's exactly what VIP and AGG are looking to do right now. Push the fight, because they'll have to make sure they find a way inside this next circle.
I think it's all about this first knock. Can you catch someone out? Myth getting the initial on the player in the back. Seven, the star player on AGG, but the third party, the Vicious, helping out AGG. 3v3 situation now, having to worry about the off angles, and we're just hearing S12s go off in every angle. The pre-fires, and VIP, what looks like it was 1-1, make it 3-0. Winning the fight, but now you got to worry about, can you get into the next zone? The Vicious have had this spread all game on these apartment buildings. Can you break? Can you find yourself into this next zone? Because we're still talking 6 teams remaining. If you go out, you're only picking up a few placement points, Seven. You're wanting more out of this game.
And for the Vicious, there you go. Alpha7 ends up getting eliminated by Inco. Inco being able to secure some more points. And the Vicious, we're talking about this spread here in the buildings that they have on those apartments. And they're having to keep track of everybody, not only just VIP. On top of that, they were keeping track of what IG was doing. I do enjoy that Inco is putting up a good performance here. They heard us talking about them. They say, you know what, Inco, with the way you've been playing, you don't deserve it. And they ended up shutting us out by making sure Alpha7 ended up getting eliminated. And now it's back-to-back good games here for Inco Gaming so far. 11 eliminations for this team.
I mean, we're talking 6 on Nenabete. 4 under Juancho's belt, and obviously Vitali with just 1, but definitely better than nothing. And this squad, man, I mean, they're looking for it. Their sights now will have to be focused on Intense Game. This is going to be stage 7. We're going to see one more zone shift after this, and then it goes into nothingness. But man, I mean, that 40-point game X Factor had at the start of the day, they were able to take off, what was it, 14, 15 points that last game.
Yep.
And then now this game around, they've already taken another 11 off eliminations alone, but oh man, Nenabete not able to find the shots on Vitali. Maybe it was a little bit of a bait play. Having to get the trade, he gets him 1, but Inco Gaming struggling now to get the return knock, trying to find the shots. Luckily, I think they will be able to get the reset, but as a 3-man, you have to be careful. You have to wonder if you're going to be the team that gets aggressed on Intense Game. They're one of the 4-man squads left in the lobby, 7. You got to be worried about this. And yeah, with the zone shift, you might have to just cut your losses on Vitali. Go for the duo in this zone.
I think that's exactly what they're going to be doing. And I love what Nenabete was doing there. Just a full-on aggression, helping out his team, calling out stuff as well, I'm pretty sure. If he saw anybody, he was just sitting in. And Juancho with the massive nade. Wouldn't get a chance to see it, but I saw an elimination feed. I think that's what you were saying, Utu. Because 2 players from IG end up getting eliminated, at least knocked, with the nade that he was able to put up. Now VIP starting to make the push. Poppy Sour being able to find somebody there from IG. Actually, Poppy Sour ends up getting knocked by somebody, by Juancho, none other than Inco. And now we got VIP trying to make this push. Remember, VIP is trying to be careful a little bit because they did have people from the Vicious shooting at them earlier. As we get closer and closer here, and guess what? There's still 1 player left alive, Enigma, from Twisted Minds, and it's none other than Rata Boy.
Yeah, I mean, all this aggression, I can't blame VIP for just wrapping around, just really kind of saving Inco Gaming in my eyes of getting wiped by Intense Game. Even though they lost a player, they're still a duo. Intense Game are the ones with just a solo now, and VIP, yeah, they took a loss on the rotation from the Vicious. All these teams, they're making great plays, but they're still losing players. And if you're a Vicious fan, if you're the team that wants to move back up, this is your game to do it. Already 7 to their name, and yeah, it's going to be a matter if you're going to be walking on landmines. Barely misses the nade. M2M getting caught out, thinking he'd be fine, but Intense Game, there we go. They're going to be eliminated in 5th place. Inco Gaming as well now losing 1. Actually, they were able to keep 3 players up, down to just a duo, though, being on their own 2 feet. And this is stage 9 now, 7. I'm not sure if Inco's going to be able to really get the full reset off with all these teams eyeing them down.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, especially the Vicious. It's just going to start raining down grenades as they started doing it already. VIP, there you go. They're going to start getting caught there as well by the Vicious. Meanwhile, there's just 1 player left from VIP, none other than Cunha. He has 4 eliminations to his name, but Juancho's currently up to 7 illims, and he's not satisfied with that. He wants more. He tries to get that jump shot. He's not going to be able to hit it, but luckily for him, oh no, this is what I was worried about. Just the Vicious has way too much control at the moment, and somehow Rata Boy is going to end up surviving and securing at least a 2nd place for his squad. Can he back it up with any more illims? It is going to be tough as more Molotovs are going to start coming down on him. And that could be it for Rata Boy. Rata Boy still alive. Somehow.
Saved him. Oh, wait, he ran in his
Molly. Just walked in. They just gave him free elimination. Oh my goodness. Rata Boy was looking to make a highlight there at the... But the Vicious, just too many men, too much manpower, and on top of that, they had every single possible angle on whatever team was left alive.
Yeah, the big key takeaway is just that spread they were able to hold all the way up until that stage 7, even stage 8, and having 4 players up, the city finishes really just worth its weight in gold when you see every single player left standing. And that's why, Taylor, you know, they were able to rack up so many points, especially on their bonus points day.
It's incredible. I'm really impressed with the Vicious. They finally step it up. They were non-existent in map 1 and map 2, but map 3, they finally get to work and maybe can break onto the front page, right? It's been a little bit since they've been there, so I would love to see them be back on the front page and finally make a decent run over the next 3 maps for the top 7. But what a game it was. Just to highlight Inco here, I don't feel like we've talked about Inco enough, you know, 7, at least in a positive manner. A lot of our discussion around Inco is very negative because they just haven't performed well when it comes to the fall season. But today, they've been on a different level. This Inco could really be impressive at PMGC if they could just stay at this consistent level.
Yeah, I feel like I was being trolled, especially with what I'm seeing right now out of this team. This is the performances that we've been expecting, not only just from like Juancho, right? I want to be able to see inactive as well, being able to put up good eliminations too. Something that I really enjoyed too was Nenebete being able to be just so aggressive, helping out his team, setting up, clearing up the path for them to be able to push up to the place that they were able to push up. On top of that, we saw just the grenades that they were able to rain down on Alpha7 and just end up eliminating those Alpha7 players as well. Overall, this is the Inco I think a lot of us were expecting, and I'm hoping that they continue on this form. I'm hoping it doesn't slow down because, okay, this is now a different roster. This is a roster that I do want to be. I want to look forward to seeing them at PMGC Elite Stage, and I'm not being like, okay, you know what? Maybe X Factor. Maybe I want to see X Factor.
Yeah.
Nah, this Inco. I like this Inco.
No, this Inco is like S tier Inco. Like, the way that they're playing is incredible. I mean, come on. They haven't got a win today, but they've got a 2nd place, and they now get a 3rd place with a ton of elims, you know, 20 plus just off of 2 games alone. Juancho has been on fire, and just to keep that narrative going for Inco, Who is Wancho as a player to you, Enigma? Like, why does he bring such prestige? We've been talking about him for a long time, but is Wancho an emotional player? When he's on, he's on. When he's off, he's off?
I think it's kind of that sense of hot and cold feeling. Maybe with the new players coming in, it really kind of leaves it up in the air of can you perform? And this type of game where you're in those city finishes, you're having to play as a team. Yeah, they were a 3-man, but Wancho, Nenabete, Vitali working as a trio. This is the game where your team synergy level goes through the roof after this. The confidence level and your teammates is completely raised to the next bar. And obviously, you know, Twisted Minds and the Vicious, they had solid games. Obviously, I mean, 44 points is nothing to be disappointed about on a bonus points day by Inco Gaming, man. Just those are those games where you cannot stress enough just how important it is for this team dynamic.
It is, and by the way, just for week 4 alone, for the 9 games we've had a chance to see, Inco will finally join the top 10 elimination leaders. In a bet day, Vitali will join up in the mix at number 8 and number 9. Might not sound impressive when you're thinking about overall top 10. There's a lot better players currently, but they've managed to get onto the top 10 based off of their performance today. That's how good they are currently doing. So here we go. We got some Mover 7. Influence Rage will finally move over Team Liquid. It's their bonus points day. We've waited for them to wake up. They finally at least take 1 point lead. It's not a lot, right? But we're looking for that 90-point maybe day, 80-point day. They still got a long way to go to reach that, but at least this is a start.
Yeah, after 3 games, I'm definitely scratching my head. You know, good job, Influence Rage, being able to move up to that 3rd place. But early, I was able to see this, and then Team Liquid just took it right back, which is insane considering that Influence Rage, it is their bonus points. I just need to see more. I need to see a little bit more consistency. We will be going into Sandhawk next, so if it was the wake-up call, if they did hear me in my first call out, maybe that'll be it. Maybe it'll be Sandhawk magic.
All right, the Vicious finally move up themselves, and you know, honestly, Enigma very close to catching up to Furia. Furia has had some good games today, but with Vicious being on double points, you know, they're one more good game away. Like they just had, what, 40-plus points from getting into the top 7. That would be a big move. I would love to see the Vicious above Furia personally. I think they've got a higher skill ceiling, but then again, Furia has been doing quite well recently.
Yeah, I mean, Furia, they've been getting a few points, but the Vicious, your goal, especially for this last week, is that bonus points. You gotta get that gap close. You gotta even be looking for that 1-up on Furia, like you're mentioning. And I've got a tear in my eye, guys, because as much as I like seeing the Vicious move up, that means AGG goes down on the bottom half, and that's the team I want to keep seeing. That's my squad, man.
I know it, but you know what? Hey, they're Group B, so that means they've got bonus points tomorrow, so they drop down for now, but I mean, really, it's all kind of for naught, right? 7, if the Vicious can't stay consistent.
That's right. Consistency is the key, and for the Vicious, they need to be able to put up good performances and use this current bonus day that they have to create an actual gap to that team, to make it even more, because if not, we might see what AGG was able to do yesterday, tomorrow on their bonus points day, and then we'll start seeing Enigma smiling again.
I hope that, I love Enigma. It's classic. Come on, it's classic. Do want to point out something real quick. Alpha7, by the way, good on them. They've obviously had an incredible week 4. Based off of their week 4 stats, Mafioso will finally squeak up to the top 10 elimination list, and he will join the other 2 members on his roster, Revo and Korea. So Alpha7 nearly having 4 of their players on the top 10 elimination list for their week 4 performance. That's how good they've been, and they are shooting for 500 eliminations, which they might achieve in the next game. Plus, they're also going for 1,000 points. Can they still reach it today? That's the question on at least my mind, and I think ours as well. And you're shaking your head yes, 7, so I agree with that. Hey, it's been a good day. 3 games down, 3 more to go. We're about to move into map 4, which is going to be on Sandhawk. As we go into break, though, we got a fun little content piece for you with Wancho, and this comes from not only your questions from Instagram, but also our questions as talents. Let's hear what Wancho had to say and how he did.
We're here with Juancho from Inco Gaming for a Q&A. When are you going to stop throwing and start Juanchoing?
Whenever I stop getting invaded, maybe I'll start not throwing.
When you're in the middle of a clutch moment, would you rather have clear comms or an active telling you how to play?
Clear comms, unless somebody that's dead calls out the kill feed, and that's it.
What are your thoughts on glider rotations in competitive play? Do you think more teams should incorporate this strategy?
No, it's not a viable option since there's no escape if you get spotted by an enemy. Like, you cannot do anything in the air.
How big of an issue are comms with you and your Brazilian teammates?
Communication has not been an issue with our bad performances, to be honest, but there's still a few tweaks we can do to the communication to improve.
Are you worried that X Factor might pass you in PMGC points for NA?
No, they're bad.
If you could form a fantasy roster with current and retired players, assuming that language wouldn't be a barrier, who would you choose?
So I have to include myself.
Yes, you would be on the team as well.
I'll get Prime Order, Tenagel, Carrillo, and 4 players.
No NA players? Like
Oh.
Coops?
Okay, I'll be support Coops.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season. Day 17, 3 games down, 3 more to go, and some milestones about to be reached. Let's bring it on.
It's not only going to happen to 500 Illims, I think they'll get a day 1,000 points. I'm with you, Enigma.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting on that train of 2 games. This is the second game. They'll cross that 1,000 points.
Hey, I'm still going to give you trouble with you saying that 3 mark and Taylor saying 4. I'm not going to forget that, but I'm happy you're joining me finally at the end of it all. But I mean, Twisted Minds, they're not too far from that 500 report mark. But we always think of the first team to do it, right? We never think of the second or third. Everyone remembers the first team in every milestone, and Alpha7 seems to have reached most of those throughout all the tournament.
That's a fact. You know, it's funny. It was once Team Liquid. Remember, hey, weeks 1, weeks 2, they were reaching every milestone, eliminations, placement points, and of course, total overall. But once Alpha7 took over, they refuse to relinquish that control. They continue to hold, I mean, 16 winner chicken dinners, which is just mind-blowing to me. That's 6 over Team Queso, who's in second. They are dwarfing everyone when it comes to wins, when it comes to placement, specifically placement points. Makes sense, though. They got 16 winner chicken dinners, but incredible team. Twisted Minds, though, I think it makes it even more impressive, the fact that they are still less than 100 points away from Alpha7, which, you know, that's a large drop, but I mean, they've done very good. As we go in, though, to Sanhok, what are we thinking here? Seven, we'll start with you. You know, for Inco, they've been on fire today, but we know Inco X Factor, right? They like to have this tussle with the muscle over in Ruins, and I think Inco today's the day that if I'm an X Factor member, I'm not messing with them.
Honestly, at the beginning of the day, I would have been like, yeah, mess with him because of the way that X Factor was able to play that Aaron Gill. But what we have been able to see out of Inco, not only just their positioning, especially in that last game, but also being able to frag out. Juancho being able to put up that amount of eliminations. So you know what? Let's look at a head-to-head of...
Happened, Enigma. They fell off the face of the earth, man. X Factor, 40-point plus game? Game number 1, then all of a sudden now they just fall off and Inco takes over. This is not what you wanted when you're trying to catch up. And at this point, I think it's been out of reach. I do. Unless there's just some meteoric games over the next 3 for X Factor. But Inco has done exactly what they needed to do, and that's shut NA out of PMGC points to solidify their current lead. Well, let's see how game number 4 is going to go. We're hopping into Sanhok. 7 Enigma, take it away.
One thing that we've been seeing less and less in Sanhok has been that hot drop between those two teams. And I wonder if at any point those PMGC points started just getting into their mind, saying, okay, you know what, maybe we would need to stop hot dropping here. But for Inco, honestly, I'm hoping this form continues on, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Inco as well, even if you were to lose maybe this engagement in Ruins, if you're able to take out 2 or 3 players on X Factor, you're really just crippling that squad from being able to get anything more than maybe 8 or 10 points in the Sanhok match. And that's kind of the notion Inco's looking to have, is if they're not going to have a good performance in the Sanhok and even on the other maps, if you're looking at X Factor, if you're able to recognize maybe the rotations that team's able to do early on in these circles, can you start looking to at least just cripple them later on in the games? Because we see so much in this tournament, 7, where if you lose a player so early on in these zones that these teams really struggle to actually work as that 3-man, compared to obviously the likes of Team Liquid, compared to the likes of Alpha7, who are still able to put the pressure. So X Factor, you know, we gave them the flowers for those 40 points, and then afterwards you had said 2 points in the 2 games after. While Inco catches up to you, I know we got this game and 2 games after 7, but I can't see X Factor really making that jump back into PMGC points anymore.
Yeah, I don't see it happening either, to be completely honest. I'm along the lines there of what Juancho was saying in that interview that we played going into break, saying, yeah, they're not good. I feel like it's just too much of a hit and miss. It's just a lot of inconsistency. I mean, the team can definitely put up performances. We saw it, right? I want to hype them up as much as I can, but I feel like every single time I want to get behind them, I want to hype them up, there's just zero consistency to it. A team that is wanting to stay consistent, at least for the rest of the day, is going to be the Vicious. The Vicious trying to maintain themselves there within the top 8, create a little bit of a distance to AGG, and hoping that more tears come out of your eyes, Enigma, because they don't want AGG anywhere near them at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll have to be just watching after today for the rest of the matches, and I will be just so sad to see if AGG maybe, you know, they maybe fumble on their bonus points day. Maybe even the Vicious looks to target them and Furia on their bonus points days. But man, you know, I'm not going to let you get by with it with your notion of that Juancho interview, 7, because he said that Juancho is like, yeah, they're not good. No, he said X Factor is bad. That is some fighting words right there to say, especially in an interview. And, you know, some people, they don't like giving emotions. They don't like giving the honest answers. But Juancho, he's not sugarcoating it. He's saying and he means it for the most part. And unfortunately for X Factor, you kind of just got to swallow that pill at the end of the day of, you know, maybe he's right now. 90 or so games we've already played, day 17 out of 20 in the tournament. And this is the state of the game. I mean, the leaderboard speaks for itself.
It really does. And I think for Juancho, I mean, he was spot on. And if I'm X Factor, you can't really say anything with the performances that team has been able to put up, the inconsistency. As we are going to be looking now at Inco, they didn't end up hot dropping X Factor. As we mentioned earlier, we just haven't really seen it that much it is going to be Team Liquid very close to this roster, and Team Liquid probably wanting a pick-me-up throughout today. It's a bit of a hit and miss. It's not the consistent Team Liquid that we just got so used to the first 2 weeks. Ever since last week, it's been a bit too much of too many question marks for my liking, especially for a team that is looking like they are going to be going to PMGC League stage. You can see them trying to get those angles on Inco Gaming right now, Mythic, hoping and making sure that nobody is going to be near them. And I think the main reason why this team, or why Team Liquid right now is wanting to get rid of Inco Gaming is because of the positioning.
Yeah.
This position is smack down the center of the map, and usually they want to be able to keep that. And you know what? I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised that they're backing away from this fight and not wanting to fully secure the middle of the circle like we're just so used to seeing this team do in the past.
Yeah, maybe just a really fault in their stars, the coaches in there. Maybe they're just not really feeling too hot coming out of that week 3. But one key note I'd like to take away is that specific compound that Team Liquid and Inco Gaming were about to fight at is a lot of Pinean squads, because Team Liquid lands here in Pinean, chat, if we haven't really noticed just yet, but they land there. Usually squads like having that solo player just at that compound, just getting that little bit extra, because then you're able to contest that hill up towards boot camp. Inco Gaming, they started switching from that ruins drop to split looting the riverside, so that's why these teams are neighbors now. And like you said, with Team Liquid, they're probably going to be making it to PMGC off the leaderboard totals. Inco Gaming will possibly be the NA representative for that. And if that's the case, these teams, it's not going to be just this tournament, 7. They're going to be fighting each other. They're going to be fighting each other in that PMGC stage.
Oh, man.
And that's the scary thing.
Let's not put that out there. Yeah. All right, let's not do that. Sometimes every now and then we do have teams that are a little bit stubborn, that want to end up fighting very early on, that want to hot drop. It's fun. Well, we said it's fun. I love watching it. Maybe for like the first week, if it's a long tournament, if it's a short tournament, maybe for like the first game. After that, just forget about that and try to secure. Try to play smart. It's a lot of money at stake. All right, that can change a lot of lives. So just do the right thing. Team Queso, I mean, talking about consistency, this is a team that I definitely want to see a little bit more consistency out of for the rest of the week, because this team is going to be going to PMGC. Not only are they currently within the top 5, but they are the leaders in regards to Latin America's PMGC points. And with the final week, there's nobody getting even close to catching them. For them, I just want to see a little bit more consistency. And I want to see how Cold Goat is going to continue to perform, especially when we get to the big event, the PMGC League stage coming up soon. So make sure you guys are subscribed to all the socials. Make sure you guys are following. Turn on the notifications, because if you like PMSL America's PMGC League stage is going to be even crazier.
Yeah, it always kind of just that stellar performance from so many different regions and teams. It's never just the east side of the world or the west side. We bring everyone together for it. And I believe it's going to be in London this year. I'm not too sure if that's confirmed just yet. But, I mean, being able to go somewhere, if you're able to be one of these squads, someone new maybe, where you haven't been on that global stage, that's your chance to do it. And bringing up Team Queso, you know, obviously they've had a lot of consistency in these 3 weeks, but this week, man, I mean, 8 points yesterday. We're coming into today. Yeah, they had a few good moves on the map, maybe just getting outplayed a little bit too much. But for the most part, if you're one of these squads that's going to PMGC, you want to finish this week 4 out strong as a squad to make sure that everyone in the world is able to kind of view and say, hey, that's a consistent team. That's not just a 1 week, 2 week team performance that we see in some of the other Americas teams.
Yeah, I remember in the past, a lot of the teams would be like, you know what, we don't really want to show all our cards for the teams that we're going to end up fighting at the next event or whatever the case might be. Yeah, that's not the case anymore. Just play like how you're supposed to. Even if they do see your cards, you'll be able to hopefully readjust and show why you are currently the way you are on the leaderboard. And one team that is trying to make sure they take over the leaderboard in regards to PMGC points, X Factor, getting really close here to Inco Gaming, and they are going to be the first ones to draw there. 2 players actually knocked from X Factor, as Halflick is trying to get that off angle for his team, but it's only going to be 2 players left alive for X Factor. And Inco Gaming right now, if I'm Juancho, I'm smiling. I'm saying, remember what I said in that interview?
Yeah, he means it. And Baton, he was able to make the cross, but he's isolated out. Nenabete holding the boot camp hill, moving down now, forcing him to take this 1v1. But Inco, you got to kind of double up here. You don't want to leave Nenabete hung out to dry. Juancho rotating around just like that, and they're having to worry about other teams. Luckily, Juancho, he does win the wand. Vitali, though, getting shot at. And this actually looks like a third party. Actually, NRG, Full Slam, they wiped out X-Factor7, and they're still looking to fight here.
They are wanting to fight this team. They're wanting to just continue on, and they're wanting to be able to third party, and Casper is going to do just that, as he's going to be able to just hit a beautiful nade on Inco. Now Spec trying to make a push, trying to see if he can maybe pour some different angles here on this fight, and I think Inco's wanting to do the right thing here. They got into a vehicle and said, peace, we're trying to make sure we take advantage of X Factor going off early. We want to be able to get even more points and just make that gap even bigger, as they're going to end up with 2 players left alive, and it's going to be none other than Juancho and Nenebete. But to be honest, for me, those 2 players have been performing so well. Nenebete, at least going into this game, he has 8 eliminations. Juancho has 8 as well. So if I had to pick any 2 players left alive for Inco to be alive, it would be those 2 at this moment.
Yeah, and the tragic thing for Inco is they had such a good setup. They were just ratting out at that compound, waiting for a team just to come across. And we saw X Factor pull up, lose 2 players immediately, thinking that compound's free. So Inco Gaming, really nice idea, but having one of your players getting knocked, Nenebete wasn't able to get baton on that off angle just early enough, allowed NRG to push forward. And, you know, it's a smart decision of them moving back as a duo, but you really just think, man, imagine if they were able to have 4 up there. Imagine if they could have taken the fight with NRG, because comparing Inco to NRG today, Inco has been on fire the last few games. So me thinking of them taking a 4v4, especially against another NA team, I could see them definitely bringing it their way.
Yeah, I mean, for Inco, you heard Reflections earlier talk about in regards to NRG, how Fate was able to move up at least for week 4, move up into the elimination leaderboard. He was number 6 with like 15 eliminations. So for us to now start saying, yo, Inco, NRG, Inco trying to put up performances like we've been mentioning about NRG, that's it makes me happy, man. It makes me happy. I don't want to get too hyped up. I'm one of those persons that gets really hyped up sometimes on some teams because of one day. I've been trying to change that, but I'm just so NA biased sometimes. Yeah. It's really hard to.
Come on. I'm always going to be NA biased. I don't care what people say. They're going to call me crazy, delusional, whatever the case might be. But for the most part, these teams, you know, Inco Gaming, if they had that compound, they'd be set up pretty nice and pretty up in the zone. Unfortunately, they're going to have to deal with the likes of Furia and Team Queso possibly pushing them. And with this zone shift, it's really interesting, Sam, because this part of the map has this whole 3-way road split, but you could essentially see all the way down the roadside. It's completely flat. So you having to make your rotations in here, I mean, it's going to be an absolute firing squad pointed at you. We see it, Inco actually was able to send it in a bit before the mayhem really, I guess, condensed down onto the circle. But man, the Sandhawk zones, we see it every single day 7. And every single Sandhawk, I feel, never disappoints because it's just complete chaos after zone 3.
100%. On top of that, you were talking about teams maybe having tough rotations. Alpha7 looking to break those 500 eliminations. I don't know if they have had broken it yet. Okay, they haven't. Okay, I just wanted to verify with you.
It's
0 elims so far.
Yeah, I think it was just 1 elimination they needed. Something.
Imagine if they just decide to wait until the last second of this match to actually end up getting it. They don't even want to fight. Yeah, it's not. I'm daydreaming here. Okay, viewers, let me daydream a little bit. Alpha7 would never do that. If anybody comes near them, they're just going to start shooting right away. And not only that, they're wanting to just finish off the race to which team is going to be able to make it to 1,000 points first. They're currently 16 points away. Now we're going to be looking at AGG throwing some grenades on Loops Esports. And I know one person that's going to be hoping that AGG clutches this up, man. I'm with you. AGG put up a good performance. I'm telling you, man, after a team puts up a good performances, I like to get behind them. And I think you might be in the same train.
Yeah, and I mean, they're against Loops. That's one of those teams where if they're on the border, you want to make sure you prevent them from getting any points at all in these next few days. AGG, though, we see that gap on the right already between them and the Vicious being up to 30 points. And that's just how drastic those bonus point stays really kind of lay the leaderboard out. But it's one of those spots on the map where you really got to worry about this off angle. It actually looks like a loop solo. Rafina all the way in the backside on AGG. I think they have an idea he's there, but the problem is you have to find him out. You have to find the shots, not just know he's there, because if you're wiping out a squad, losing one player, but what the heck is going on? Furia, they said, we're going to make the chaos start, slamming Influence Rage, and Oh man, this is a repeat of last game. Furia down to just a solo this time, finding the one. He's going for the thirst, but that's not gonna happen. Furia again, 7. Clown carring it out and getting 4-man wiped.
And a team that I wanted to see a bit of a reaction from, Influence Rage, does end up getting all those 4 eliminations, and that was a little bit silly to me there. Just seeing that Fury player trying to just secure that illim. But you know what? It's going to be AGG. 7's going to be able to clutch it up. He's going to be able to clutch up the last one, and he does. That's 2 knocks right there. 1 illim, and he's also wanting to secure this eliminations. He needs to be careful, though, because 1 player is still left alive, at least right in front of him from Loops Esports. He needs to make sure he hits those shots. He's going to miss him, and he's going to be Loops Esports sending AGG back to the lobby, but 7 at least being able to clutch up 1 extra point for his squad.
Yeah, almost a 1v3, not able to find that last player. The 4th member of Loose was completely across the road, but a squad that's desperately needing to find the points, not having the vehicle flip on you is going to be Team Queso, having Coco and Milos already down on the ground. Influence Rage, this is the team you mentioned, 7. You want to see the eliminations start racking up, and Sandhawk, they didn't hear you changing it to map 3. They're saying, we'll at least stick to that map 4 for you, and we're turning on all gears.
I'm all for it right now. 4 alive, 4 ilms. On top of that, they're making sure that they make whatever live Team Queso currently has left really hard here in Sandhawk. And now Papi Potro, now he's the one that has that off angle. Oh, Twisted Mind ends up getting eliminated there with 3. To win and see what's going to happen there. Twisted Mind's not really having one of the best days. NRG going to be switching it over to them as they're very close to the Vicious. He's getting shot from behind. So much mayhem happening here. 24K currently being the last player alive, and he's going to have to take care of 2 players from the Vicious as they're going to be looking forward to finding him. You can see Regis there just securing all those points for his squad. And that's honestly what you want to see out of that team, considering that they are in the bonus points. Here we go, 24K. Can he find the angle? Not being able to find it right there, and gonna have to slow down a little bit more, throw some Molotovs.
Yeah, 1v2 spot. He's got the closet and he's got the shotgun. This is one of those spots where you really got to be able to hear the nade pins pull. He's not going to react to it just yet, and it actually misses the mark. The smoke grenade saving him still in this 1v2 position. We're going to have to start dealing with it. The smoke's blocking the line of sight. He doesn't realize the molly's on him. It's too late. Only being able to get that 12th place. No placement points for him, but this outside 7, it's not stopping. 9Z now fully pushing onto this quarry compound. VIP having to make a stand.
VIP wanting to get at least some more extra points. 9C still all 4 players alive, trying to make this push. They need to be careful, though. We saw what happened earlier with some of the teams trying to take this fight inside this buildings. Eric being able to get 1 knocked and 1 eliminated right there. The Vicious is very close by as well, but they're still hurt from the fight from earlier. There you go. Cinetex ends up getting knocked. Can VIP clutch this up? 1 goes down. Aragon being able to hit those shots. He hits another one, and he's going to have to do a quick 180 and try to find the last player there from VIP. And you know what? That's it. That was the last player from VIP. They get eliminated, and 9C stays alive.
Yeah, 3 eliminations under the belt of Chozo. One of those players where the last few games I felt he was the first one getting knocked, but this time around, he's the one clutching up for his squad. And VIP, man, I mean, I thought they had the angle there for a second. They played the closet well. They came out right as the player was overextending, getting 1 knocked, but 9C able to respond beautifully to the aggression. But now other teams, they're starting to realize this is where that engagement happened. But Alpha7, they've got to be careful. Intense Game is right on top of the mountain from him, but there's only 2 players. Are you going to be able to spot him? And he lands the nade on his forehead. Goodbye. Tense Game now. They're looking for the aggression. McGrellin trying to save Rebo. You have to get this player up, but man, with Sandhawk, you're never given breathing room after that first drop spot 7. It's always going to be full throttle, and hopefully for Intense Game, they're able to flush this out. You cannot allow Alpha7 to fight you on this mountain.
And Alpha7 is looking to regroup, and once again, back-to-back games. By the way, Alpha7 finally crossing that 500 elimination mark by already having 3 eliminations. But this is now 2 times that Alpha7 has had to fight IG, and this is the thing with IG. They're just looking to make life a little bit harder for all those teams that are currently towards the top, as Alpha7 is able to recover that player that was knocked. They're able to pick him up, and now it's going to be a completely different fight here for them. The Vicious, I got to give them some props too. The Vicious, not only were they able to finish off the fight earlier, they still have 2 players alive. They're trying to get even more points on AGG and take full advantage of those bonus points. Meanwhile, IG trying to fight on anybody that gets even closer to them. They are currently working with just 3 players, and right now Alpha7 is just trying to figure out what are we going to be doing here. We're used to playing on the edge, so they're not going to be looking to do anything crazy unless one of them is in a vehicle, unless one of them does try to make some kind of crazy push, which we've seen it. We saw what happened earlier in Miramar with some of their players. They were just sending it one by one.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even though Intense Game has been feeling it today when it comes to them having to force back 2 different teams, we're talking about the Loops duo on the north here, Guapos holding, and the likes of the first place Goliaths to their east, Alpha7. It's so hard to really be able to keep players down. If you're Intense Game, I think you were really focusing more on Alpha7. You wanted them to go down the hillside more to the south, but now it's not just those 2 teams. 7 Influence Rage, 6 eliminations, looking to pick up a few more, turning their sights to the hill, and it does shift up this mountainside, so these squads will not have to move that far, but Influence Rage, they're taking the action right to them.
Influence Rage already up to 6 eliminations. All players currently alive. They're going to be looking to get into an engagement here with IG or Loops Esports. Alpha7, I mean, they're looking pretty right now from earlier. They're probably happy that they didn't end up pushing on IG because the circle ended up going their way as well. And right now, they're having to fend off Aragon, as you can see there on the elimination feed. Lodge just driving around, waiting to see if anybody wants to take some shots at him and seeing how aggressive they're going to be getting as Alpha7 just fully wipes out the whole squad there from 9Z, and now Alpha7 just has the whole East to work with. That is going to be very, very scary for some of these teams. Now, Sloops still trying to make sure that if Influence Rage does make this push, they want to be the first ones to at least engage. They want to be the first ones to not get the knock. Nino, there you go. Looking a little bit sketchy, but he's going to be able to set up that knock, set up that elimination, and now Influence Rage having to work with 1 less.
Yeah, but look at this. He's so worried about Carrillo on the off angle, holding the top side of the mountain. He can't get knocked as a duo, and yeah, Loops, they have 5 eliminations, but they're got to look for more. Top 5 placement. There's still a lot of players you could start picking up, and if you're the likes of Influence Rage, man, you knew that there was at least 2 teams on the mountain. Your knock got stolen by Vitin here, or excuse me, Nino earlier on in the match. So a little bit of a misplay coming out from the double point squad. And with the zone shift, they really would have liked that 4th member up, trying to maybe take the top side of the mountain. And look at this. These Team 7, they fought, they lost players, but the only squad to remain as 4 is going to be Alpha7. And with them being first place, if you're a Twisted Minds fan, you're really hoping they just absolutely butcher this in some way, because you're not wanting this point gap to get any bigger.
Not only that, you also have Team Liquid currently at least having 1 player left alive, and it's not going to be none other than Cardozo. He's going to be waiting for the right moment. That we're having to play edge here. It's not what I wanted to see. You know what? It's Sandhawk, but hey, Team Liquid, they want to be able to put up good performances, even if it's not going to be crazy elim numbers. They're going to be waiting it out. They're going to be being super, super patient. With the new circle that we get, though, it is going to be going towards Influence Rage. So whatever Alpha7 was currently working with, they're going to have to use all that manpower advantage that they currently have over everybody else. They're going to have to fight not only IG Loops, and hopefully hope that Influence Rage does not third-party them, or Team Liquid decides to third-party them. There you go. McGrellin being able to spot one, and it's barely staying alive as he tries to run away from Papa Blue. McGrellin very low on health, and he's still taking shots on anybody that he sees.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go for it. Sandhawk's not going to allow you to stand still. You got to keep moving forward. Luckily for Alpha7, Intense Game was cleared out by them and Loops, but now they've spotted the Team Liquid player, but he hasn't really shot yet. Now he strikes. Maybe he's going to get a second player knocked onto Alpha7. Influence Rage, loving the position they're in, down to just a duo on the mountain, and this is where the smoke play comes in. Who sees who first? He's blind! McGrellin gets him in the smoke. Able to have 3 already to his name, but it's all about the placement, the timing. 7. Who's going to stand up first? And he finds little boy. Influence Range down to Duo. McGrellin just sending it for second. He doesn't get it. Vitin, now the solo for Influence Rage, but since Little Boy was knocked, this is a 1v2 spot. 7. This is still in his grasp.
It is. He's currently low health, and no! There you go, though. I got my answer. I wanted to see Influence Rage being able to turn it up in Sandhawk, use all that madness, and they end up doing just that, Enigma, being able to clutch up that win with a lot of eliminations, and boy, did the circle favor them in a big way there at the end.
Yeah, but it wasn't just them getting the zone 7. We're talking they got the elimination on Team Queso.
Yep.
The damage numbers, if I'm seeing it right, is just sitting around that 2,000 damage mark for this squad. So you could tell, Taylor, that they were putting in the work very early on in that game.
Yeah, without a doubt, 2,000, or at least getting up there is a lot. Influence Rage answering what we've been asking for since the very start. Can you step it up on your double point stake? Can you get close to 80 total points? This is a massive game and gets them a lot closer to that, and more importantly, helps lock up their position in the standings. They just passed up Team Liquid, and now they might go even further, depending if they can continue with this historic run. And for Alpha7, they finally get it done. 500 eliminations. They only needed 1 to get there, but they managed to get 9 plus a 3rd place finish. They continue their power of terror. It's ridiculous how good they continue to be and how consistent. But let's go to the very start, right? Inco gets into this skirmish. They get into this fight. Enigma, what ended up happening there? They've been on fire today, but they were stopped a little bit earlier than they wanted.
Yeah, they snaked out X Factor. They knew they were going to rotate behind him and just completely held him at the wall. And then they completely forgot, yeah, NRG is going to be right behind them, going in for the same rotation, so they get wiped out, But man, these squads, we got to bring it back. I was saying Influence Rage early on was getting those shots. It wasn't even Team Queso at the start. It was Furia that they completely wiped out in that clown car. So their eliminations, it wasn't just the end there, Taylor. It was throughout that whole game.
Yeah, that was the start, wasn't it? I mean, Furia dropping early on, that had to hurt, but it was Influence Rage who was able to get the best of them and then ultimately get the best of Inco as well. They just went on a tear, and certain teams have that ability to flip a switch and just absolutely dominate, and in this case, it was Influence Rage, but also for Loops, right? 7, Loops has been relatively quiet today, but they've made, at least had a major storyline throughout the fall season. They get 2nd place with 7 elims.
They are, and they're currently being that team within the 5th place. So that's why you could see a little bit of proactiveness there, aggressiveness there from that player. As soon as you got that knock, you want to be able to just secure that elimination. And Cardozan, I mean, this was the thing for Cardozan. This is what he needed to do for his team. Just being out, able to just try to get any eliminations possible, any points for his team, because it was going to be tough considering that he had Influence Rage. Loops Esports, that last player being able to find McGrellin, and overall, man, Influence Rage, what a performance. 12 eliminations, 44 points. That's gonna be pushing them up the leaderboard in a nice way.
Yeah, huge. That's great for them, man. They needed it too. They really did. And Team Liquid, they did their best. 4th place, total of 2 eliminations, only 6 points. It's not going to be enough to catch Influence Rage, right? Because they are on their bonus points and they're making the most of it. Got to be happy for Loops, though, especially with Furia not having the best game. That means, or at least gives more of an opportunity for Loops to continue to hold on to what they got. They've got a great lead over Furia at the moment. And for Furia, remaining kind of neutral, not having a good day per se. They've had some moments to shine. It kind of gets scary because, rosters like AGG, or more importantly, the Vicious, can potentially catch up, but and they don't have a bad game themselves either, Enigma. I mean, 4 eliminations, 6th place. It's not the best, but it's definitely better than what Furia was able to accomplish.
Yeah, it's better than just 1 or 2, whatever X Factor's been able to put up the last 3 games. That squad, man, I mean, just that Sandhawk, even 7 was pointing out, man, they're a duo. They got a pretty good spot. They're going to get some decent placement. Yeah, it wasn't in that top 5, top 3 range, but getting something is better than nothing, and that's why they're able to start moving that leaderboard just ever so closer from that 8th place up towards Furia in that 7th position.
There it is. Loops moving up. Feels good for them. Team Queso dropping down. Now, 7, we knew this was a risk. Team Queso throughout week number 4, really week 3, I should say, kind of hit or miss, right? Because of that, they remained stagnant, and that gave an opportunity for Loops to work their way up. And make no mistake, right, 7, Loops has worked hard to get to 5th place.
They really have. And I mean, with the performances that we just saw out of Loops Esports there in Sandhawk, you know why they're currently in 5th place. But for Team Queso, hold on, before I speak about you, Team Queso, Alpha7 Esports, 2 more points, baby, and we crossed that 1,000. I really thought they were going to do it here in Sandhawk, especially with the way that they were playing, but good to see Alpha7 just breaking records here at PMSL America's Fall Split. But for Team Queso, man, I wonder how much of a turn off is currently on their heads, because we know that that team is going to be going based on their PMGC points for LATAM. But seeing them just drop down and keep dropping down even more here on the leaderboard is a little bit scary for me if I was one of their fans. That's not what you want to see for a team that's already qualified towards the next stage.
No, it's not. You know, especially like you said, they're going to PUBG already. So for Team Queso, it raises a lot of questions. Kind of the same with Inco. Inco's had a great day today, but they've been inconsistent, but they look to be going to the PUBG stage. You know, there's no questions about Alpha7, obviously. We know what they can do and what they're going to continue to do. We look at the second page, 9 through 16. No movers here for VIP, for X Factor. It's been too quiet of a day. I know X Factor had that banger game number 1, but ever since the Enigma, they've been super quiet.
Yeah, just on and off for the squad. Just the NA curse. I don't know what else we could put in. Maybe we got to light more candles or something in our backgrounds, because X Factor, man, that week 1 was so good. And then week 2 and 3 was more just maybe 1 or 2 decently solid games coming out on some random bonus point games. But for the most part, man, if we're comparing them to Team Queso, to the likes of Lutz, we've seen them have full day consistency, not just those 1 or 2 matches like we've seen from most of our NA squads.
So I just want to kind of put a cap on this for Alpha7. They've already got more points now collectively than they were able to get during the spring season. You know, Team Liquid finished in first last season with 981 points. Alpha7 has already surpassed that, and they're looking to go even further in this next game, breaking 1,000 points. Winning that Esports World Cup gave them the utmost confidence. They haven't been the same team since. They broke that second place curse, and they've been on the up and up, and they seem absolutely unstoppable. But that's 4 games down, 2 more to go, and Miramar is going to be coming up next. I can't wait to return to that map for a number of different reasons, but more importantly, Alpha7. Will they get another big game with 15 eliminations? They've done it before. They can absolutely do it again. As we head into break, Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with Intense Games Poppy Sour after their big game performance earlier today. Let's hear what Poppy Sour had to say.
All right, guys, here we are with Papi Sour after match 3. A good game day for you guys. A top 2, a top 3, now a top 4, I think it was, yeah. So pretty good. How are you guys feeling? What do you attribute to this good match day until now, at least?
Bueno, nosotros estamos tomando las decisiones correctas, estamos jugando con mejor organización como no la teníamos. La primera partida se pudo haber ganado, pero tomamos una decisión un poco lenta. Y las otras 2 partidas han sido buenas, buena pelea, buen posicionamiento, y hemos avanzado bien.
Yeah, it says that they have been taking good decisions. They've been fighting where they had to and advancing where they had to. He says that they were able to win the first match if they didn't make a wrong decision. What was the wrong decision that you guys took on that first match that you said you could have won?
La decisión que tomamos un poco mal éramos 4 vs 4 versus X Factor, y la idea era tirar humo, irnos 2, o sea, yo con Guapo subió la montaña por derecha, pero Guapo se adelantó y subió, y fue un pequeño error ahí, y luego noquearon a Remy, luego a mí, ahí quedó Jayuya. Jayuya logró eliminar uno, pero se perdió, pero fue buena la partida, fue súper buena esa partida, sí.
Yeah, he says that the idea was to flank up on the mountain. Guapo went up, but advanced too quickly, and then he got knocked, and things tumbled down from there. Man, congratulations either way, because it's been really good seeing you increase the performance throughout the weeks, starting now like this, and maybe see you even higher on the table.
Maybe.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, Day 17. It's time to get to work on the last two maps, Miramar and then Erangel. We've already seen some big moves being made by Alpha7, but also Loops moving up to top 5 for the first time in a long time. I believe really since week number 1, they've worked hard to get to this point, and it's very well deserved. At one point they were fighting against Furia. Well, that fight no longer exists as they continue to just absolutely dominate, at least in their own division. Of course, I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. We bring in our casters 7 Enigma. We're loading into map number 5. I was taking a look. I mentioned Alpha7 just doing a great job and surpassing even the best of Team Liquid, who won PMSL Americas in spring. And but I was also looking at like the ceiling at the moment. Seems like across the board, 7. Every team has gotten better compared to last season. And we like to see that, right? We want to see the Americas region start to evolve and continually get better. And it seems as if now the teams of spring season, they might not even been able to hang at this point with the teams of the fall season.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing it, right? Especially between the first two, between Team Liquid and also with Alpha7. And I'm talking about first two teams from spring split for everybody currently watching. Team Liquid, they started off so consistent, but then Alpha7 just put on that next gear. They put on that championship gear, and they're currently just kind of running away with it, at least in regards to first place. We're talking about how Twisted Minds might be able to catch them. I mean, they're now the lead is over 100 points, over 103 points. And I mean, for Alpha7, I'm just so impressed at the way that they've been able to adjust.
Yeah.
It's something that I know that they've been working on for years, and to finally see it come to fruition, it's really nice being able to see a team that was so aggressive at one point now starting to be a little bit more passive.
And I know X Factor, they've got 2 more games on their bonus points, but I want to shout them out. Adding on Havlik now, back when they were the old in hyper roster, they have more points now than they did last year, and that we had, or excuse me, last season. So they've improved too. Again, across the board, it's spectacular to see this region doing as well as they are, and it's only going to get better from here. Competition makes competition better. Let's go into map number 5, 7 Enigma. The floor is yours.
Let's doing a whole podcast here. Honestly, it's a reflection. Stay on with us. Because Miramar, I mean, at the start is usually pretty chill, to be honest. And I kind of want to expand a little bit more on what I was talking about with Alpha7, because I mean, that team, you can just see the on and off switch, and this is something that we've been talking about throughout this whole season too. I think I've gotten a chance to talk to you about it already too, Enigma.
Yeah.
With this team just working on that, and for us to be able to see it, I mean, it's a change that a lot of the other teams need to be able to do. And I feel like that's currently where Team Liquid is falling a bit short. They tend to be very aggressive if they already have a position in the map, but if they have to push up, is usually when they end up struggling, when they have to be the aggressor and they're not in a solid position. And oh my goodness, that circle.
Yeah, I don't think any squad's really going to be in a solid position coming into this first circle shift, but kind of building up on that idea around Alpha7 here and stuff like that. I think they've been just second place for so long, just over and over and over again. They developed that mindset of just, there's always something we can improve on. And obviously, Team Liquid, they didn't have the best performance compared to Alpha7 since Alpha7 won EWC. But Alpha7, even with them having that win idea in the back of their mind, finally being champions, they still have it in any of the interviews we get from them. Yeah, we got stuff we want to focus on, stuff we want to work on, and that's why they continue to improve. And yeah, Team Liquid, they had a solid start to this tournament, really being consistent, but Alpha7, as well as the rest of the squads in this lobby, have really been able to adapt and overcome this idea of sticking to just one play style. Because we're not talking this is just 1 or 2 weeks of play here, 7. This is 4 total weeks of gameplay, 120 total matches, and we know you can never just sit still and do the same thing over and over. And that's why everyone loves the game of PUBG Mobile, because everyone changes up and you start seeing magic happen with some squads where before you might have discounted them.
Yeah, for sure. And I think right now, you know what, let's take a pit. We'll go back to that one.
Yeah.
IG right now getting pushed by none other than the Vicious. I'm telling you, Vicious are wanting to be vicious. They're wanting to secure those extra points. But going back to what you were saying, it also comes down to just the consistency that these teams are being able to put up, especially with Alpha7, right? When you go back and see how they were able to perform in week 1, they ended up with 280 points. In week 2, 306. And I think we ended up playing an extra match there. So you can see why it went up a little bit more. And then on top of that, on week 3, last week, 290 points. So always very consistent. And in comparison, when you look at some other teams, like, and I'm sorry, Team Liquid, I'm going to have to put you on the spot here, but it's the biggest, it's the one that makes my point even better, okay? Team Liquid, first week, 319 points. Second week, 315. The third week, 147 points. I'm sorry, what, Enigma?
Half. That's half, if my math's correct, compared to the first 2 weeks. And they haven't really had that stellar performance coming into this week, and that's always the scary idea. I know the Brazilian fan base will hate me saying this, but Team Liquid, they're not looking hot in this final week. They're coming out of a 140-point week. They're looking like an NA squad in some regards, and that's, I don't mean that to be an insult, but it really is an insult right here. Team Liquid, you need to start pulling together, and oh my goodness, the Vicious. This is the team that they're feeling it, and Team Liquid, you don't want to be the squad to give it up to them, but luckily, Mythic's got something to say to it. You're not going to be allowed to drive around so freely, and they actually get 2 here, 7. This could be a full wipe onto the Vicious.
Here we go. This is what I want to see out of this team. A little bit more aggression, right? But make sure you do it in a smart way.
Yeah.
Right now, you have Mythic go around. He's going to be able to hopefully pop some tires there. He's almost being able to knock him. And there you go, Mythic being able to hit those shots. The team keeps on pushing. And this is what I want to see out of this team. Whenever you do get a chance to go for those points, you guys are very smart, man. You guys were able to showcase it. And I mean, not only in the spring on PMSL Americas, but also the first 2 weeks. You guys were just at another level in comparison to everybody else. And that team just needs to use that smartness whenever they do have to be aggressive. There, they saw easy pickings. They went for it. And then on top of that, they're going to end up with 3 solid points on their tally. And that's how you want to be able to start a match like this, especially after you haven't really been having such a great week, such a great couple of days too, because it's not even the week. Yesterday they were able to put up good numbers, but it's not of the likes of the Team Liquid that I'm used to. And I know I'm being super nitpicky with this team, but it's because I have seen them do really well before in the region, and then they go to international events. And they're just not able to duplicate. They're not able to pick on teams over there. Teams actually end up picking on them. And I don't want that to happen for this team, because they have just showed some promising potential, especially with what they're able to do here in Americas.
Yeah, it's always the matter of the fact of how do you react when things don't go your way? Can you salvage the situation? And Alpha7 has just been a bar above everyone else in this lobby, even in the international stage of doing that. And that's why they finished first in that global event. But one team just next to Team Liquid as well, 7, that's looking for those points is going to be Team Queso. 8 points yesterday. Today, they've only picked up a few eliminations under their belt. They got to win this, but luckily it's going to be against Latin Kings, the bottom team on the leaderboard, finding one initially. We're pushing up the stairs, but Poppy Poacher almost getting caught out. Full Goat, though, is going to be a player traded in the backside. Latin Kings not giving it for free to Team Queso, and a little bit of a jump shot gets them, actually. Team Queso, the spread is finally giving them the fruits of their labor, 7. But, oh my goodness, it's not just these two teams. X Factor, of course, coming in for the third party.
We heard a fight here, and we want to be part of it. And for Team Queso, we were just talking about your consistency. X Factor was like, you know what, we'll help them with that awful consistency that they have. As right now, they're looking third party this fight. Poppy Poacher just hiding in a corner as he's one of the last 2 players alive from Team Queso. And meanwhile, X Factor is just looking to get those extra points. They know that they need to take advantage of this bonus points that they currently have. They were able to at the beginning of the day, but ever since then, we really haven't seen much of it. There you go. Latin Kings ends up getting eliminated. X Factor currently still with all 4 players alive. And the major thing for me for Team Queso is, even if you do end up somehow surviving this with just 1 player, the fact that they ended up losing Cold Goat right away can be just such a hamper to their performance because of how well that player has been able to perform. If I'm not mistaken, I think he is currently still in first place in regards to eliminations for everything, for all the weeks. It just speaks volume. Yeah, he's currently at 157. Jeez. The gap has closed to Rebel with 152, but you can see how much is going to drag him down if he does end up dying first.
Yeah, the problem is these last few days, they just haven't been performing. Alpha7 has. They've won, 3 games in the last few days for Alpha7. That's why they're 2 points short of that 1,000-point mark. Team Queso has not been able to find their stride. And yeah, even if he was maybe able to pick up an elimination onto X Factor here, if Havlik chooses to go in, it's still just you're going to get wiped at some point. It actually looks like as well, it's not even going to be just a third party. We're having a fourth party now as well, with it being 9Z starting to rotate in. And look at this. All these Team 7 choosing to fight so early on. This is what I was talking about. X Factor maybe giving one player loss. Really just tragic stuff. And I hate kind of being the one to call this stuff out, 7, because it's just like, I feel like even if you're a player in these situations, you got to be able to recognize these situations.
Yeah, this is what you get sometimes, players like Juancho saying that they're not worried about X Factor, that they're not really having to even think about it, because of situations like this, in a moment where they shouldn't have lost 2 players, they end up losing 2 players to Papi Potro. And I know that Papi Potro was being very quiet and whatnot, but you just got done third party in the fight. You didn't see any of the other teams being eliminated. You should have been a little bit more worried, right, in regards to maybe, there you go, there's some nades coming through. FS is going to be able to clutch that up, and Big Milo is just going to end up running away. But oh man, it sucks to see that they ended up losing 2 players right there, where they just didn't need to lose any of those 2 players. Big Milo is going to be looking to just secure some extra points for his squad, as Papi Potro was at least able to secure 2 more points and ends up with 4.
Yeah, but it's, I mean, 5 eliminations. If you go out, that's all the points you're getting on this Miramar. Today has not been that solid of a start, I guess you could say, to the week that you're wanting for Team Queso. And yeah, with the zone shift, they're not going to have to go too far. It pulls centered up more towards Influence Rage and the likes of them. But man, we could see on that battle tracker, so many teams already took casualties. We're looking at Intense Game, X Factor, The Vicious, even Team Queso, like we're seeing now on the screen. These squads they chose, some of them were smart engagements in my mind, but just getting lackluster, giving up on the full 100% seriousness when it comes to finishing those fights right.
And I think once we get here towards the final week, we start seeing some teams kind of run out of that stamina, right? I mean, all these players are currently Brazil. Some of them might end up missing their families, whatever the case might be. But I mean, we are human beings after all, right? That starts playing into their mind as well. And then it becomes a factor of what mental state are you on. And for some of these teams, I mean, X Factor, you had a chance where you could have actually made it to PMGC, and you could still make it. You're just making it a lot harder for yourself by not taking full advantage of the current bonus points. A team that's actually trying to take full advantage, and even though it's not currently their bonus point, it's going to be Twisted Minds. They haven't really had one of their best days in comparison to what they were able to do yesterday with those 78 points, 2 chicken dinners, and on top of that, a second place finish with 16 eliminations. Gonna be Twisted Minds. I want to see a little bit more consistency out of them, man. And I feel like a broken record, because it always comes down to that. Just pure consistency. Can you do what you were able to do the day before? Why we're praising you? Can you do that again, or at least get close to it?
7, I want you to kind of think of what you just said, of having this consistency. I don't think you're really going to be able to match a 78-point consistency over and over and over again. We're talking, that's more than most teams get on their bonus points. Like Alpha7 is barely even reaching that mark. They both were the Star Stellar squads yesterday. So in terms of your consistency, I know you kind of mean that for the other teams like Team Queso, like Furia, that are near those middle pack of the squads. But it was just funny thinking of it like, man, Twisted Minds having another like 78-point day. Like, I think that's more of just like you have that maybe once every few weeks as a squad. But the nice thing is,
how bad do you want that first place, Twisted Minds?
Well, I mean, they want it. Don't worry, they want it. But I mean, Alpha7 wants it just as bad as M7, and that's why the point spread it still stayed the same. And although he does get the beam on X Factor, it looks like X Factor's full sent it to the Vicious solo. That's why they're eliminated. Going on, they are going to be a duo, but man, these teams, they went for a lot of these early engagements. Stage 3, it is going to be Miramar, which Miramar, I always figure, is it being that map 7 where people kind of fight later on. There's so much terrain for you to work with, and they're kind of just throwing it out the window. They're saying, yeah, we'll play this like Sandhawk. We're just going to fight the first team we see, and that's why we're seeing teams like Team Liquid, like even X Factor, they've already got a full squad wipe under their belt.
Yeah, for that team, I mean, for all these teams, right? It kind of just goes with feeling each other out. And for Twisted Minds, I mean, we see them being able to continue to knock that one player from X Factor. That boy keeps getting picked up. I think they're trying to go for just the record here in regards to being able to revive a player. How many times can you revive a player in an esports game? And so far, it's up to 2. Let's see if they can maybe make a tree with the hell of the of Obscure trying to get those angles. Oh, there you go. They were able to find an angle on him instead. Oh, for Twisted Minds, yeah, I think it will be super insane if they did try to be consistent and just try to go with 70+ points every single day. But so far today, I mean, they just haven't had the performance that I would expect them to, especially with what we saw yesterday. I'm not sure what the total points is for today, but it's just nowhere near to even half of what they were able to do yesterday. And with just 2 games left, I want to see a little bit more pickup, especially because we've been saying this team, you know what, the way they were playing, the way they started off the week yesterday, they can maybe challenge Alpha7 for that week 1. And Alpha7 is just showcasing that they're at a different level, as Loops Esports is now currently hunting down VIP. VIP trying to find some people as well from Loops Esports. One player, Nino, was knocked, and there you go. Zelda just securing some extra points there for his squad.
Bonus points team. I know we had a lot of promise with this squad, kind of hyping them up as the underdogs in that week 1, and then afterwards it just was downhill from this team from there. Loops, of course, has been turning up the knob a bit, picking up eliminations. We saw right there, I mean, just full sending up onto players, but now we're talking this early game stones and stuff like that. It's really going to start biting you in the back if you have to sit in the blue zone. And actually centers up, it's not too bad of a zone shift for most of these squads, but if you're Loops, you still got to work into these zones, and it's not going to be just VIP anymore. You're going to have Inco Gaming, possibly NRG looking at you. You want to get out of this field and fast.
Yeah, and that's going to be easier said than done, especially with how many teams might end up surrounding you. There you go. They try to do that. They pop one of the tires. They start spinning. And on top of that, one of the players does end up getting knocked down. Nino now having to push here to VIP. And he end up winning this engagement, as both of them are going to be throwing some grenades towards each other. Nino making it behind this building, trying to push up the action even more. Here we go. Can he spot that player from VIP? He's going to be able to spot him. Is he going to be able to knock him? It is going to be a chase. And guess what? VIP says, no, keep on chasing. It ain't going to work for you, as I'm going to just turn around and pop you and knock you. And Loops Esports will look to be like a promising push right there. It stops in its tracks.
Yeah, I mean, it's just he was trying to go for it, understanding, yeah, M2M had the nade in his hand, but he's going to swap to his shotgun at some point, gave him too much time to run around and kind of just bait you around the corner. But now, just the solo for Loops, the duo of VIP after losing 2 earlier on in this engagement. But Inco Gaming, they're holding that roadside 7. They're saying, hey, we want to look for it, but you're going to want him to get knocked if you're going for this third party. We're out of zone. We're needing to get all these eliminations without having anyone get knocked on our squad.
VIP still filling in another nade there, finding Nenebete from VIP. They say we took care a little bit of Loops there. We're able to knock some of their players. We're making it very difficult for them. And if you want some Inco, we'll try to make it difficult for you as well, as Loops Esports and Zelda trying to pick up that player standing, but he also needs to be careful because he was getting third party from a team on the horizon. Now it's slowed down a little bit more. Inactive and the squad that were able to pick up those players that were knocked. Let's see who's going to end up winning this fight and how they're going to end up rotating out of this, because if I'm not mistaken, I think it is Team Liquid taking on those fights. And there you go, VIP just a little bit too much. Inco a little bit too much for them, as VIP ends up getting eliminated, and Inco continuing on that aggressiveness. Now they're going to have to turn it up against Loops Esports, as Zelda is going to be the last player alive here. He's going to be able to secure some extra points for his squad. Can he clutch up this 1v2? He's going to find one. He hits one shot. Can he find the other one? Going to secure that elimination for his team. Missing the first shot. He's currently barely at 20 HP, and he's going to have to back up because the zone is coming.
Yeah, they got to worry. Team Liquid was the one that actually knocked that Inco player in between the buildings. Zelda stealing that point away, and Juancho, man, I mean, 1 HP, get caught out, forced into the 1v1. And Zelda, he's one of those players, especially anyone on Loops, he could win this 1v1. But man, look, the time clock's ticking, and neither of them even live at the compound. Team Liquid just firing so many mini shots from this range, just finding all the players to their name. Both of those teams, 7, all 3 of those teams being eliminated at that compound.
That is insane. And it wasn't even just Team Liquid. NRG also somehow find a way into that fight, as well, as they were able to eliminate that last player standing there from Inco. Now we're going to have Team Liquid setting themselves up. Okay, all right. You know what? A little bit more of an H playing style. This is what I want to see out of this team. And they're going back to that 3-1 split, which they already have Cardozen in the circle as well. I'm telling you, man, if this team was actually to practice a little bit more this H style whenever they are forced to play like this, I feel like they would actually end up doing wonders because they end up setting themselves up for this kind of style. They just usually end up preferring to be in the center.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams, they're either forced onto the southern edge with all the fighting, or they're already in the city of Impala, leaving these compounds open. And yeah, I'm wanting to see this. If you have Cardozo centered up more, looking for that scouting, I'm expecting Team Liquid to either fight all these teams on the south side or take one of those compounds just on the road that are free for the taking. Because your Team Liquid, the whole point of the edge style is either you fight for your spot or you recognize some position deeper in zone from your position of, hey, we can reach this point. We could play this from our side, but we'll have to wait and see because it looks like there's going to be 3 squads remaining. Team Queso actually still being able to keep the solo up. AGG driving through with 9Z on the other side of the warehouse, but Milo, he's going for the shots, only gets him down to 1 HP, can't find the knock, and this is where the rest of the squad comes in. Seven's going for the shotgun shots, not able to find it, and yeah, it's only inevitable. Everyone pulling up, but if you're AGG, you can't get knocked. 9Z's next to you. This is a do or die spot for the squad. I think, Seven, they got to just leave him out.
He actually ended up confirming it. Big Milo, before he died, he ended up confirming that elimination.
Oh, no.
Insane there out of Milo. I'm surprised he actually survived that long. And for him to be able to at least clutch up 1 extra point for his team, that's good. Twisted Minds is going to be switching their focus, though, towards IG. I mean, I feel like we're getting a chance to talk about them. We're getting a chance to interview them in a positive way, too. I mean, for this team, if they want to push up on the leaderboard, they got to do a lot more, you know? They just got to do a lot more. It's a big gap from 15th place to 14th place. But the good thing for them is that VIP is currently dead, and VIP is also on their bonus day. So, for intense game, if they can continue this performance going into tomorrow, which is going to be their bonus day, I could see them pushing up to 14th place.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's just that prize pool difference of 15th to 14th, whatever that, I guess, exchange you could say changes up when you move up and down those positionings so far down the leaderboard, it is a doable spot for them. And obviously, at the end of the day, you want to get the most amount of money possible. Obviously, you're going to have regrets. Maybe you just think of different decisions later on when you kind of get experience to this environment. But one team that is definitely not liking their position, they have 4 eliminations, luckily, to their name, is going to be Team Liquid. They still have that south side. They're trying to hold that spread that I was kind of discussing, one of the possibilities they could do. And now they're starting to apply their pressure to these teams like 9Z, like Alpha7 that are next to them. And hopefully for them, they're able to pick up a few more eliminations on the way.
And on top of that, now for 9C, man, what an awful spot to be in. Not only did you have Alpha7 over looking at you, you had Team Liquid, and on top of that, a different squad as well. Here we go. Let's see what this circle is going to be working with. As we have Alpha7, we know how comfortable they can be in this position. And look how quickly just Cardozo, being that scout player for his squad, finds a spot right smack down the center for him. And he's going to be able to relay a lot of that info now. Can the rest of his squad end up pushing up to him? And is that even a good spot as well? There's just so many question marks. Meanwhile, Alpha7, they're just chilling. They're like, okay, we're used to this. Outside of the circle, we get to chill. Meanwhile, Team Liquid's like, no. This is not what we want to do. We don't want to be fighting Alpha7 right now outside of the circle. This is what they're used to. Let's start pushing towards where Cardozo is, and he might end up helping them out as Influence Rage. Are they trying to go back-to-back right now? All 4 players alive. Really good positioning, too, out of some of their players as well. It could be possible.
I mean, I'm kind of expecting Alpha7 to recognize all of Team Liquid gave up this outside. I want to see them kind of just wrap all the way around this outside and force Team Liquid to get kind of pinned down in their center position because they're not in the mountain. Influence Rage has already claimed that. They're not in the church where X Factor's at. Yeah, they're having to hug this cliffside. So if Alpha7's able to recognize this, really start to move around Team Liquid, which it looks like they're starting to maybe piece it together, all of these players would be in the open for him, 7. So if Team Liquid, you got to be careful with your positioning. They might have rotated just a bit too early in my mind, but they're still applying the pressure. There still is Team Liquid that has the gunners on their name. Mythic already with 4 in this game. Can he find the shots? And it looks like Alpha7, they are going to start moving forward. A shack to their name, but now they've got to worry with 2 squads angling them down.
And on top of that, whatever extra vehicle they did have going their way ends up currently smoking. So it's going to make whatever rotation they end up doing in here, if they do need vehicles, a little bit harder. Team Liquid having to use a lot of utility. It wasn't just Alpha7 that they were going to have to worry about. They were going to have to worry about NRG. And this is what I'm talking about. Sometimes for this team, they're just so focused on getting towards the center of the circle.
Yeah.
And not really thinking of other possibilities of how to play, how to switch up their playing style, that it puts them in a position like this. Even if it does end up working out, now you're gonna have to burn out through all that health, right? You're gonna have to burn out through all that utility with the smokes too. I'm hoping this team starts recognizing that, especially going into PMGC league stage. Now NRG, luckily for Team Liquid, NRG decides to switch their focus to another Brazilian team, none other than Twisted Minds, and this is going to be one heck of a finish, honestly, with the terrain that we're currently working with.
Yeah, NRG, they're actually down to a 3-man 24K, getting eliminated some point earlier on in the match, and they're kind of worried about Twisted Minds starting to push out and wrap behind them. They want to, I think, go for those Team Liquid players on the cliff side, but it's not just them. Furia's taking pod shots at them. A lot of these teams really now just right up and below each other. Mafioso just below. Law going on this cliff side. Diego trying to hold this off angle if Alpha7 chooses to wrap around. And I'm loving Influence's Rage's spot right now. They've got the highest high ground in the map currently where it's being played. They've got the off angle of Ronzin trying to just weasel around to Mafioso. Unfortunately, though, if Little Boy gets knocked, actually insta-thirsted by Revo, just completely caught out. Bit of a misplay, but still, with it being a 3v4, the positioning might give him the advantage enough against the first place squad 7 to potentially clear him out to this side of the map.
Yeah, with Florison, he kept looking at Mafioso there. He knows that he could have possibly gotten a knock, but he wants to make sure that if he gets a knock, he's able to secure that and just turn that into elimination like Alpha7 was able to do. And there we go. We get the new circle. Team Liquid is currently still going to have all 4. They are currently within the center. Now Alpha7 and Influence Rage. Oh, Influence Rage does end up trying to knock Mafioso there, but he doesn't have enough as Mafioso is still alive. Can Law maybe lay down some Molotovs, or does he have any nades? Oh, he doesn't have nades left. He only has 1 Molotov. If he could maybe just find a way to hit down Molotov on those players right below him, that could be massive. But now for us, and this is why he was being a little bit worried, because he knew that as soon as he gave away his position, Alpha7 was just going to start making a rain on him. Those nades are deadly, and now he's going to be knocking. Now it comes down to Law. Can he use that height advantage on Alpha7 to stop him from just taking their ground and knocking them?
I think if you're Influence Rage, you got to just concede it. You got to hold Alpha7 back and try to wrap around the mountain. You got to worry about the rest of the players in this match. Unfortunately, intense game. Seems like they were wiped out by the NRG push, but man, Influence Rage, they had that off angle. They missed the shots and unfortunately lose 2 players. So the mountain, they might have to give it up, but it's not even just stopping there. X Factor seems to be getting aggressed on by Furia inside the city of Impala, and I think that was a full wipe from, X Factor, a team that double points, unfortunately only reaching that 7th place position, not the placement they want with their strong start in the match. A lot of these teams taking a lot of these fights, and unfortunately it's not going their way.
And the crazy part is that so many teams are taking so many fights, right? And then we switch over to Twisted Minds, and they're just chilling. They've been chilling for the longest time, trying to find angles on different teams. They will have to fight here very soon, especially if NRG decides to make that push, which they will have to make that push, depending on how long they want to stay there in that current position. And they know that they're there. We saw some Molotovs go their way. Now we're seeing the smokes pop up. Federal in this squad can definitely end up taking their time. And luckily for Team Liquid, what ended up working out for them is that NRG did have to move away from the position that they were on. So now they have a lot more room to work with. And on top of that, they had to stop getting worried about Influence Rage, because Influence Rage is just so focused on holding off Alpha7. So somehow something that looks so unlikely ends up working out there for Team Liquid, and they're currently still within the circle too. Alpha7 and Influence Rage, I wonder how much longer this fight is going to be taken here, because Alpha7 is going to have to push it into the circle, so does Influence Rage.
Yeah, it looks like there's this little bit of a canyon in between the 2 mountains that Alpha7's trying to reach, but they're trying to get the buggy up there. Carrillo at least not taking too much damage, but Law earlier on 7, he didn't even have a helmet left, so instantly beamed by McGrellan. And this is the moment where if you're Alpha7, you're hoping someone finds that frag grenade to clear him out, because it's not just going to be this squad you got to worry about. This duo outside of zone, you got to turn your sights towards Team Liquid, and now we're seeing it. Trying to long arm it up the mountain. Diego trying to find some shots, but they're all hugging under the cliffs. It's such a hard angle for you to peek over. Mafioso almost getting caught, but I mean, you got to be worried about it. These vertical nades, they land instantly as soon as they reach the top of the mountain. So Influence Rage, they unfortunately on their double points on this Miramar 7-0 elimination still. They got to find something here under their belt.
I like what Team Liquid is doing. They're being a little bit more proactive. They're trying to find some angles on Alpha7. They were able to already knock 2 players from Alpha7. Meanwhile, Korea just having to hug the mountain, wait to see, and hope that Influence Rage is not able to spot them, and they're just going to have to jump off. There we go. This is more of what I wanted to see out of Team Liquid, being able to just find some angles, wanting to be a little bit more aggressive, wanting to third-party fights. NRG ends up getting eliminated. Alpha7, they end up finding Carrillo with the help of the play zone, the help of Team Liquid, and the help of Influence Rage. It took 3 things to be able to eliminate Alpha7 with the way that they were currently playing, and now they're going to be switching it over to Furia still alive. This is a team that definitely needs those points. Remember how much we were talking about them and the leaderboard they're currently working with, trying to take on those shots there to Twisted Minds, not being able to fully connect and get that knock, but at least they have all their 4 players alive. So does Team Liquid, and so does Twisted Minds. This is going to be an amazing finish.
Yeah, and I mean, the finish is going to be this Zone 7. We're talking, this is Stage 9. We're going to nothingness. Team Liquid's on that south side. Influence Rage is holding hands. Furia is trying to hold out Twisted Minds, who is sit pretty all center long. And these teams, they're finally starting to land the shots. Federal being the first player knocked on the edge. Not someone you want if you're a Twisted Minds squad mate. Furia, they're still trying to apply the pressure. Gazao now as well being found out. It's going to be just on the backs of Obscure and Rataboy. Can Rataboy get close? Can he find the angle to maybe get a few extra placements? Maybe even those eliminations we saw in that last Miramar. But every team, they're looking for those points, 7, and they're wanting it badly.
I'm really enjoying the proactiveness here out of Team Liquid. They decided to start pushing up in this fight. They're deciding to be a little bit more aggressive and show us that fragging potential that we have seen them in the past. Being able to take care of Furia. This is the Team Liquid that I'm used to seeing. Being a little bit more aggressive, not just wanting to get the win, wanting to get all of these eliminations. And now for Influence Rage, it comes down. Can you maybe end up getting some eliminations out of this? Can you steal any as nades are coming down? Liquid right now being able to take fights, not only with just Furia, as well with Twisted Minds and Influence Rage, causing some mayhem from the top. Mythic is going to be able to win that engagement, and now it comes down to a 4v2. It's going to be Influence Rage and Team Liquid, a team that could have fought earlier on. It's going to come down here towards the end.
Yeah, but Influence Rage, they weren't paying attention to how many Team Liquid players made it down the mountain. They're worried someone's right next to them on the cliffside now. The nades, they've saved it all game long, down to just the 1v1. And Team Liquid, man, 3 squads next to them. They take all 3 of them out, 7, to get that winner chicken dinner.
Man, I doubted that whenever they decided to push it towards the center, especially with how many teams were fighting them. But luckily for them, NRG stopped paying attention to them. Influence Rage and Alpha7 ended up in an engagement. And then at the end, that proactiveness, that aggressiveness, that's the Team Liquid that I like seeing, man.
Without a doubt, man, they had fallen nearly 50 points behind Influence Rage going into that very game. They knew they had to step it up because, they ran really the risk of falling below Loops Esports, which I know they definitely didn't want to do. Loops, they're on a tear. They're the Grim Reapers. They're coming at your throats, and they were coming at Team Liquid next. Team Liquid shuts that down, at least for the time being, in first place. 15 eliminations. One of their massive games, or one of their most massive games in a long time. We've been waiting for them to wake up. And another team that also woke up was Team Queso. 7 eliminations, 11th place, but still a good opportunity at least to get something. Enigma. We've been waiting for Team Queso for a while, man. I don't know where they've been, but finally they at least showed us something.
Yeah, I guess they woke up a little bit, but I kind of just make it more of the fact that X Factor kind of just fell asleep at the wheel. 2 players here getting knocked out. Obviously, FSS has his head on a swivel still, finding that nade knock, but man, just X Factor. They have such a strong start. It's a repeat of that week 1 where they are so good at the beginning, and then the next few games, they just absolutely butcher every fight they take. And then this whole shenanigans on this western side of zone with Inco, with Team Liquid third-partying. Miramar's not the map I'm ever expecting that to even happen on.
No, but hey, anything can happen, especially as we get closer towards the very end. For Influence Rage, good on them. They get 2 great games in a row, which they obviously needed. Now, it's not a winner chicken dinner with 12 eliminations, but it's still a second place with 5. Influence Rage on double points today, continuing to elevate themselves up the standings. I know we're happy with that, but now let's focus on Team Liquid. One thing you've been critical on, Seven, is Team Liquid. They tend to cruise, right? When they're in zone, when they have the advantage, okay, then they can, you know, take the win. Do you think they had the fight for this win, or do you think it was given to them?
I think if they wanted to, it could have been given to them. I really like, that's why I'm praising them so much in regards to just the proactiveness, the aggressiveness that I saw there at the end, because they could have just chilled back. They could have just found a good position, which this team is known for doing, and just pick those angles. But the fact that they just wanted to push the action, that's something that I'm actually not used to seeing out of them. And that's something that I enjoy seeing out of this team, because they do have that fragging power. 25 total points, 15 eliminations. You mentioned it too. I mean, it has been a while since we have been able to see this kind of performance for this team. And on top of that, I got to give Influence Rage again some props, because 22 points, quite a big turn up since what we saw at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, I was getting worried for them. You know, I was like, man, is this going to be another one of those days where a heavy hitter goes into their bonus points and they just underperform? And they did for at least 3 games. But over the past 2, they've looked great. They've stepped it up, and they've done exactly what they need to do. For VIP, another team that is on their double points. They've been very quiet today. They will be quiet once again. They only get 6 total points. And for the Vicious, you know, they had their time to shine in one game, and that was game number 3, kind of like X Factor did. But aside from that, it's just been way too quiet. Vicious still far away from catching up to Furia. I don't know if they're going to be able to, but Enigma, I hear you, right? Alpha7 reach 1,000 points. I didn't even know our graphics could go up to 4 digits.
I mean, that's why we're not the production side. We're the talent out here, but Twisted Minds, you know, they reached that 900-point mark right next to Influence Rage in that match, but it's always about who reaches those milestones first. Alpha7, man, just 1,005 points. And one thing I like to make note of here is Team Liquid, even with such a strong performance, Influence Rage was able to keep that gap relatively the same solely off of their, I guess you could say, placement, that grit to really make it into that top 2, because I was with 7 on that. I was not expecting Team Liquid really to go full throttle, send it into Furia, but they recognized Furia wasn't even looking at them. They had 4 players, and they were all staring at Twisted Mind saying, hey, you're leaving your backside open, and that's why we're seeing that point spread. As much as I wanted Furia to move up towards Team Queso, towards Loops, they haven't been able to do that today.
Ooh, I do want to point out, by the way, Team Liquid, they've been very quiet, obviously, but finally we will have a player in the top 10 for their Week 4 performance, and that's Ayala, moving up to number 6 with 17 total eliminations. So good on him for doing that. They break the mold of what should be, or what was viewed as the curse just a little bit before. Great job. Seriously, incredible job. And for Revo is also number 2 now on the elimination list at 25. He's about to catch up to Loops Vitten, who is currently in 20, or who has 26 for Week 4 performance. So Alpha7 making moves much like Team Liquid. And Guazao, right? Guazao, we highlighted him at the start of the show.
Yep.
He's been very quiet, 7, and because of that, he's now fallen to number 3, which isn't a bad spot to be. But as far as today's performance go, Twisted Minds, they haven't done a lot.
They haven't done much, and I know Twisted Minds. Hold on, put a pause on that. Colgoat, you're getting caught, man. What's happening to your team? Remember how big of a gap that was, especially when we used to look at just the overall, or when we talk about just the overall for all the players for all the 4 weeks so far. I mean, Rebel's just 2 behind with 155. Colgo's got 157. That race is getting a lot closer. And I think Rebel's wanting to turn it up. He's wanting to be like, you know what? I kind of want to be the MVP this season.
Yeah, that's a good call. You know, I was just looking at Week 4, not overall. Revo, like 2 eliminations away. So Alpha7's reached 500 eliminations. They've surpassed 1,000 points over Kogoat's position that he's had it locked down for overall eliminations throughout the fall season today as well. In this final game, Alpha7 are looking to take everything, and they're getting greedy. And honestly, I'm not against it. You might as well get greedy. They're the world champions after all. They have the right to do that. And you guys have the right to join our official Discord server and share your opinion about PMSL Americas. By doing so, you get a chance to enter our core player program. I joined the Discord. We all joined the Discord. Hey, why don't you join the Discord as well? It's free to do. Hey, get involved in the conversation. Who knows? Get some scrims going. I know there were some talks on scrims over the past couple of days. So if you want to scrim and prove you're one of the best teams out there, there's plenty of people looking for scrims. Get involved. Join the Discord. The link is above or below, wherever you see it. Click on it. Like I said, it's free and it helps us out quite a bit. That's 5 games down, 1 more to go. We'll be hopping into Erangel. Mind you, this is the final chance for Group A to earn their bonus points, their last chance for the fall season. As we head into break, though, Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with Influence Rage Lil Boy. Let's hear what Lil Boy had to say.
All right, guys, here we are after match 4 with Lil Boy from Influence Rage. Congratulations on the match. How are you guys feeling? The scoreboard's tight, especially where you are. How are you guys feeling facing this week? ¿Cómo están sentindo encarando essa semana, né? Já quase terminando.
Cara, a gente está se sentindo bem por estar bem colocado, né? E isso dá a liberdade da gente ir tudo para cima, jogar o que a gente sabe e ir para cima mesmo.
We feel good because we're in a good placement right now, so we feel with the liberty to play as we will, and we just want to, play our game and do our best. Last split, you didn't make it to the PMWC. This split, you're looking to be underway for the PMGC now. How are you feeling about that? I mean, you missed it around, and you're almost certain now. Knock on wood, don't want to jinx anything, but you're almost certain that you're going to go to the PMGC. How are you feeling? O split passado não deu certo, né? Não deram para chegar para a WC, mas agora já está quase certo que vai ficar. Como você está se sentindo com isso?
Eu acho que a gente está colhendo fruto de um trabalho que a gente teve intenso e o nosso objetivo sim é classificar para a PMGC. Acho que lá a gente vai ter bastante jogo para entregar. O nosso jogo é bom para nível mundial, assim, eu acredito.
This is the fruits of a lot of hard work that we've did. We're very happy that we're going to be able to qualify for PMGC, and we feel that in the World Cup or in the PMGC, we're going to do a really good job. Sir, thank you very much. Best of luck. Let's go back.
It's time for your sacrifice.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, Day 17. 5 games down, 1 more to go. We hop back into ENG, the final chance for Group A throughout the fall season to earn their bonus points. Who will make the most of it? Influence Rage, X Factor, VIP, or the Vicious? You can make a great argument that Influence Rage still need more bonus points and a big game here to finish off the day, but the same can be said about Vicious, who's desperately clawing their way back up, trying to catch the person in 6th place at the moment, which would be, or excuse me, 7th, which would be Furia. They are about 30 points behind. Even still, would that be enough to secure their top 7 for the remainder of the fall season? Well, that's a question only they can answer, but they still have to give it their best effort. It'd be a shame to watch the Vicious continue to drop down after so many great performances. But we are loading into game number 6. We bring in our casters 7 and Enigma. It's the final game of the day. The final chance for Group A, right? And Alpha7, they've already done their job today. But who needs to do their job in this final game, 7?
Twisted Minds.
Okay.
They have absolutely sucked today. All right. They have only gotten 26 points. And this is what I was kind of hinting at earlier in regards to consistency, Enigma, because, unreasonable for me to think they're going to be able to go back-to-back 70-plus points, right? But at least you got to be able to at least get half of what you were able to get yesterday. And right now, going into the last game, they're not even quite there yet. 26 points, man, that's not going to cut it. Especially for a second-place team, especially for a team that I was starting to get so hyped up on trying to hunt down Alpha7.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of thinking that more 30, 40-point range, which would speak volumes if they were to reach that mark. But like you said, they're in that 20 range. That's not something, if you're wanting to be one of those PMGC squads, that you're happy with in terms of today's performance. But man, some of these teams, obviously we were hyping up X Factor after that huge win. They've dropped the ball all 4 games after. So unfortunately for them, my book's kind of closed for them. But one team that still has an opportunity to really move up is going to be Influence Rage.
Yeah.
They still have 1 game for their bonus points. It's just a matter of, is this ENG theirs or not?
That's the question, isn't it? They're 1 point behind Twisted Minds. Just 1 point behind. For the day, they can finish in 2nd place. Will they remain there by the end of the fall season? Who knows? But they can at least take over 2nd place to end day number 17 very, very strong. Let's see if they can do it. Chat, get active, get loud. This is the final game of the day. Who are we going to see perform? We're about to find out. 7 Enigma, tell the story.
Can Influence Rage pass Twisted Minds by 1 point, as Reflections was saying? And you know what? Just because it's their bonus point day, I believe they're able to clutch out that point.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're on your bonus points, even though it is just 1 game you're playing, you're wanting that to be more than 1 point afterwards. You want to make sure you're up there maybe 10 or 15 points faster because, you're fighting for 2nd, but if you're even wanting to look your eyes up at 1st place, I mean, you're going to have to play consistent throughout all the remaining days. And we bring up that 120 number 7 of how many total games we've played. We've already played, I want to say after this match, it's going to be 113 or something total games played. So these squads, they've already burned through, 97 games. No, these squads have already burned through so many of their matches that we're at the end. You're running out of room for you to be able to move freely. And this is where you start seeing that mental game you and I like to talk about and see so much with some of these maybe more inexperienced squads is how do you perform when you're under the pressure and you realize you have such a limited amount of games left to play.
Yeah, and for this top 5 teams, I mean, even at the beginning of the day, we're talking about Influence Rage, right? Being their last bonus point day. I was especially wondering, okay, what would be something reasonable for this team to achieve? And I said, hey, I think 80 points because I wanted them to finish around the 90-point mark.
Yeah.
Right now, 900-point mark. Right now, I mean, they're looking good. They were already able to hit that 900-point mark. They were already able to put up a good performance, at least for my liking. But I kind of want them to put the cherry on top for the end of the day, and I want them to be able to get more points because of what you mentioned. It is their bonus point day. Not only do I just want to see 1 point, I want to see, if I'm being honest, I want to see up to 30. And I know I'm being greedy, but I have seen it today. So at least we gotten really close to it today. So you know what? Just please, just put that cherry on top for me, Influence Rage.
what has it been? 3 games that have been 40 plus. What was it? 40, 44, and another 44-point game from 3 of the bonus squads.
Yeah.
So just, putting points up like that's always a great feeling. But I feel like those squads, even after getting those games, obviously X Factor comes back to mind. They have such a pop-up performance and they're kind of quiet the rest of the day. Some of these other teams, obviously, when we discuss, the idea of the lobby improving and stuff like that, since Inco Gaming and Intense Game were performing so well today, that means these other squads have less points for them to grab. And unfortunately, for those squads near the top in the consistency, you don't want these lower teams performing, because that means, Seven, that you lose the opportunity for your points. Maybe it's you getting wiped from them. And if you're really gunning for those PMGC slots at top 5, 6, 7, whatever number it is by the end of the week here, you're wanting to make sure every game is under your control.
Yeah, and I think one of those teams that I think after the second half, after that Sandhawk, I got to go back to it, Influence Rich. Once they go back and check their performances today, they're going to be scratching their heads a little bit. They started off the day with 822 points. Now they're currently up to 80. That's a 70-point day so far with their bonus points. And that's already like really good, especially if they're able to get even more here. It's going to be even better, right? So what could have been for this team if they would have just been on the full day? I think we would have been talking somewhere along the lines of possible new records for bonus points day, which is just insane. But hey, for right now, I wonder if you've ever been in this situation, Enigma. Let's ask some questions.
Okay.
I love being able to talk to you and put you in scenarios, man.
Shoot it at me.
I got to watch you play so much. I get a chance to talk to you. I just want to take my time with you. All right, bro?
That's fine.
For these squads, right, that are already in the top 5, they're kind of able to look at the leaderboard. They're able to be like, all right, you know what? We have a certain gap ups. If certain teams are trying to catch us, at what point does this even happen? At what point do players kind of be like, okay, you know what? We're happy with where we're currently are at, since we're already going to be qualifying to PMGC, or are you still wanting to push up even more and get more of that prize pool?
I think if you're in that reach of maybe getting a few extra grand on your belt, a little bit more of the cut of that 220,000, I think you look for that placement. But obviously, if we're looking at maybe Team Queso, you're not going to be shooting for first place anymore. 200 points with 3 days essentially remaining after today's match, this final match. It's really not that doable. I'm sorry to say it to them, but these other squads, if you're obviously the likes of Furia, you got to look forward and backwards. You want to make sure you can stay up with Team Queso without the vicious passing you. A lot of these squads, it's going to be that pill they're going to have to swallow at the end of the day of, okay, what is a realistic placement for us to finish at the end of this tournament? And obviously, everyone's shooting for that top 7 in this event, but obviously, we've already discounted a lot of those bottom 8 teams. They're out of the running for it. It's just going to be PMGC points, but this top 7, man, it's so stressful for these teams, especially if it's something close in PMGC points like Alpha7 versus Team Liquid. They're going to be able to be that that Brazil representative for the squad. Some of these other teams, though, they got to put in the work. So we're seeing a lot of faults in their movements, especially in this last day. And like you said, you've watched a lot of gameplay from me. You've been around PUBG Mobile 7 since the very beginning. And you say it every single time and time again. Some of these players don't understand it yet somehow, but you got to be able to put the work in here for you to be able to show up in that global event.
100%. I feel like a lot of it, we just seen it, man. We've seen it over and over again. And I feel like the biggest example, I'm glad we have it in our region, and that is Alpha7. And I know sometimes I'd say I'm biased towards them, but it's the team that's been able to just showcase improvements over and over again from the whole Americas region, just being able to work on not only their mental state, because I have seen Revo being able to just choke before, and me and him have had these conversations in the past where I literally tell him, yo, what's going on? And he looks at me, and even though I don't speak Portuguese, he just points at his head and he's like, just pointing at his head. And I'm like, okay, I see what's going on, because it happens. If you don't get that mental part down, you're gonna end up getting into your head. But I mean, you were talking about Furia earlier. I kind of want to touch up on them a little bit more, because that's a team that's gonna be having, if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow. Yeah, they are gonna be having tomorrow their bonus point day, and they're gonna have to take full advantage of that. And I hope it's nowhere near the performance that we have had today out of that.
When it comes to their bonus points day, they play so much more passive compared to the regular days. And we see the 2 teams above them, Loops, Team Queso, they're holding hands at that 800 point mark. we're talking just 60 points. You're wanting to have that sort of performance like Influence Rage today, which, by the way, they still have this game to potentially make that 60, 80 point day a little bit further. But Furia, man, you got to come in tomorrow and really set yourself up for success, because you cannot let that placement stay in the same spot. You want to move up, and that's why I've always stressed out about how important bonus points are, because those are the days you don't want to leave it just to the last week. Unfortunately, we're there now of trying to make gaps close on this leaderboard, but one team that has been trying to make the gaps close hasn't been able to do it. You were talking about them earlier. Twisted Minds already getting into an early engagement, it seems.
Twisted Minds, and for a second though, I was like, okay, they're gonna end up fighting Team Liquid, and I didn't realize that it was actually VIP. The blue on blue logo is there from the squads, and then messing me. I was like, wait, no way, they're gonna be this aggressive. And then I saw them chasing. I was like, wait, is Team Liquid being aggressive this early? And then I realized that it was gonna be VIP, and you're saying no, and it's because of that circle. Could we possibly get a hospital, or at least west of hospital finish? We've seen it in the past, and it's quite fun to watch.
Bring it on the coast. Come on, it is completely flat. I think there's one rock on that whole coastline, so everyone's going to be playing those vehicle walls. I love seeing those for the most part. You see 4 players, full slam. Someone's got to be the sacrificial lamb to start it, but these players, man, when it comes to some of these do or die spots, they make it look so easy. But one team that's having to make the cross right now, Alpha7, they hold that typical split on the north side, holding both bridges, but with the southern shift, they've got to work through Intense Game, who I believe actually lands in hospital, so they're giving up their center position, trying to hold potentially the South Georgia area. And a lot of these teams, they actually decided to full send it through the center of zone here, 7. They're not leaving these remaining compounds open for the taking. It looks like Inco, unfortunately, with a strong performance today, getting in an early engagement with VIP, but this is not even the only one. Team Queso getting rolled by Twisted Minds, 2-for-1 trade. Gazal, though, another fault in Team Queso again. They just seem so split, 7. Twisted Minds able to get the full reset.
Twisted Minds holding off their Team Queso. On top of that, we didn't get a chance to see it. Inco Gaming eliminated as well. And as much as I've been thinking in my head, okay, this is the burial of X Factor. X Factor, you have one more game. Come on, put up another 40-point game, because that would just be that would just be nice. All right, if Village Rage can't put the cherry on top for me for the end of today, then maybe X Factor might be able to do that. And right now, Alpha7 is just trying to think what could possibly be the best scenario and the best position to put themselves in, because they're wanting to play up a little bit more of a center of the circle. So let's see how they're going to be able to do that. They're not wanting to play edge. Bruno's is going to end up getting knocked there by Carrillo. Carrillo has been performing so well so far this PMSL, and more knocks are coming through. Reyes ends up getting knocked. The Vicious currently with just one player standing. Can he hold off the rest of Alpha7? He's going to be able to secure one elimination, but Alpha7 a little bit too much there. They do end up losing one player, but at least they get the compound, and now they're going to have to fend off IG, because IG is looking to third-party this.
Yeah, but IG, they're pretty split. They're taking some damage on the nade pull-ups. Alpha7 didn't have to reset anyone with someone getting thirsted, and this is what happens. They're already prepared for this slam intense game, even though it's a 4v3. They're starting to drop like flies, trying to pressure McGrellin, but Poppy Sour can't find the shots just yet. Seems like Revo was found out in the other building, and now it's the one-on-one, both Alpha7 players trying to support each other. And actually, they actually flushed out McGrellin, so just a solo left here, but hearing a gas can go off. The Molly popping 7. There's still one player causing havoc in the compound, and we can see it on that map up there. Other teams are starting to eye this compound as well, so this might not even be a clean wipe for Intense Game.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to end up looking like that. We have seen this happen before. We've seen Carrillo being able to clutch up in situations like this. The question is, do you believe, Enigma? Do you think he can clutch this up? Because, boy, it's going to be a tough ask. And it's interesting, too, to see that Alpha7 really didn't want to play that edge. They wanted to work out that middle earlier on, something that they're usually not. I'm not used to seeing them force that fight, at least that blind fight that they ended up taking earlier on, and it ends up backfiring for them because IG was just so close by.
Yeah, maybe they were worried that sort of field play just south of this compound is maybe just a death trap for them. They didn't like playing that circle. Obviously, they didn't know it was shifted back up towards this hospital side of zone. But, you know, you asked me if Carrillo's going to be the player to do this. I could picture it. He's got 3 out of 3 for the team's elimination, and this is Intense Game where we have seen them kind of just overstep, get too lackadaisical. But Problem's going to be the nades. Can Intense Game just get him? No engagement, but here we go. Poppy Sour, he's leading the charge, goes for the DBS shots, gets one, almost a second, but he's getting flooded, not able to find the shots, but Carrillo only good for one, but we were wondering who was going to turn their sights. Furia trying to find some pot shots, but it actually seems like Intense Game get away with murder here at the compound.
They do end up getting away with it. I think they're going to be able to recover that player that's currently knocked. Alpha7 ends up getting only 3 eliminations. They end up getting eliminated very, very early on. So for other teams like Twisted Minds, like Influence Rage, like Team Liquid, that might want to hunt down that first place, I mean, this is the time to close the gap even more. You don't want it to be at 100 points or plus like they currently have that gap towards Twisted Minds. And guess what? Team Liquid might have heard that because they're looking to get some eliminations here from 9Z as Mythic being able to spot Choco there on the horizon, trying to get those more shots. Getting a little bit worried that maybe there was another player nearby. Choco just somehow surviving, but there you go. He ends up getting knocked. He ends up getting knocked by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, earlier on, his teammate Aragod was knocked by X Factor of all teams. So just 4 squads really kind of just pinning you down. He tried to get that off angle, that little bit of a timing play, seeing if other teams on the hillside weren't focusing him, but that solo gets isolated out. Team Liquid just absolutely hunt him like a dog, just leave him out to dry in the building. And this is one of those teams, Team Liquid, they're on the edge here, 7, but they're making a lot of right moves right now. They've been listening to us saying, hey, we want to see you get this aggression going on the edge, really learn when to take your foot on the gas and when to maybe put on the brakes. And Mythic, I mean, man, just every shot is just a laser beam, finding him through the smoke. Santa Texas saying, no, it's only going to be 1 from you. But since there's 3 other players, 7, he's going to get spammed through the smoke. And it's only inevitable. 9Z will be the 13th team eliminated. And with this zone shift, Team Liquid, they're not out of the woods just yet, 7. They got to make their move in.
They're not. And on top of that, they already have teams currently just fighting them, peppering them with some bullets. Now, are they going to be able to get to Mythic in time? I think they are going to be able to get to Mythic in time, pick them up, and they'll be able to fully regroup. They are going to be continuing to play that edge of the circle. Going into the next circle, though, are they going to want to continue on to that or try to find a spot towards the middle? I'm really intrigued to see what that team ends up doing. As Twisted Minds right now, keeping an eye on not only what Team Liquid is going to be doing, but making sure that the player from Team Queso ended up rotating out and he's not going to gatekeep him. I'm looking at the map at the moment and I'm seeing just a full-on rotation from the west by NRG. I'm intrigued to see what that's going to happen for that team. But overall, man, I'm just, this is just an opportunity. I always love seeing the first place team, even though it is Alpha7. I love seeing the first place teams get knocked earlier on because if it is a big gap like it currently is, it just gives such a massive opportunity for some of these teams to close on that gap. And come Sunday, make it even closer. I love me a nail biter.
I mean, everyone loves a nail biter, especially the leaderboard. We don't want to see that blowout. Yeah. And you're wondering about the sort of NRG split on this west side. They actually typically like doing this sort of play. And since these teams opted to send it through, they're all fighting each other already. And Twisted Minds, they're not allowing Team Liquid to aggress onto X Factor. They're waiting on the edge, looking for these shots. And even though X Factor, they have the high ground, they're not centered up here. They're able to focus on one side of the zone here, 7. And look at this, getting heavy shots down on Team Liquid. They do have 1 player knocked, but this is the do or die play for Team Liquid. Ayala has to find this knock, and while this is going on, it actually looks like X Factor losing FSS down with Baton as well. So X Factor struggling to gatekeep. This team finally gets it. Havlik, you had said it, 7. This is the player that you want stepping up, and right now it is going to be just a 1v1 of all situations. Can he clutch it up? Mythic, though, it's been on fire. Last game of the day. Pump shotguns out. Mythic, though, S12 can hand, able to shoot faster than him if it gets to that close range fight. And we're actually getting the nades. Players running in the open here, 7. This is getting a little bit too close for my liking.
It is going to be really, really close. I was enjoying your cast there. I'm trying to see if Havlik is going to be able to clutch it, and he does. And this is why I keep praising this man, because whenever it comes down to big moments, he shows up massively for that squad. Havlik being able to clutch up that 5 against Team Liquid, and Team Liquid, even though it looked promising there on the edge, it was just a little bit too much as NRG is now trying to push the action here to Twisted Minds, and he's starting to backfire. Casper and Spec are the only players alive for the moment from NRG. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds Federal very close by. He's going to be able to get the knock. There you go, Spec being able to switch from that grenade that he ended up sending to just his gun and knocking down Federal. And what it looked like to be possibly an easy fight for Twisted Minds is going to be a little bit harder now, as NRG doesn't want to give up that easy. But I got to give again more props to Havlik for him to be able to do that against Team Liquid. His stock is just going to be going up more and more and more. And somehow that Loops player just ended up surviving that nade.
Yeah, I mean, it's always just that sort of nade positioning and stuff like that. Havlik made it look easy, but now this is going to be on that east side. Since all these teams chose to take that center path in, that straight line into the circle, it really came down to just 4v4s around the zone here. 7 and Loops on the short end of the stick, only having 1 elimination. VIP, though, taking a little bit of too much time clearing them out. It's only going to be a 1v3. Cunha trying to just get the free nade knock. Jumping on the balcony and wait. Did he get blown up? He didn't even shoot it. He must have just been that low, and he jumps out. Oh, my goodness. He's getting the 1v1 here. The smokes are still up, and his teammate nades. Oh, no. Oh, no. Please don't do this. Thank God. Oh, 7. If he had ammo, VIP gets wiped there. I'm saying that right now.
100%. I'm with you on that. And you know, that player was just holding his breath at that moment after he realized that he knocked his teammate. Oh my goodness, what could have possibly been there? A blunder from VIP. They're going to be able to reset, and now they don't have to worry, at least from that last player of Loops Esports, as we're going to have Influence Rage, their final bonus point game. This is crazy, actually. That's already the final bonus point game. We're on the final week of PMSL Americas. Can they win this fight against Furia? Furia, a team that definitely needs those points, that's wanting to improve on their performance. Meanwhile, Influence Rage is just going to go on the aggressiveness here, getting knocks left and right, and Influence Rage is just making it look easy against Furia.
Yeah, Furia just, what is that, 3 out of 6 games today, just completely wiped around this 8th place range, barely even getting 1 knock to their name, not even finishing Loranzan. So Influence Rage, this is a big opportunity for them. They clear out the north side, they get the positioning. If they can kind of just keep away intense game and to at least get this reset, they could look for another 4v4 fight, but all it takes is time. 7. We know what the BR spectrum for PUBG Mobile, time is always against your side. Team Queso as well now. They're feeling the pressure. They were a duo so early on, having to fight against the 4-man of AGG, who I'm liking seeing him in the late game, but they've been so quiet here today, 7. This has to be a big moment for one of these squads because we're talking top 8. You're only getting 1 placement. If you go out here, you're needing to look for more, and this is the last game of the day for you.
And AGG going tomorrow into their bonus points. They're looking to go in with just a good performance. As Influence Rage is just finding anybody from IG that drives by and gets those eliminations, secures those points. This is massive for that squad. More players from IG are going to be coming up. They're trying to get into the action. Little Boy's still alive. We still have 3 players alive here, at least up and standing from Influence Rage. He hops into a vehicle and gets some nasty shots. And on top of that, that is it. Latin Kings ended up helping as well. Influence Rage. That is insane for Influence Rage to actually hold them off. I think they were still just trying to recover themselves from the fight that we saw earlier.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all about just applying that pressure. Influence Rage did not allow Intense Game to share that north side of the hill. They forced them to stay on the very top, and that's why you said Latin Kings helps them out, softens them up in the smoke, and at the end of the day, whether it's a nade, whether it's firing through the smoke, any sort of damage works. It's not like you're in the water or behind cover. Intense Game, it was a nice opportunity, but Influence Rage really just turning up the heat right now. We could see this zone, though. Centers up towards Latin Kings, the bottom place team in the lobby here, but a lot of these squads, still a lot of PUBG Mobile left to play. I'm interested to see who's really going to be able to walk away with this game.
Honestly, with the way the circle's currently working, you know what? I'm not going to say a name. I don't want to curse it. I don't want to jinx it. I'm going to be quiet. I'm just going to enjoy this that we've been seeing throughout the whole PMSL Americas. And that's right. It's NA versus NA, because why not? Let's keep it going. And I feel like it's always these 2 teams. If it's not Inco versus X Factor, it's more than likely going to be NRG versus X Factor. And I think they heard me talking about them, Enigma, because they were like, okay, you know what? We'll listen to you, 7. We won't fight. Does that make you happy? Yes, it makes me happy. Thank you.
Yeah, but the issue is can they stay here for while these players are able to stay on the edge? NRG might have sight lines of you. That's why they're popping these smokes so far down. And oh, please, Havlik, get out of the vehicle. You cannot get blown up. Don't pull a VIP. NRG, they made their send on the western side. They're actually, I don't even think they're in zone there on that little water tower in the field. So these players, they're making sends, maybe misreading just how close into zone those positions were. And look at the spec. Yeah, he realized that he's got to move in even further, but so many teams, man, having so many players left alive. VIP somehow having 7 eliminations here, 7 to their name, and they're looking to keep that counter going up.
They're wanting to go up higher, even though they are currently 1 player down. They're going to spot a player there from NRG, currently rotate around, not going to be able to just find that sweet angle to knock him off. But X Factor, how is X Factor still alive? And not only is Lightning Kings currently taking a fight as well with Influence Rage. Influence Rage pushing the fight to AGG, driving around, shotguns going around, vehicles almost getting ready to explode. Diego currently getting knocked as well. It's going to be Florizin and the rest of his squad. Law as well, trying to finish him up. And there you go, that's it. AGG ends up getting eliminated. And hopefully Influence Rage is going to be able to pick up Diego. It's going to be a tough one, though.
I mean, they had so much fighting. All the vehicles, the ridge line was just over enough for them not to get third party, and that's why they all just started sending it through the smokes. Influence Rage somehow only losing the 1 player. I mean, oh man, even though they're on the edge, they've got some squads looking at them. I mean, 11 eliminations. This is their bonus points day 7. You question the first 3. They wanted to say, hey, the last 3 games of the day, they're going to be ours.
They're looking to do that, and I'm all for it. All right, I'm all for it. I think these players, obviously I'm joking, but I think they're listening to us and what we're saying in regards to them, even though some of them might not speak English, especially in Influence Rage. But Influence Rage just turning up the heat, and it kind of it makes me wonder, Enigma, what an insane bonus day could have been for Influence Rage if this team was just on from the get-go. But let's see what this next circle is going to be. Who is it going to end up blessing? Because right now, Lightning Kings, I mean, they have a compound and they're looking good. And on top of that, it is going to go a little bit closer to Influence Rage, who's going to force VIP to just push and find a way inside. And for right now, NRG, those last 2 players, hoping that nobody spots them.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is going to be for NRG if Influence Rage is able to make the cross on the street for free, get the shots without NRG realizing it. But the main focus point is obviously going to be VIP. They're a trio. They got to send it in. I think their only plays to go into Latin Kings, but they've been 4-man. They've been sitting pretty here all game 7. And with it being sort of these other 2 squads like NRG, like Influence Rage, they're obviously going to be staring at the compound. This cross is not going to be an easy one. And we're seeing it start to commence. The smoke trail, that tunnel that a lot of professionals like to use. I'm not sure if the buggy's going to be that usable yet for them to play, but we're looking for the send. The zone's closing, 1:30 for them to work with, but you've got to make it to the building. M2M's got to bring it in, not picking up a teammate, at least making it solo to the compound, but he's actually trying to stall, but he's not looking for it just yet. Maybe baiting for his teammates, but this is a 4-man. You can't give it up to him. And yeah, I think you honestly got to look to share this compound. Don't even look for the fight.
That's exactly what they were doing. And I wonder if he was just trying to bait the grenade. There you go. I think that's what he was afraid of, that the grenades were just going to start raining down. His 2 teammates tried to come closer, and they just end up getting absolutely knocked. Good push, though, there by VIP. Even though if they end up losing this, I really have to give some credit there to M2MV, because that was just a nice place. And for him to even be able to get to this point, gotta give you a small clap. All right, M2MV. Yeah. Now let's see if you can clutch it up, which is going to be super hard. I wonder if NRG is going to be looking to maybe get some off angles here, as now Lightning Kings is just going for the full-on push. He's going to be able to get the revive just in time. Can he end up getting one of those knocks? At the moment, missing a lot of shots. Gonna be able to knock one. The other one's going to start pushing out, but it's just a little bit too much there from Lightning Kings. And Lightning Kings, this is what I was actually worried about. They decided to push on the action there to VIP, but they just opened the door, opened themselves up to a push from Influence Rage. Right now, luckily for them, being able to defend it quite well and picking up the player that got knocked earlier from the fight with VIP.
Yeah, Latin Kings, though, 3 players still up. None of them were really knocked. NRG, you're wondering if they were the team that was going to push Influence Rage, overstepping themselves, actually losing 2 out of 3. So it's coming down to these 1v2, v3 situations of, okay, if you're Influence Rage, you got to look for that placement. If you're NRG, you got to look for that solo off your West. And if you're definitely Latin Kings, you cannot be given any sort of knocks and thirst to these players, because we've seen just how many 1v2 clutches have happened in these late game 7. You're able to stay the 3-man. That's going to be your bread and butter. But we still got one more zone shift after this. Influence Rage, I think Lorenzen's going to be able to stay just on the edge, at least on that rock there. But you got to play the zone. You got to play your strengths. And Latin Kings has it all right now.
And then on top of that, he's going to have to worry about just Casper. Yeah, he knows better. He's going to want to just get rid of that vehicle, maybe use a little bit of speed. And oh my goodness, what a filthy grenade there from Latin Kings, eliminating NRG. NRG ends up with the top 3 in 6 eliminations. And this is just looking like it's going to be a Latin Kings one-up team that's currently in last place, wanting to just save some face, give their fan base a little bit of hope for the future, and wanting to close out this win as Florizen is wanting to get even more eliminations, get even more points if possible for his squad. And here comes the push. Latin King's going to be sending it. He is going to be going out, though. He needs to be careful. More players are going to start pushing out. We've seen some clutches before. It's not going to be enough there from Influence Rage as they're able to secure a second place finish, but it's all about Latin Kings Navy being able to come out on top and get that win.
Yeah, Latin Kings being able to deal with that VIP push, pressure NRG to not be able to push across the road and make INF eat their ideas of pushing into the compound after the VIP wipe. So Latin Kings, you know, they're at the bottom of the leaderboard, but they're in this lobby for a reason, because even with them being near the bottom, they still have right plays from time to time.
Hey, from time to time, right? And that's their second winner chicken dinner. Intense Game had their moment. They could have joined the 2 club, but they're going to have to settle with 1. Good job, Navy SEALs, for getting that win. Huge for them and big for Influence Rage to finish the day strong. We set an expectation 7 at the start of the day for Influence Rage. The question is, did they meet it?
They did. They did. They actually, honestly, they exceeded it, because throughout the day, especially the first 3 games, I kept changing the benchmark in my head. I was like, okay, it's not going to be 80 points. It's going to be 40 points. And then they were like, no. We're just waiting for Sandhawk. We heard what you were saying. And then they just turned it up a notch. But as I was just telling Enigma, it kind of leaves you wondering, what if, right? What if everything would have been going your way for that team? We would have been talking about possibly a record day in regards to bonus points for Influence Rage.
Yeah, you know, and they're one of the rosters that could have very well caught up to Alpha7 today if today would have went perfectly for them. Now the torch goes over to Twisted Minds on their bonus points day. Will they be able to catch up? We're going to have to wait a little bit before we can get to that point, but Twisted Minds, I think, is the best chance. Team Liquid is even further still down the leaderboard, and they haven't been performing all that well, so I don't know if anybody's truly going to be able to challenge Alpha7 in first place, and that's even before, right, we get into the conversation of double points. But we start working our way through this match, and Influence Rage, we've saw a lot of great plays from them and some good moments, including some great reses, but this AGG fight was nutty, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately, it's just on AGG, of course, of all teams. I want them maybe to win that, but we also want to see the double points teams really be able to perform on their days. And I like the idea from Influence Rage. While VIP was making Latin Kings kind of, you know, be softened up a bit, they went for the push, but they only sent 2 players, and both of them got caught out by the solo ratting upstairs. Now, obviously, Moranzen, he was able to pick up those few extra placement points. Latin Kings being able to finally hit some nades on some crucial members, those solos in the lobby, but man, Influence Rage just, I mean, we could even see in here 13 eliminations to their name. It's just a sight to see.
It is. It definitely is. We look at the score. They get another 38 points across the 3 games we've just witnessed. Sandhawk, first place with 12 eliminations. Miramar, second place with 5. And then another second place on Erangel with 13. They have had 3 incredible games on the back end of day number 17. You got to give them credit where credit is due. What a bonus points day that they will finish with. They've got to be happy with that. They finish above Team Liquid. They finish above really everybody else besides that of Alpha7. And now the question is, will Twisted Minds, Team Liquid, Loops be able to catch up to them, or will they be able to hold on tight to their second place standings at the moment? Twisted Minds, though, you know, 7, I asked you for game number 6, who did you want to perform well? You said Twisted Minds, 6 eliminations. The question is, man, how far could they have gone if they didn't get eliminated early on?
There was just one short of being able to just, you know what, keep it on brand. You could have gotten 7 eliminations, and I could have been talking about you, but you know what? I kind of want to see this real quick. Influence Rage being able to jump up to that second place. They do end up overtaking Twisted Minds. We've been saying, though, Twisted Minds is going to have bonus points day on the final day. And I got to give more props here to Influence Rage. I mean, 58 bonus points for today, 116 total points. That's along the likes of what I wanted to see. I wanted to see them be around the 900 mark. They excelled at, and they're currently seated at 938.
You know, I will give credit to Influence Rage. They could very well be one of the few teams that reaches 200 total, or surpasses, I should say, 200 bonus points. Incredible job. You know, Alpha7 could get there, Team Liquid could get there, but honestly, they might be one of the only teams that pass 200 bonus points. And maybe two others join them, but good job for Influence Rage. Tremendous performance. They have fought hard throughout the fall season, and their hard work will pay off with current second place. Twisted Minds, though, still yet to be seen. We'll find out on Sunday, the final day of the fall season, how far up the standings they will be able to go. We go down the Vicious. It's heartbreaking, Enigma. They have worked so hard. They've had so many great moments, but they fall short to catch up to Furia. And now I don't think any other team, even AGG, is going to be able to catch up to Furia.
I mean, it's just really a matter of those remaining teams underneath the Vicious are able to have that pop-off group performance day, because obviously, really going to Influence Rage, their average per week is 50 bonus points per week. A lot of these teams up here, even Team Queso, is nowhere near close to that for their bonus points day. So it really shows who's able to show up on the days that matter the most. And now, since we're in the final week, we're done with Group A. Influence Rage won't be able to have double points to their name. The likes of X Factor won't be able to catch Inco Gaming really anytime soon. They would have to have probably another 2 weeks of play to make it up towards the PMGC points. So these teams, man, the long tournament format, that grit, that fortitude you have to have in your mind, you're really able to start seeing after this third week of play who's still locked in and who's maybe losing focus.
Yeah, a lot of storylines in here today, Seven. You know, X Factor catching Inco, it's just not going to happen anymore. That dream is gone, and you got to give credit to Inco. Inco did a wonderful job today, and they managed to put X Factor at bay, but I know they were sweating bullets after that game number one with X Factor getting 40-plus points.
Yeah, I think it came down to like 88 points is what we were talking about after that game one. It's like, okay, maybe Inco's going to have to respond, and they responded so well, not only just in that game, in the game after. I wish and I hope that for the next couple of days, all the way up until Sunday, we continue to see this kind of performances from Inco, because they need it. They are a team. I mean, with the current PMGC points that we have, you guys said it. X Factor is just not going to be able to catch them. Inco Gaming is more than likely going to be going to the PMGC League stage, and they just need to find a good form.
Good form indeed. Inco, hey, if they can perform like they did today, at least on certain maps, they will definitely be a threat in PMGC. I can't give them, full credit for all 6 maps. It's just not going to happen. But there was a couple of shining moments like, wow, this roster is looking great. Team Queso, Alpha7 still in first. I think this doesn't change anything, but this is those are the 3 teams that are going to be moving on to PMGC.
Yeah, as much as I like the idea of maybe Team Liquid bringing it back, that week 3, even the start of week 4 here, I think is just a little bit too slow of a pace compared to what Alpha7 has been able to keep improving on throughout the whole tournament. So hopefully, we like that idea of when it comes to PMGC, Team Liquid will be dialed in enough to be, kind of up there next to Alpha7 in that world ranking. But with the ways we're seeing it right now, it's not looking likely.
Not looking likely indeed. Well, tomorrow we start Group B's final bonus points day. There's 4 wonderful teams in that group, but there's one team to focus on, and that's going to be Furia, who's currently in 7th place. The Vicious couldn't catch him. AGG is also far away. Granted, AGG does have their bonus points tomorrow, but if AGG doesn't catch up to Furia and Furia has a good bonus points day, I think that's all she wrote, 7. I think our top 7 will be solidified, and so really it's a matter of who is going to be earning more money within that top 7 race.
That's the main one. AGG's got to pull off an interesting performance tomorrow. Not only do they have to hope that Furia absolutely throws, but they need to be able to score more than 37 bonus points, which is the highest that they've been able to score in the past 3 weeks. I'm going to be on the Enigma side on this side. I'm going to believe. All right?
Yeah,
I want to believe.
Well, that's good. Hey, look, believe all you want, baby. But look, life, sometimes you just got to believe. And if you believe hard enough, things happen. Will it happen? Who knows? But at least you guys are going to believe. We'll have a happy ending. Hey, tomorrow, by the way, Revo might catch up the Cold-Goat. That's something to keep on your mind going into day number 18. But, of course, day 17 has come to a close. Enigma, what's your final words as we get out of here?
Well, hopefully tomorrow I won't be the one casting. I'll be watching with the chat, but I'll be, watching all the games. I might be crying at the end of it all if AGG doesn't perform. That's why I'm kind of happy. I'm not going to be on camera. I'm not going to be able to show my face for it, but I'm still going to be in that mindset of, when life gives you lemons, can you make the lemonade? And AGG, they're in that spot. This is your last chance. Are you going to pull an X Factor and maybe chunder it in your final bonus points day, or are you going to be able to move forward and potentially get yourself back in that top 7 race?
Yeah, they've got to do it. They've got to have a tremendous day, and they have to outpace Furia, who's already above them. There's a lot of AGG needs to do, but that'll have to wait till tomorrow. 7, you got your fingers crossed. Keep them crossed till tomorrow, man, because AGG's going to need it.
Yeah, I'll keep on hoping it's going to happen, but you know what? No. I'm just gonna stay with it. That's my final words. I believe AGG.
I believe. Well, chat, do you believe? Keep that belief going. AGG, Furia, they're going to need all your energy tomorrow going into their final bonus points day of the fall season. But at least for Group A, they have concluded. They'll still earn points throughout the days, but they'll never get a chance for the fall season at double points again. So hopefully they're happy with their performance. I know Influence Rage definitely are. They did all they could possibly do, securing a second place, but can they hold on to it? That's the question that will only be answered by day number 20 coming this Sunday. But for day 17, that's all she wrote. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble 7, Enigma, our production crew, and you in chat. Thank you so much for being here. Be back tomorrow for the start of day number 18, Group B, going for their final bonus points of the fall season, starting at 5 Eastern time.
And this should be an easy wrap-up. Just don't make sure you don't send it one by one. Is how you just gonna turn it around. He's gonna be able to knock one. He's gonna pre-fire another one. That's gonna be at least one elimination to their tally. And what is Baton doing? He banned him.
Oh no, you can't do that.
He's able to stop him and tell him to sit down. Now Alpha7, what it looked like to be a lot of numbers. They still have the numbers advantage too. McGrillen's gonna be able to spot the player, and McGrillen's gonna end up getting knocked there by Vitali. It's not looking good here for Alpha7. Vitali trying to clutch it up for this team. He's going to be able to find one more player. Oh, there you go. Alpha7 being able to clutch up. That could be it for Radaboy. Radaboy still alive. Somehow.
Saved him. Oh, wait, he ran in his molly.
Just walked in. They just give him free elimination. Oh, my goodness. Radaboy was looking to make a highlight there.
Just sending it for second. He doesn't get it. Bitten. Now the solo for Influence Rage, but since Lowboy was knocked, this is a 1v2 spot 7. This is still in his grasp.
It is. He's currently low health, and no. There you go, though. I got my answer. I wanted to see Influence Rage being able to turn it up in Sandhawk.
Yeah, but Influence Rage, they weren't paying attention to how many Team Liquid players made it down the mountain. They're worried someone's right next to them on the cliffside now. The nades, they've saved it all game long, down to just the 1v1. And Team Liquid, man,
wanting to just save some face, give their fan base a little bit of hope for the future, and wanting to close out this win as Forazin is wanting to get even more eliminations, get even more points if possible for his squad. And here comes the push. Lightning King's going to be sending it. He is going to be going out, though. He needs to be careful. More players are going to start pushing up. We've seen some clutches before. It's not going to be enough there from Influence Rage as they're able to